Chapter 29. Chapter 29. The Warrior versus the Military. Day 0, 6 a.m. The key members of the mission had all been called into the war room. I'm sure everyone here knows of the plans at this point, but I'll go over them one last time just in case. The American strategist used his pointer to point at the map of the town. We will be splitting the town into 26 sectors. The battle will occur at areas F, G, and H. Our supplies are located in Area Z, so please try not to take the fight over to that area. This much already made the battleground 350,000 square meters. The warrior is set to arrive at 13:30. This may be off by up to 20 minutes. The strategy might have to be changed according to the scenario, but the basic gist of the plan goes like this. The strategist circled the bridge. First off, we'll set up a group of soldiers to guard the center of the bridge. This will be the interdiction line for the warrior. If the warrior manages to get out, consider the plan a failure and focus on keeping the soldiers alive. Did the military think that there was a higher chance of failure rather than success? Once he successfully crosses the bridge, we will blow it up and seal him up inside the town. Once this is done, the task force will activate the barrier to keep him inside. The strategist mentioned after this that only visual communication was allowed before the barrier was set up. After this, the first subjugation group will make its move. They will get into a net formation all over sectors FH. They will lead the warrior to sector J, trying to bait out his blessing magic. Blessing magic. The warrior carried 3 spellstones with him, and using one of them activated an hour-long blessing magic that had a 6-hour cooldown. The second barrier will be cast when the target uses his spellstone. We will disable the blessing there. After that point, the second subjugation battalion will come into play. Many people from the first subjugation battalion were expected to die here, but it wasn't like they could risk losing a person with a power in this strategy. Life wasn't equal, after all. A strategy that made use of sacrifices rather than pure firepower from the start. The Saints seemed quite depressed. Storm will work with the 108 Eyes in taking down the warrior's blessing. This is the most important part. You must secure the safety of the members of the 108 Eyes. If anything happens, teleporters must evacuate the 108 Eyes immediately. Demon Eye users had quite a bit of firepower, but they were quite slow at the same time. That's why they worked with Storm to increase their mobility. They must cause quite a bit of annoyance to their enemies. After all, they were quite similar to artillery guns moving at the speed of fighter jets. I sent a message to the grim-faced saint as a joke. You need to see the fairy? You want to die? Too late. Focus, damn it. The strategist began to introduce things we had to be wary of after finishing up his talk about the plan. The battalion aid station is located on the other side of the bridge, and the briefing ended after 2 hours. After this, we were all assigned to our respective positions. The current time was 1:20 p.m. and it was almost time. I raised my eye to the sky and observed the town from above. It seemed like one of the most peaceful things that I had ever seen. But this would soon turn into a war zone. Normally, wars in this world would start off with wizards firing off their long-range magic spells. Once the magic landed, the infantry would go in. The squads of ability users would attempt to assassinate the enemy commander. But this time, the order was switched. The infantry went first, and the wizards and the ability users came last. The reason for this was simple. The enemy just didn't die. Knowing this, the military just gave up trying to use firepower to defeat the warrior. After all, the one who came up with this plan wasn't a complete idiot. Well, he seemed to have missed a critical point in the mission, though. He's here. An observer raised his flag high up in the air. The flag was yellow, signifying the warrior's arrival. I observed the warrior with my floating eye. He was well over 2 meters tall, and was all around well built. He had quite the friendly face. I had expected him to be muscular and large, but that didn't really seem to be the case. Ah! I had realized that I wouldn't be able to beat the warrior. I used to be called the strongest back in my world, but the standards for this world was so out of whack that I just didn't think I could beat him. Hey, old man, stop. The saint grabbed my cape when I tried to escape. Come back. I ended up sitting back on the dirt. We need to run. We can't rely on tactics we don't even know will work. This wasn't someone we could take on with just numbers. He was a superhuman that had surpassed death. There wasn't a 100% chance of my plan working, which meant that it was more profitable for me to run away. But the saints seemed to think differently. If you run away, more people will die. We have to block him here. Her hand gripped onto my cloak tightly. She must have resolved herself last night. She decided that she would sacrifice the minority to save the majority. Without even realizing that she was part of the minority. I felt the need to tell this idiot saint something at this time. People die. Even now, 3 people are dying every second. So instead of caring about other people, why don't you care about yourself for once? Don't you remember what I told you last night? This is my duty. The saint sounded steadfast. I just decided to close my mouth. There was no need to provoke her any further. Even if what I said turned out to be correct, I wouldn't try to argue my viewpoint with her. After all, I wasn't normal. The flag changed to blue. The target was almost near the designated area. Whistle blows began to sound repeatedly. Immediately after this, the demolitionists pressed the device that was to destroy the bridge. Bang! The shockwave shook the town. Coo! Clack, drrrr dash. The windows of the nearby building began to vibrate rapidly. Dust began to fall off the roofs. The first order of action was to destroy the bridge. The isolated warrior was looking at the broken bridge with a dumbfounded face. Of course he'd be confused. The attack wasn't aimed at him, after all. Next, the wizards would come into play. I submit to the contract. I shall follow our oral agreement. Shah. The barrier that the Saint and Necro had created activated and formed a dome around the town. The area of effect even went underground. Now, the warrior had no means of escape. The first barrier has been activated. For the next 6 hours, those apart from a select few teleporters will not be able to exit the area. A messenger in front of the Saint saluted and ran away somewhere. The explosion and the activation of the barrier. I wonder how the warrior would respond. I would have either tried to run the moment I found out there was a trap, or would have tried to hide. It was dangerous to fight enemies that I didn't know about after all. But the enemy was a hero. The moment he realized something was afoot, he stepped into the trap with the intent of finding out what was going on, and with the intent of saving everyone trapped inside. So he hadn't realized it yet. He felt that something was a little off due to the soldiers disguised as villagers, but because he wasn't attacked yet, he didn't do anything rash. He probably didn't want to get any innocent bystanders hurt. This was probably a hero's greatest weakness. A villain would have immediately tried to secure a prisoner. The soldiers hidden near the warrior raised their weapons. What was inside were modified bullets with a heightened killing ability. They were like dum-dum bullets or G2 or RIP that were injected with nicotine. Perhaps the only good thing the summoned people did for this world was the creation of modern weapons. It all started with a nameless person using his power to recreate a modern weapon. Because primitive guns were already being circulated in the world, crafters were able to easily replicate this modern gun, which immediately spread across the world. A little forward. The machine gunners inside the building put their fingers on the triggers. Right now, the warrior was located in the town square. It was strangely quiet here. No one could be seen, but gazes and killing intent could be felt everywhere. The warrior was sure that this was a trap, but he didn't turn back. He kept walking forward. Because Mr. Henry, There was a member of the rebellion tied up in the middle of the town square. The people of the military here were quite meticulous. They resorted to just about anything in order to complete their mission. The hostage desperately tried to tell the warrior to stay away, but the warrior didn't stop. MMPH. MPH. MMMPH. The rivets on the steel chair he was tied to almost seemed to fall off due to all the shaking. He was desperately trying to help his ally, despite all the torture he went through. The warrior clearly read the hostage's intent, but kept walking anyway. And the moment he touched the hostage, a spellstone prepared earlier exploded, and turned the whole area into a swamp. Rat-a-tat-tat dash. The soldiers immediately began showering the area with bullets. There were countless bullets being shot from 3 different directions. Curtains ripped apart in buildings, and pieces of wood splintered everywhere from the destruction. The snipers on top put their hands on the triggers. Their weapon was a monster subjugating sniper rifle. What was in their sights was the warrior, who was letting out orange sparks from his body. Yet, the warrior was extremely calm. The snipers trembled a little bit when they saw that the warrior didn't even twitch. Did the bullets have no effect? The man didn't even seem to try to dodge them. In fact, he was completely ignoring the bullets. It made one realize just how high the warrior's defense stat was. The warrior looked down at the hostage, who was now just red mush on the chair, and raised his head. Clang! Clang! Bullets harmlessly bounced off of the warrior's body. The man lowered his head a little bit, then turned around. The soldiers ran out of the buildings and surrounded the warrior with barbed wires. They set it up in the form of a spider's web, in order to contain the warrior. They then set up behind the web with their war hammer pistols and the iron shield pistols. These were weapons that fused guns with hammers and guns. They might not be the most effective weapons, but their destructive power was guaranteed. The warrior probably wouldn't be able to get out of that formation easily. In eras like this, savages who fight with swords and not guns stand no chance against us. A commander shouted this to the soldiers. Let's show the world that the title of a hero is but a thing of the past. Unlike his brave demeanor, the commander's voice was trembling violently. He was unable to erase the intense fear that was on his face. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Pi. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. The bullets that bounced off of the warrior were forming a little mound under him at this point. The warrior flipped his brown hair once, then waved his hand in the air. Pin. A sharp sound resounded through the air. The machine gunners and the snipers fell down. Next, he waved his hand behind him. With these two hand motions, the entire square became silent. None of the soldiers that had just been firing their weapons were moving. What in the? The commander asked this with a trembling voice. He must have not seen it. The warrior just stiffened his hair and used it as a projectile against the soldiers. He must be able to modify his body like me. I thought something was off. So you were the soldiers of Hayes. The warrior now realized who the enemy was. That should mean that the warrior's next move would be to escape, but you better be ready for daring to fire at me. The commander gripped his heart in pain when the warrior glared directly at him. It was coming. The warrior lowered his body and put his finger into the stone floor with just pure strength. PSHH. His hand scooped up stone like ice cream from the floor. When he applied some pressure to it, the stone split to multiple pieces, causing stone dust to spill out of his hand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. A man who surpassed death. The faces of the soldiers darkened immediately. Even veterans like them couldn't handle the imminent future laid out before them. Certain death. Their bodies froze at this inescapable truth. Their pores widened up to pour out sweat. It was the consequences of their actions, really. Shua dash. The warrior got into an overhead throw position with his leg extended up into the air. The man was unbelievably flexible. Once his leg hit the ground, the cobblestone floor exploded. His arm muscles contracted and then stretched out. The bits of stone in his hand shot out like bullets. PSHH. The buckshot hit the steel shields that the soldiers were holding, and let out sparks. A soldier looked down with a curious face. The hole in his shield allowed him to see the other side of the street. No way. Blood and organs began to spill out from his chest. The soldier fell backwards from the pain and blood loss immediately afterwards. This single attack killed 5 and heavily injured 8. Some lost their heads while others lost their limbs. The strategist lowered the hand he used to protect his face. He immediately paled at the scene in front of him. Blood and bits of flesh were laid out everywhere before him. He'll go easy on us since he's a hero. There's no way he'd treat us like he treats monsters, right? The fighting spirit within the eyes of the soldiers shattered once they found out that their expectations of the warrior were not at all what they expected them to be. Was this how strong people could get once they overcame death? I remembered the contents of the report. The reason why he was able to become so strong was not because of mana. It was training. Because he had overcome death, he was able to put himself through inhuman training. Normally, overtraining the body would damage the muscles. In bad cases, the cell walls of the muscles would become damaged, and the myoglobin that gets released into the bloodstream would damage the body even further. In other words, the muscles would melt. But this overtraining managed to put the warrior into levels that humans couldn't reach before. Because he couldn't die. To be more exact, because the cause of death would be removed whenever he died. His body didn't get damaged, but instead, it managed to slowly adapt to the hellish environment it was put through. Body enhancement. It was the result of countless hours of training in battle. Through intense training and fighting, the warrior was able to attain an extremely dense body unlike that of any human. His muscles that were at first large enough to burst through his skin contracted into what it is now due to his sheer strength. And the bones that were unable to take this pressure restructured themselves into something more flexible and sturdy. Currently, the warrior's body mass was at 2.6 tons. The rumors of him eating an entire cow every day to maintain his body probably wasn't an exaggeration. If he, at this state, begins to use mana and puts on blessing magic. It was terrifying to imagine. According to stories, the warrior was said to have taken on a beast bigger than this town, all by himself. In the sea at that. Maybe we should have brought cannons instead of guns? Not that that would work in any way. It wasn't like the battle would end just because the soldiers lost their will to fight. The soldiers slowly closed in on the warrior and began to fire. This entire town was a hunting ground to catch the warrior. The warrior didn't even bother clearing out the barbed wires and walked right through them. Snap, snap. The barbed wire was unable to even put a minor wound on the warrior. They simply snapped off of the warrior's body. The place where he was headed to was the bridge. One could feel from his aura that he was willing to kill anyone who approached him. But at the same time, it felt like he was unwilling to kill those who did not attack him. To think he wouldn't be maddened by the military killing an acquaintance of his, he really was a hero. He was sickeningly kind. PSHH. The M18A1 mines that had been placed on the two buildings next to the warrior exploded. 1,500 3mm bullets shot out of the mines at 3 times the speed of sound. Any normal man would have died instantly from this attack, but whoosh! A human shape shot out of the debris like a giant cannonball. This was probably the last thing that the soldier from a watchtower saw before he died. Bang! Crack, crack! The watchtower began to crumble into pieces. To think he'd be able to just jump that high with his legs. A jump of 120 m. Seeing how the bridge was 1.2 kilometers long, it seemed that he could have easily crossed the bridge if he wanted. The warrior looked over the town from the top of the tower. The military's entire plans were exposed to him now. The 1st Subjugation Battalion tried to keep the warrior busy, but utterly failed. Due to this, those who were excluded from the plans altogether had to step in. Not even those from other battalions could just stand watching their fellow soldiers die. Ha, ridiculous. They seemed so confident and they didn't even manage to bait out the blessings. Godspeed grabbed double-barrel shotguns into each hand and sighed. This is why we should never rely on useless people. Don't you think so, Colonel? Accelerator tried to knock off the cigarette off of Godspeed's mouth with his foot, but failed. Shut up, idiot. We've been found. The bottom of the accelerator's chin was completely black. It was shining too. Damn it, he did notice. The first thing the warrior did when he noticed the two was to put his hands on the pouch on his waist. Seeing how that pouch survived the explosion and the gunfire, it wasn't a simple item either. Was that where he kept his spellstones? The warrior would protect the one thing he thought was the most important to himself, and the two would attempt to take it away from him. Even if they don't take it away, it would end up being a success if they baited the warrior to use his spellstones. Your mouth is the problem, you hear? That's why you're always under me even when you're faster than me. Godspeed raged when he heard this. Damn it, speed isn't everything, power is. The reason why I respect you so much is. Just shut up and get ready to fight. Do we really have to drag this on much longer? My back freaking hurts. Accelerator cracked his neck a few times with his hands on his hips and raised his hand. Sorry. It's been a while since we've met, but we've just ended up in a situation like this. The two seem to know each other. Life is quite annoying, isn't it? Whatever, if the top tells me to do something, I guess I have to do it. The warrior listened to the accelerator quietly, then put the spellstone on his armor. Changeling armor equals Hergenroll, rank, C. A custom male armor created by the Mad Frog Valtka, the 34th enemy of humanity. The curse on this armor would turn anyone with a low magic tolerance who wears this into a frog. Changes properties of objects. It can change shape, color, volume, density, and material of an object, but it can have a chance of failure. The bigger the change, the more mana it costs. The armor changed to cover his entire body. Next, red matter climbed up his neck in order to cover half of his face. You being here means that the 2nd Subjugation Battalion was deployed. Are you surrounding the entire area? Godspeed didn't deny the warrior's suspicions. You know well. Don't think too badly of us. We think highly enough of you to have to surround you. Oh, dear me. I speak too much. Are you good now? I think we gave you enough time to use your spellstones. The warrior grinned. I don't need it. Really? We'll start then. Accelerator took a deep breath out of the cigarette in his hand and threw it up into the air. Accelerator and Godspeed immediately disappeared from the spot at this point. By the time the wind from their movements cleared up, and people were able to open their eyes again and they saw Godspeed put his double-barrel shotgun on the warrior's face. Before he even started to fall, he shot the gun 4 times in a row. Kabam! 4 shots at point-blank range. Sparks flew off the warrior's face as 4 buckshots struck his face. The warrior's face was simply drawn back a little bit. Other than a tiny burn mark, no wounds appeared on the warrior's face. This really was a world of demons. To think movements like those were possible. Even after I saw it, I didn't believe it. Bodies who manage to near the speed of sound sustain injuries on their hands, knees, and feet. Once a human body goes past the speed of sound, it causes several parts of the body to start vibrating. It must be near impossible to run when the body is shaking like this. It was questionable if the joints would even survive. Plus, the amount of air one would have to come in contact with was far too great. It was expected that the body would just float off of the ground before it even reached the speed of sound. Well, of course, before that, the heart would explode, the blood vessels would pop, and steam would be rising from the body. For example, when a fighter jet breaks the sound barrier, it becomes as hot as 177 degrees Celsius. Wouldn't organisms that go past the speed of sound be able to resist the heat and the shock that comes with it? Running faster than sound also required the muscles to go with it, but it didn't seem like the ability users had that either. Due to this, it was easy to conclude that Godspeed's power was a cheat of sorts. It made use of other methods to go past the speed of sound. He was fast, but he probably wouldn't be able to use that velocity of his to cause destruction. Accelerator was different, however. The weapon he brought was a simple blade. A weapon without any handles or decorations. Out of nowhere, he brought out multiple blades floating in the air and constantly threw them at the warrior. Metal gas casting machine, rank B. A weapon that is able to reconstruct itself into different weapons. Simple weapons can be created immediately on the spot. Normally, it can stick to the skin in order to become something similar to armor. Key E. The sound of metal crossing the air rang across the field a bit later. The warrior's face and chest had exploded from the heat of the blade going through him, causing steaming blood to fly everywhere. The estimated velocity of the blade was Mach 25. No matter how great the defense of the warrior was, he wasn't able to stop plasma blades coming for his face. But... fucking hell! Godspeed cursed. He would restrain the warrior with a shotgun, and Accelerator would destroy the warrior from afar. But the battle just didn't seem to end. No matter how many times his head would be destroyed, no matter how many times his body was burnt away, his body would regenerate back in a second. It was the same for his armor as well. Hergenroll was an armor that was able to shapeshift itself. If one fuses the warrior's cells into Hergenroll, it would. I thought of the word regenerate, then stopped myself. Was that really regeneration? Heat caused irreversible reactions. Due to this, Memento Mori would have to recreate the body completely from the start. But if you were to try to explain it like this, the burn marks that stayed on the warrior's armor whenever it regenerated just didn't make sense. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. The border between a monster and a hero. Ha! Ha! Godspeed's face began to show fear and stress. So this is the time when he begins to suffer from the side effects of his power. I suppose there was no way to use such a power without paying the proper price for it. Accelerator looked at his subordinate's face once, and tightly gripped onto the blades in his hand. Pa! 8 blades shot at the warrior. Baon! Multiple explosions went off at once, as bits of meat flew everywhere. Burnt armor fell to the ground just a moment later. Godspeed, who was sighing in relief at this point, couldn't help but widen his eyes at what he saw next. Ha! 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 It didn't even take a second. There were no signs of regeneration whatsoever. The warrior just seemed to be there from the start. It was evident that the warrior's body had been destroyed to pieces just a moment before, but the man was standing in place casually as if nothing had happened. Just. Ha! Fu! No way. Godspeed was panting to himself with his hands on his knees. Accelerator came up to him and pulled him backwards. Get over here and stand behind me, assistant. Ha! Ha! I'm not. Just rest. Godspeed barely managed to nod as he moved back. By the looks of things, it looked like he exhausted himself completely after 3 minutes of using his power. The two had showered the warrior with attacks, but in the end, they were the ones to become exhausted. The warrior didn't attack, but just looked at the two people silently. Almost as if he was telling them to give up. Godspeed recovered his breath and turned towards Accelerator. Wow. Phew, now what? It really didn't work. I told you it won't work on him. Why did you have to be so stubborn? Your suggestions never work, damn it, but. How's all this my fault? Accelerator raised his feet, as if he was trying to kick Godspeed for speaking out, but ended up grabbing his back instead. Ow, ouch, ouch, ouch. My back's killing me. Just bring out the soldiers to deal with him. He's going easy on us anyway. Does it matter? The guy isn't dying. He's immortal, but he must have a limit as well. He'll die at some point. Godspeed nodded and raised his hands up in the air. He was calling for the 2nd Subjugation Battalion. SHF, SHHF. Teleporters and speedsters began to appear around the warrior. The speedsters took out their weapons and shot them straight at the warrior. Each of these projectiles were enforced with the powers that these soldiers had, allowing them to reach speeds well above that of sound. Only then did the warrior find that the situation was a little more dire than before. Imagine Citadel. The air was bending around the warrior and a sphere of prismatic light surrounded him. So it's here. The miracle of the warrior that could only be invoked once a day. It was a barrier that would protect a group of people for 1 whole minute. He probably activated this in order to prepare himself for battle. Each time the weapons hit the barrier, it let off a powerful burst of energy that impacted the buildings below. The heat generated from it was enough to turn the stone floor underneath them into lava. But the warrior didn't take any damage whatsoever. He simply sat in his barrier, casually activating each and every one of his spellstones. Metallic organs surrounds the organs with a metallic barrier to protect it. Virtual skeleton equals physical frame, a spell is cast upon the spine. It creates a physical barrier that can act in place of the skeleton. In other words, it recreates the skeleton with mana. It protects the bones with mana. The strength of this barrier is enough to withstand a hit from a dragon. The protection of the Fae equals Sylphid Blessing, protects the eyes from substances like dust, and blocks lethal gases or projectiles. It also allows the user to transmit distant messages. Because he's perpetually under the blessing of dragon blood, one might as well say that he's under 4 blessings at the moment. The warrior didn't seem to think that this was enough, however, seeing that he was downing a potion as well. He was drinking it now, as the potion wouldn't activate as soon as one drank it. The Saint and Necro confirmed the warrior's use of the spellstones. Then they nodded to each other. PSHHH Shichichi. The 2nd barrier was cast, and the warrior's blessings were all nullified. This is... The warrior didn't seem to have expected anything like this to happen. He just stood in his place, fumbling around with the spellstones in his hand. 5 seconds left now. Imagine Citadel disappeared, and a wave of projectiles shot at the warrior once again. Ta-da-da-da, dot. The warrior turned into mush from the unavoidable attack. Even as a powerful hero, it seemed difficult for him to go up against so many ability users at once. The way I see it, you just need to burn him. There's no way he'd revive if we burn away all of his cells, right? The giant sword that the user of high speed threw was accelerated by Accelerator, which caused the weapon to move at a velocity of Mach 25. Kabam! The weapon left a streak of red light as it traveled through the air, causing a massive explosion upon contact with the ground. Kogagaga! The scale of the explosion could be felt even where we were, 3 kilometers away from the battlefield. The Saint had a worried expression as she watched the battle using my floating eye. As expected, it isn't working. The man wasn't dying. No matter what they were doing, he didn't die. Memento Mori was a high-leveled power. Strength no longer affected a power like this. It was something closer to a puzzle at this point. Prepare yourselves. We'll need to move out the moment Death Eye fails. Necro asked me a question in a nervous tone of voice when I said this. Can I trust you? I told you, didn't I? You can't kill the warrior. That's how it goes. Necro probably knew already. If the warrior's body was something that possessed regenerative properties, you could just get rid of the energy he contains by killing him over and over again. But as you might have seen already, part of the air and the mana around him constantly gets absorbed by him every time he dies. He might die sometime at this rate. Problem was, no one knew how long it would take. 1,000 years. 1,000,000 years. There was just no telling how long this might go for. It's been just 5 minutes since the battle started. It might seem short, but for the ability users, it was extremely stressful for them already. And he won't die, no matter what you do. As time passed, more and more began to realize this. This began to shake the hearts of the soldiers in the field. Hey! What are you doing? It's dangerous. I'm telling you, just throwing shit won't do anything. A select few of the soldiers began attempting to attack the warrior with melee attacks. This prevented the others from being able to use projectile weapons. Accelerator tried to stop the soldiers from doing this, but ended up stopping himself. Well, this is annoying. It's not like they'd get caught by him, but still. What he was concerned with was the deployment was the 108 eyes. At a time like this, when their safety wasn't guaranteed, it was extremely risky to deploy them to deal with the warrior. The storm was currently beating down the warrior one-sidedly, but this in itself was a problem. Killing someone who never dies over and over again breaks something in one's head. It breaks the heart that a person possesses. Seeing how the warrior recovers a second after having his head broken changes something in a soldier's mind. It eats away at the soldier's personality. Those with low tolerance to death would throw up, and others would begin to smile in joy. To them, the warrior was no longer a human. As more and more time passed, the state of the battle changed into something entirely different instead. Play. The soldiers no longer used their full power. They treated the warrior as something akin to a target. At one point, this was the person who had taken down the Demon King with the hero. Taking down someone like this was giving the soldiers a certain sense of ecstasy. I'm amazing. My power is stronger than his. These soldiers were, in the end, normal people who managed to awaken to their abilities in a different world. Their current state of battle gave them a huge sense of satisfaction and catharsis. And their arrogant act, in the end, managed to bring out the warrior's anger. It looks like I'm being looked down on. Really looked down upon. The warrior almost sighed out his words but widened his arms to the side. He died several times more in the process, but this didn't stop him. No matter how fast mosquitoes may be, they are simply mosquitoes in the end. Just bugs. It was slow. At least, to the human eye it was. The warrior brought his two hands together. A clap. Right. It was a simple clap. One slow enough to be seen by the human eye. But the result of this was... Irk. The saint frowned as she put her hands over her ears. My body was vibrating from the shockwave. A sound loud enough to rip apart the area shook through the town, causing the soldiers nearby to moan in pain. If it's this bad here, over there in the battlefield must be. My eyes. The soldiers that had been mocking the warrior just a moment ago were bleeding from their orifices. Seeing how their eyes had turned white, it seemed that they had suffered from burns as well. Aerodynamic heating, Can't hear. The saint waddled over my way, and put her hands over my ears. They immediately turned warm. Aerodynamic heating. Yes, aerodynamic heating. The saint spoke a little angrily when I intentionally stopped myself there. Shouldn't you be explaining around now? It's the heating of a solid object produced by its high speed in the air. It can be commonly observed on space shuttles and fighter jets. The saint listened to me carefully, then stood up with a worried face. Where are you going? Where do you think you're going? The saint gripped onto her pants after hearing my and Necro's question, and replied quietly. The injured. It almost sounded like she herself didn't know what to do. Necro frowned, seemingly bothered by that tone of hers. Don't be ridiculous. Sit. The injured will come when they feel that they need you. His words made sense. I backed up his words. I'm against having healers going into the battlefield as well. It'd be better to leave the injured to be transported here by the teleporters. The saint thought for a moment, then sat back down. Her actions had no finesse whatsoever. She didn't care when her clothes and hair got dirty from the dirt as well. It was almost as if she was taken by something. She balled herself up, and watched the battlefield silently. We were sharing our vision using the floating eye. So far, there was just one person who got killed by the warrior's counterattack. 8 were injured, and the rest managed to escape by moving away faster than sound. The teleporters immediately came to recover the patients. The soldiers who had been surprised by the warrior's counterattack began to get together, and started to buzz about what he had said moments before. Didn't he say something just now? He called us mosquitoes, right? These weren't the type to just take an insult like this. To them, the warrior was nothing but a stepping stone. To them, they still had the upper hand. The battle between the warrior and the speedsters resumed. Except this time, the soldiers became more violent and even more cruel. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. 108 Eyes. A bottle of powerful acid exploded on the warrior's face, melting it off immediately. At the same time, one of the soldiers blasted the warrior's stomach with a machine gun. It wasn't an effective attack by any means, but it was still quite humiliating. Hey, sandbag! Speak up, will you? What the hell happened to the confidence from before? The soldiers responded to the warrior's provocations by provoking the warrior themselves. No matter how powerful the warrior was, there was no way he'd be able to catch ability users moving faster than sound. Plus, whenever he was about to catch one of them in his hand, a teleporter quickly appeared to snatch them away. It really was an unfair game of tag. But the ones who were getting tired were the members of the second subjugation group. They tried splitting up into groups to take turns in their little game, but the stress simply kept piling higher and higher. This was the price they paid for using their powers without stopping. In this world, nothing was free. When one of the teleporters messed up the timing of the teleport, a speeder got caught by the warrior. It was the slowest member of the storm, a user of the ability known as steel legs. The warrior had caught this soldier's shoulder. No, perhaps that was too light a term. The man's shoulder was squeezed just like a tomato, spilling the red contents inside everywhere. Bits of flesh managed to poke their way out between the warrior's fingers due to the shattered bones. It was impossible to use a power without being able to focus. The injury that the soldier had received wasn't lethal, but it was enough to make him shake uncontrollably from shock. The man widened his eyes at the warrior's next attack. A flick. The warrior flicked one of his fingers, as if he was trying to show that he didn't need to do anything fancy to kill a man. PSSH. The top half of the soldier disintegrated into the air. The bottom half of the body fell on the ground, spilling out blood and guts in the process. Do you still want to continue? The warrior shook the blood off of his right hand. You should stop before there are any more casualties. There's no way in hell you'd be able to beat me. The members of Storm were unable to respond to the warrior's arrogant words. Deep down, they had all understood what the warrior was saying was the truth. Everyone, move back. Accelerator pulled back the people of Storm. Fighting at a time like this would just end up increasing the casualties. He needed to find a different solution. Velocity, gearshift, and retardation. Use these powers to hold back the warrior. There was a need to stop the warrior from being able to move in order to make full use of the 108 eyes. The three people who used these powers all raised their hands in the air. Blue electricity arced above their heads to form a crown of light. It was a phenomenon that occurred whenever one used their power. The warrior became slower than ever before as a result of this. Get ready! The 108 eyes stepped out of the trenches in order to get ready for teleportation. Death-Eye appeared last, yawning as he slowly stepped out of the trench. It'd be good for you to take off your bandage now. Death-Eye smirked at my remark. What the hell is this idiot saying? I'll do fine on my own, so you mind your own business, yeah? I thought he'd say that. But the reason why I still told him this was because of how impractical his bandages seemed. It practically screamed. I'm a user of a demon eye. Taking off this bandage would mean that I'd use my power against you, so please be warned. There was no need to hide the eye with a bandage, as powers were something that could be turned on and off whenever the user desired. In the case of demon eyes, the power simply happened to be cast through the organ known as the eye. The members of the 108 eyes all got on the shadow of the shadow jumper and disappeared. The area became quiet again. Compared to the battlefield down below, this place was far too peaceful. The boy's too arrogant. He's trusting his abilities far too much. Necro said this as soon as the boy disappeared. It seemed that he was holding himself back a little to avoid conflict at a time like this. Aren't you going to join in, Necro? Why would I? Didn't you say yourself that nothing was going to work on this guy? I think so too. That beast isn't something that can be killed by an equation this simple. Well, I suppose it's more like trying to solve an English question with a sword? That's how King Alexander the Great solved his question. That's not solving the question. The man just ripped apart the test itself. Are you kidding me? Destroying a cube because you couldn't solve it isn't solving it. You of all people should know that. I didn't respond to Necro's words but instead looked up into the sky. The first requirement was cleared. The sky was beginning to turn cloudy. It was getting extremely dark in this place, but the time was still just 2:16 p.m. I had confirmed that the saint's magic had worked, and went over my plans for the 28th time. This plan should work flawlessly if the warrior is indeed a hero as the stories say. But this plan still doesn't yield a success rate of 100%, which lead me to create a plan B for an alternate scenario. By the time I was reviewing plan C, the members of the 108 Eyes finished getting into their positions. The demon eye users were all standing on the rooftops of buildings, staring down at the warrior below. The warrior spun around, observing the sight laid out before him, and smiled. So this is your trump card. All the teleporters had already retreated, and the warrior was still tied down in his place due to the soldiers of Storm restricting him. You've brought quite a lot of people, just for me. He still seemed extremely calm. At this rate, the demon eyes would kill him in an instant. Could it be that he doesn't know about the Death Eye? I had thought that he'd know the Death Eye, considering how he knew the accelerator, but maybe that wasn't the case. Or could it be that he's confident that the Death Eye wouldn't affect him? The warrior pulled out a long object from his pouch. It was a horn that was inscribed with some Hebrew, and was decorated with a swirling pattern. It was reddish in color, and it was curved in on itself like a spiral. Demon horn equals Corinth, rank, B+. Stabbing this horn into one's head would amplify the user's ability by 3357 times the norm for 60 seconds. The user dies after use. It was an item that was pretty much made for the warrior. Any normal human would die after a minute of its use, but the warrior was able to use the item endlessly. Are you stupid? It's too late for you to use something like that. The demon eye users unsealed their eyes as Death Eye mocked the warrior. There were 47 different kinds of eyes here. The light that shined from these eyes began to light up the darkened island. A cross-shaped light began to spread across the dark. Death Eye lifted his arm to give the warrior a middle finger. Die, trash. The demon eyes all activated at once. But the warrior had managed to stick the horn inside himself a second faster. TCH. Chichichi. Crack. Was it because so much energy became condensed in one place? The place where the warrior was in just moments before was now just a black hole that was crackling with energy. The hole quickly sucked in the air around it, and spat out black lightning all around itself. Something was strange. It was almost like the ball of energies converging in on itself, instead of exploding outwards. Pushi. Pachichi. Chichi dash. The black lightning that arced out of the hole lessened in size the more time passed, and the sounds it was making had lessened as well. This is a little bit strange. I carefully looked at the members of the 108 Eyes. They were all carefully looking at the smoke that was generated by their attacks. Holy shit. He survived. It seems that they've confirmed the warrior's survival. When the smoke fully dissipated to reveal the warrior, Death Eye shouted in shock. No way. My demon eye didn't work. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. Demonized. A red shadow of a person could be seen from within all the waves of heat. The area of attack had nothing left in it anymore other than dust, but the actual target had no scratches on himself whatsoever. This was the warrior's trump card. Demonization. The warrior had turned inhumanly powerful, and his appearance seemed to indicate that all by itself. His body was covered in metallic scales, and between each of it were strings of muscle fibers shining inside. His skin didn't just become stronger, it completely fused with his armor. The horn that was stuck on his forehead had merged into the warrior's steely mask, turning silver in color. Last chance. Run. The warrior's voice now had a husky-like undertone to it. The only impression one could get from his words was that he was absolutely set on annihilating the enemy. Ugh. The aura on the warrior was able to make the soldiers around him back off in fear. Death. If they didn't run, death would await them. They began to look back and forth, not knowing what to do. The ability users that had been attacking confidently just a moment ago were starting to look back as well. Their attacks had all been nullified. There were no idiots here that would be willing to expend even more energy to attack someone immortal. Well, there was one. That bastard must have cheated. Death Eye screamed this at the warrior with eyes that could kill. Just watch. I'm going to go full power this time. The boy was throwing a tantrum. He completely ignored his comrades, and used all the strength he could muster. A crown of light appeared above his head as a gray ripple spread across the entire village. The warrior just watched. The boy had a cheat ability that was able to kill anyone with just a glance, the Death Eye. Due to this, he must have seen himself as the main character of a world like this. And here, for the first time, he encountered someone who denied his entire existence, or rather, power. You! No one stopped him. The soldiers watched the boy with eyes filled with hope. Try blocking this, you son of a bitch. The Death Eye was shining brighter than any demon eye deployed on the field now. He really was using all his power. The intensity of his power was enough to make the onlookers squint. But the warrior, who was taking on the Death Eye all by himself, acted as if he was basking under the sun. The earth under him turned to dust, and the air turned black, but he was still motionless. At the point when his footing had disappeared, the warrior was standing like a nail stuck in its place above the ground. Ha! The boy let out a light sigh. With this, the area around the warrior changed in an instant. The distorted space around the warrior rippled quietly, and the black air inside it disappeared in an instant. Does the warrior's body become dictated by a different set of laws while he's demonized? Or maybe he truly becomes invincible during that time. In any case, the warrior wasn't someone that was affected by Death Eye at this point. The boy scrunched up his face when he saw that his attack hadn't gotten through at all. Why am I crying? The price he paid for this attack was brutal. Death Eye saw that his eyes were crying tears of blood, and fell forwards. His small body silently slid off the roof of the house he was on. Demonic Walker managed to catch him right before he fell, but his body was devoid of any life already. The saint closed her eyes. First, it's hostages, and now it's children. The saint whimpered under her breath. Were the soldiers of Haze such despicable trash? Everyone took a step back in fear. Whoosh! A cold wind blew. I responded a second too late as I realized that this was something that was caused by the warrior. Beast roar was cast into the sky. The thunderous roar shattered all of the windows in the area. The people near the warrior began to bleed from their orifices as they fell powerlessly onto the ground. A few wet themselves as they lost control of their lower body. The warrior's roar was originally developed to intimidate beasts, but against humans, the roar in itself was an attack. He must have used this assuming that the citizens of the town had been evacuated already. The warrior lifted his hands up into the air. A transparent cube appeared in front of them. Double arms, stand by. The optic camouflage turned off to reveal a black object. Mobile logistics equals Algorad, rank, B. A storage device applied with gravity manipulation. Because it is in a different dimension, it is impossible to touch it unless you are the owner. It becomes materialized when it releases weapons. It is capable of storing weapons of up to 3.6 tons in weight. Must be like a sort of a drone-like golf bag that follows the user around. Except that instead of golf clubs, the device holds weapons. Kai-dash, clack, clunk. Handles of several different weapons appeared as the device opened up. When the warrior stuck out his hands into the device, two swords extended out. Sword monster, the shining black blades revealed itself to the world. It's been a while. Unlike most sword hilts, the hilts of the sword monster were wide and thick. They didn't seem like something that could really be grabbed by anyone, but the warrior managed to grab onto it easily. His hands sunk in slowly into the hilt. It seemed to be made of liquid metal. Once the warrior's hands became one with the sword hilts, he pulled out one of the blades from the device. 2.3 meters long in length. Density was unable to be measured. I didn't think there'd ever be a day where I'd have to swing this again. So the war hasn't ended yet? His voice was filled with remorse. The warrior pulled out the other sword from the device. Strangely enough, this sword didn't have a guard on it. But right after it was pulled out of Algorad, a strange cube appeared above the handle of the sword. Beep, beep, beep. The cube began to spin as it constantly changed forms. From its movement, I could see that the cube was made to cut what could be cut, and smash what couldn't be cut. I could see why. There must be quite a lot of beasts with hides tougher than stone in a world like this. Cutting things like those would damage the sword to no end. The warrior must have crushed beasts like these with the cube above the hilt. The sword itself was long and thick. The blade had countless teeth on it that shifted and changed in size like a living being. It really was a weapon made to kill. As long as a weapon like this was active, wizards couldn't even join the fight. The sword would disrupt the mana to the point where it rendered the ability to use mana meaningless. It was quite a bit like jamming, it prevented wizards from being able to connect to their god. You monster! A brave ability user ran at the warrior. Key. The moment the warrior swung his sword, my sight was filled with static. Looks like his sword affected my eye. I positioned the eye higher up in the air, outside the range of the sword. The warrior had just managed to cut and crush the person who had approached him to a pulp. The speed of the sword was already well above that of the members of the storm at this point. Those who thought that they'd be safe as long as they were outside the range of the sword were shattered by the sword being flung at them by the warrior. At this point, the battle was just the military's struggle for survival. The warrior massacred everyone around him, whether they held weapons in their hands or not. He had given them enough chances already. The first to go were the demon eye users. Without the assistance from teleporters and speedsters, they were unable to run from the warrior's attacks. At this point, to them, the warrior must have looked more monster than human. A minute passed. The demonization ended, and the warrior returned to his previous state with black smoke coming off of him. So reusing the item instantly was impossible, huh? In any case, to think he'd have a face like that right after using Corinth. He overexerted his body for a full minute. He pretty much used up 60 years worth of life energy in 60 seconds, but he didn't even seem a bit tired. It's as I thought. The warrior returned the horn to his pouch, and began to target the weaker soldiers. Gah, dot. The soldiers began to fire at him desperately, but the bullets just bounced off him. Whenever the warrior moved, the scenery changed, and dust flew everywhere. Whenever he swung his sword, people exploded, and pieces of meat flew everywhere. He looked like he was flowing, like water. His flow was unceasing and endless. It wasn't hard like bringing up a sword right after a strike. His twin swords cut across an enemy in an X shape, and slowly moved upwards to draw an infinity sign. He almost looked like a conductor of an orchestra. Whenever he struck downwards, he would begin to spin like a saw blade, and the moment he got back on his foot, he would start on a middle how without even a moment of delay. My ears became filled with the sound of a jet engine's roar. His constant sword swings made it almost seem like he was a living storm. At a speed like this, it didn't even matter whether his sword strikes hit or not, the air would do all the work for him. This wasn't an attack that really thought of the enemy's attack at all. The warrior just kept walking. This was only possible because of his invincibility. The other side has to consider their possibility of death in a fight, but the warrior only has to focus on attacking. The standard rules of sword fighting did not apply to the warrior at all. He was akin to a spinning windmill of death that killed with just a scratch. Blocking the warrior's sword would end up breaking the weapon. And the weaponless enemy would be torn apart by the warrior. Amazing. Even if one manages to attack the warrior successfully, Sword Monster would manage to rip the person apart immediately. Unless one was an immortal just like the warrior, defeat was inevitable. The enemy would have no choice but to retreat, as they would die when they blocked, or when they attacked. It would be hard to deflect an attack like this as well. Even if one manages to deflect once, the shock from doing so would get the person killed. The only way to survive in this situation is to have even more strength than the warrior, but at this point, that wasn't possible. But was it possible to win with just greater strength? The warrior was someone who managed to battle himself through hordes of monsters. Monsters that were faster, stronger, and bigger than humans. The warrior managed to win against all these monsters. How about this? One of the teleporters had managed to teleport a retired warship with him. 115 m in length, 14 m in width. The giant warship began to fall towards the town. The soldiers below looked up at the sky that had just gone dark. Mad. Absolutely mad. The warrior pulled his arms back behind him as he looked straight up at the warship. Crack, creak. His muscles began to expand. The attack that followed had enough strength behind it to bend space around him. Slash, dot. The ship was split into 4 pieces. The pieces began to separate, revealing the insides of the ship. Bang! 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 The earth shook as the pieces hit the ground. The warrior had managed to slice a 3,000-ton steel ship into 4 pieces without even touching it. At this point, the warrior seemed like the strongest person in the world. If he was just strong, it would be possible to somehow neutralize him with Storm, but he wasn't a hero for nothing. He had experience, sense, and talent with the sword. In front of such overwhelming power, it was useless to attempt to trap him or trick him. Now, the ability users were all trying to run. A fraction of them tried to fight back, but most didn't last more than a second against him. That was obvious. Not only did the warrior have more experience, he also had built up the basics differently. On the surface, it seemed that he was focused only on the strongest sword strikes, but in reality he was all about the flow of the sword. His dance of death silenced all that was in front of it. Cut, burn, destroy. His skill of maintaining a one-step one-stroke rule as he pressured the enemies in front of him just went to show how skilled he was with the sword. As expected of the sword dancer, there was no falsity in his title. As the warrior who stood on the top of the world, he was a dominating hero. There were no longer people who tried to fight back. Instead, they were all trying to run away. Once this happened, the warrior put back his swords into Algarad, and pulled out a shield. It was an attack shield, the Afaga. The warrior stuck the shield to the ground, and got into a running position. It was the skill that was said to have been used against giant groups of enemies. The war god's chariot equals Are Hainita. Kagagaga. The war machine tore through the town like a jet. The ground was dug up by the charge, which began to be filled with blood. Not yet. The saints sounded pained. Why did she bother getting involved if she wasn't going to be able to take it? She would have lived a much better life if she just focused on her well-being. I'd love it if you could begin now. There were enough clouds in the sky now. The saint immediately activated the rain magic. The rain began to fall from the darkened sky. At first, it didn't seem like much, but the light drizzle soon turned into a raging storm. The warrior's body was completely wet. Preparations complete. Now, it's my turn. I put on latex gloves and checked my body's condition one last time. 0.2 seconds. My body's reaction speed had improved, thanks to me preserving my arteries moments back. I had thought that a formaldehyde preservative would have a better conductivity of mana than clotted blood. I seemed to have been correct. I took a look at the saint who was casting the rain magic. I could see raindrops on her eye, despite the fact that she was protected under an umbrella. In the end, she was just a child. She must have been quite shocked. Necro, preparations on your end? Yeah, it's done. You think this'll really work? Necro still sounded unsure. I told you how it works, didn't I? You did, but just make everyone stay away from the waters. I told them to do that, but didn't they all complain? Saying that there was no way something as stupid as that would work. Not many things in this world had absolute certainty. I, myself, didn't think that this plan had a 100% chance of succeeding. But we'll have to try to find out. I activated Heart of Gold. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. The price for immortality. The skill that I was about to buy was 1,000 Thunderbirds. 1,000 Thunderbirds, rank C+. Summons 1,000 birds made of lightning. It is possible to control these birds within a range of 10 kilometers. It is possible to tune the amount of electricity in the birds, and the skill can only be used once a day. I left all my equipment to the bank, and was loaned $83 million. I immediately used the money to buy the skill. My body was enveloped in blue light, and I became able to use my new ability. Of course, I couldn't kill the warrior with just this. It only existed to persuade and talk to the warrior. I activated the ability, and sent the birds flying up to the sky. The birds turned into blue streaks of lightning, and disappeared into the clouds. This really is worth its money. I took a look into the village with the floating eye, just to make sure if someone hadn't evacuated yet. The survivors at this point were 4 speedsters, 7 teleporters, and 800 soldiers. There were pitifully little compared to before. They must have never expected that they'd be pushed back to this point by the warrior. I took up my white flag and descended down the hill. The town was a smoldering mess. I could see corpses lying everywhere in the streets, with plumes of black smoke rising everywhere. I could hear gunshots every once in a while, but the sound soon faded. Right now, my distance from the warrior was 1 kilometer. I closed my eyes for a second, and became enveloped in the rain. Water bounced off of my face. When I opened my eyes, I could see a giant force of violence standing in front of me. 2 giant swords were put against my neck, as if it was about to tear me to pieces at any moment. The warrior looked at the white flag in my hand, and narrowed his eyes. What kind of trick are you planning on pulling this time? I knew exactly what he meant by this. If I answered wrong, I'd be turned to mush immediately. The man was far stronger than me, and I had no power to fight back. Here, I needed to draw out his curiosity, instead of surrendering. Hold on. I'm not about to attack. I just want to give something to you. I took out a protein pack from the vault. I had prepared this earlier in the event that a situation like this should arise. The warrior looked at me dumbfoundedly, then put his swords down on the ground to receive my gift. Where did you get this? I have an internet shopping ability. I can buy anything from our previous world as long as I have the cash. I can get it to be delivered anywhere I want it to as well. By telling him about my ability, I fulfilled the second condition. If someone who didn't know about my plans saw this, he'd think I was a fool for revealing my ability to him. I took a look at my wristwatch and continued talking. It kind of works like this. 3, 2, 1. 8 boxes of water appeared to my right. The warrior looked at the boxes silently. Get it now? How would I kill you with an ability like this? Let's talk. The warrior was a hero of war. He wouldn't kill a person who approached him without a weapon. He is suspicious, but he is only cautious of my actions at this point. I took a look at the shallow wounds all over his body, and edited my theory about his power. The man didn't seem to feel pain. No matter how used to pain one was, being cut by a sword would make the person flinch in pain a little bit, but he didn't show any of that. At first, I thought he just didn't feel anything, but if that was the case, people around him would have noticed. It probably would have been recorded as well. His sense of touch was fine. Seeing how he immediately responded to attacks from heat, he was capable of feeling heat as well. If that was the case, he didn't lose his senses. He lost the realness of life. He was quite similar to me in that regard. The feeling of life as opposed to death didn't seem very different. You almost felt disconnected from reality. If this was the same for the warrior, wounds must not matter to him as much. To him, it must be a lot like seeing his HP go down in a video game. In the same line of thought, the warrior probably never became scared of a monster that came for him. Any normal person would lose strength in their legs and plop down on the ground, but the warrior would be able to counterattack easily. This was his secret to staying alive in the battlefield. I almost forgot to ask. How does it feel to lose the realness of living after becoming an immortal? Seeing the visible change in the warrior's expression led me to believe that my theory was indeed correct. The cost of your power is the happiness in life, isn't it? Your power must be more like a curse than anything. The warrior tried to feign an emotionless face. I don't understand what you're trying to get at. So what? Get to the main idea. Do you just want to stall for time so that the soldiers can escape? If you want to kill more of them, go ahead. I'm not at all interested in the lives of others. Saying this should stop the warrior's movements for a bit. Killing more at this point would just get him marked as a brutal murderer. The warrior probably understood my implications. I just want you to listen to my story. You're immortal anyway, right? Spare me some of that time of yours. After thinking for a second, the warrior let out a mocking laugh. Why would I? I bit down on my e-cigarette. The Thunderbirds, each of them carrying a charge of 10 milliamperes, immediately began to stream down towards the earth at the speed of light. Chi-chi-chi. The rainwater began to conduct the electricity. The warrior seemed to have tried to resist the electricity for a second, then fell down like a log once the second Thunderbird hit the water. Unlike him, I was wearing rubber boots, which allowed me to stay unshocked. This is why you should be careful of telephone poles during monsoon season. TSK. Do you know how the muscles move? I looked down at the twitching warrior, and put the e-cigarette between my fingers. Let's say that this cigarette is myosin filament, the string of protein that forms the muscles in the body. I lessened the distance between my fingers slowly. As the actin filament inside the myosin filament begins to move, muscle contracts. This phenomenon can be recreated with a little bit of electricity as well. In 1780, an Italian biologist with the name of Luigi Galvani discovered that an electric shock to a frog's legs could cause the leg to contract. The situation wasn't really different here, except that this time I was using a live human instead of a frog. It doesn't matter how strong you became. You are still an organism. You might be able to stop bullets, but not electricity. The warrior's high magic resistance only allowed him to resist a little more electricity than others. Chi-chi-chi-chi. An electric bird struck the warrior's body again. I looked down at the warrior silently for a second before continuing to talk. Once you die, the cause of death is eliminated. In other words, as long as you don't die, status effects will continue to be in effect. Freezing current. Once an electric current over 60 milliamperes shocks the body, the nerves become paralyzed. This would happen to the warrior with an electric current at 110 milliamperes. I thought of the conversation I had with Necro and the Saint 2 days ago. This magic resistance thing. If it raises resistance towards heat and electricity, Wouldn't the term be a mistranslation? Instead of magic resistance, it should be. I couldn't really think of anything. The full definition of it would be resistance towards various attacks such as fire, electricity, and poison except kinetic energy. A thick armor might be able to block an arrow, but not fire. This is where magic resistance comes into play. Being able to block the arrow would be the defense stat, and the ability to block flames would be magic resistance. The reason why they're using such a term is because it's a word that people are used to seeing. After all, everyone's played a game at least once in their life. Necro nodded. The theory of it is correct. Electricity still works when you have high magic resistance. You just feel it less. But the thing is, how much would it work on the warrior? His body's different from the average man's, you know. His body might be completely resistant to electricity. The saint immediately shot this idea down. His bioelectricity would be completely messed up, then. His nerve center would become completely messed up and he'd start getting palpitations. Like a person whose pacemaker's been broken? Would a training to raise magic resistance lead to such drastic changes in the body? But if that were the case, wouldn't demon eyes work on him? I answered that question. Of course it'd work. But if it's too powerful, he'd die. If he dies, he revives. Once he becomes reset, he would temporarily become immune to the cause of death. Only then would the immortality work. Necro and the saint both popped a question mark over their heads. Their use of the oracle really was. Think about it. Invincibility and immortality don't have the same definitions, correct? Well, that's obvious, isn't it? They're different words. The saint nodded to Necro's comment. Do they still not get it? If the warrior was invincible, there wouldn't be cases where he'd even get hurt. But he's not invincible. He takes less damage thanks to his high defense stat, but there are records of him getting injured. I had read about this in the report. What happens when the warrior becomes completely burnt? Can you call the pile of ash alive? The saint answered immediately. That would be stretching the definition of life. What about when his brain's completely smashed? He can't think. Can you still call him alive? The two were quietly listening now. The reason why immortality is called immortality is because the warrior revives after every critical wound. In the end, he's still alive. This was the difference between invincibility and immortality. In other words, immortality completely relies on the results. If he doesn't die at all, you'd have to call him invincible, not immortal. If I try to make this even easier to understand, I began to draw in the air using the oracle. 1. A person who got stabbed by a spear in the head. If this person was invincible, this case wouldn't have happened in the first place. However, immortality is not invincibility. Because immortals can still suffer from damage, the spear would still go through the head. The person with immortality would be stabbed in the head and die. This would be death. Why? Because his brain turned to mush. It's not that you don't die because you're immortal. You die for a very short period of time, then revive. If you're not invincible, you have to go through this process at some point. The two let out exclamations of understanding at my drawings. Mr. Murderer, you're super bad at drawing. Thought it was drawn by an elementary schooler. Damn. I frowned and drew my second picture. 2. A person who fell after being stabbed in the head by a spear. The saint smiled mockingly at me. I ignored her and asked my question. What would the person do to recover from this situation? He'd remove the spear. Ah. Necro seemed to understand. You get it, then? That the cause of death gets removed? For immortality to work, it would have to remove the cause of death for the user, be it a spear, poison, fire, or anything else. In other words, as long as you feed enough electricity into his body to keep him paralyzed, even though he's not dead, it's possible to restrain the warrior. But of course, this wasn't something that would continue forever. I could only use this ability once every day, and I couldn't kill the warrior with an ability like this. I was just warning him. I was warning him that if he wasn't willing to listen, I would continue to restrain him. The warrior looked at me with hateful eyes from the ground. How scary. I know. I can only hold you down in this state, and once you die from lack of air, you'd revive. But, aren't you curious about how long I could do this to you? The electricity in the village disappeared. The thunderbirds would wait inside the clouds. The rain began to dissipate slowly. The ability users appeared above the rooftops to watch me and the warrior. Did their curiosity surpass their fear of death? Steam rose from the body of the warrior. And a second later, deathly black killing intent began to rise out of the warrior. The ability users nearby tensed up in fear. Huff! The warrior let out a deep breath and stood up without even twitching a muscle in his arms. He looked at me like a beast that was just about to lose control. I told you before. I'm only here to talk. You fought enough already, haven't you? Talk? His rumbling voice was quite the scary thing. I'd probably get smashed like mud if he just swung his arm at me right now. Well, it would be a trade more than anything, or something like that. Fine. I'll listen to your last words. But, if you say anything boring, just know that I'll kill you. Shouldn't that be a villain's line? Well, whatever. How was it? That feeling of just lying down on the ground like a dead body? Just because you don't feel the realness of life shouldn't mean that you don't feel the meaninglessness of it, right? Just like I did. The only fun I could have in life without realness was reading and talking. It must be the same for the immortal as well. What good was life if it wasn't fun? The warrior thought for a second, then threatened me in a low voice. I could make you experience it right now. Trying to solve everything with violence isn't ideal in the modern society, you know? It's time. Shit like that never works against nature. The warrior made a confused face. I snapped my finger in response. Ku. Kra'am. The earth shook, and the volcano released a huge amount of steam. The volcano. At a time like this. The ability users nearby looked at this with surprised faces. Of course, all this was acting for me. If it's possible to save a person's life with lies, it must be easier to kill with it as well. Well, I'll have to see if he would actually fall for a childish trick like this though. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. The Warrior and the Murderer. The warrior raised his voice for the first time. What do you think would happen if the magma of the volcano comes in contact with the underground water? Underground water. In professional terms, a phenomenon known as a hydrovolcanic eruption would occur. The body of water that the magma would come in contact with would turn into a gaseous state, increasing in volume rapidly. This would cause the volcano to erupt. Surprise appeared on his face for the first time. This was obvious. He must have dealt with many monsters in his life, but this probably was his first time dealing with nature. Of course, I was bluffing. It wasn't that making the volcano explode wasn't possible, but it just couldn't be done at the moment with the tools at hand. I could only bluff the explosion. The warrior let out a laugh after a moment of silence. Ha! Nice bluff. Think carefully. You saw what my power was, didn't you? I showed him my power just for this moment. Normally, it was extremely crucial that one did not tell others about his power. That wasn't the case for Heart of Gold. In fact, it was beneficial for me to tell the warrior about my power to confuse him. Heart of Gold. What I had ordered with this internet shopping ability was 1,500,000 gallons of water. This should make it possible for me to artificially create an eruption. Total cost of it was $1 million. It was enough water to fill a lake. Did you know? It's possible to come inside this town right now, but you can't exit once you enter. The only ones who could go outside were only a few of the teleporters. Our wizard created a barrier that's impossible to destroy even by your standards. Well, there are exceptions, so I suppose there might be a case where you escape successfully. I gave him the option of being able to escape alone, with a low success rate. But if you run away alone, what would happen to the villagers stuck in the village? Their only path to escape, the bridge, is cut off. They might be sheltered inside a bunker at the moment, but you should know as well as I do that bunkers don't do shit against magma. They're stuck. They can't escape. Would he humiliate himself by running away alone? Or would he become buried by the magma inside the village? You're dragging the villagers into this? The warrior glared at me with eyes filled with hate. To him, I was a villain who took the villagers hostage. But this time, the villain would win. As expected of a hero. You care more about the others rather than yourself. I thought of the saint when I mentioned the word hero. That pureness of hers was something that I'd never be able to attain. That made me want it even more. Don't worry about it too much. You wouldn't even be able to feel pain in the magma. You The man didn't come at me despite his rage. The word deal was holding him back. I came to a conclusion about your ability after observing it for quite some time. As long as you have memento mori, you won't die. Even when you get dropped into magma. The man was close to being a perfect immortal. I thought of something at that point. If I can't kill you, why don't I just put you in a state where you're basically dead? What was death? Despite having died, I was able to move in the real world, affecting other people in life. I would only be considered dead when I was unable to affect anyone in the world. A severance from society. A complete isolation from the world. This would be considered a form of death. The estimated volume of magma that is to erupt from Vulcar is 2,600 cubic kilometers. If you decide to keep fighting here, the villagers will all die. You'd be known as a coward who ran from battle. And you too would have to suffer within several thousand tons of magma for quite some time. Well, I suppose it doesn't matter, considering you can't feel much in life anymore anyway. He'd be able to survive somehow, but he couldn't tolerate the results. Because he's a hero. If you do something like that, then you too would. Me? I'm already dead. I took off my helmet for him to see. I looked into the warrior's widened eyes and lied to him. Please die for the sake of justice, warrior. Humans were greedy things. They always made choices that benefited themselves. Where would the warrior that couldn't feel the realness in life stand in this scale of life? I didn't even need to see the answer. He was a hero that cared more for others rather than himself. He would rather sacrifice his life rather than give up his honor. The good was basically an act of sacrificing oneself for others. Good people would sacrifice themselves to save others. But was this the right thing to do? As a failed product, I couldn't understand such a concept. The warrior thought for a second, then looked up at me with resolute eyes. If I die, can the villagers live? The humans chose life, and the warrior chose death. I could no longer see rage in the warrior's determined face. Rather, I saw a hint of happiness in it. I promise. I see. So this is the last time I'll be able to see the sky. The warrior looked up to the sky as he said this. The sky that was now devoid of clouds was bright blue. A hawk in the sky let out a screech. The warrior took out sword monster from the ground and gave me one of the swords. Talking any more at this point was useless. We both knew what we wanted. I took up the sword monster and looked at the warrior in the eyes. An exchange of sword strikes followed immediately after. It was a traditional battle. In order to allow the warrior to have his last wish to fight till the end, I participated in this petty play. He swung his sword, but the swings no longer had the strength it had before. He was probably adjusting to my strength. Probably in order to test my sword skills. In the end, I had managed to put my sword through the warrior. Very good. The warrior stepped back and kneeled. Unlike before, blood pooled under him to form a small puddle. I suppose I can rest now. It was silent. The audience became completely silent as they witnessed the death of the warrior. Chrono. Vaughn. Iris. Camus. Morto. The warrior uttered the name of his comrades. The adventurers he spent time with for 5 years. It was fun. The warrior made a boyish smile and closed his eyes. Star. How boring. I confirmed that Romeo Smith had died by checking his status screen. To think he'd call out the saint's name at the end. I had suspected it before. A normal party would have a healer included in it, but I couldn't find any. The strongest white wizard in the world probably got a request to join the heroes party at some point. Well, whatever. I wasn't related to it anyway. I pushed away the dead warrior's body and retrieved his equipment. The in 7 probably meant that the tool contained 7 weapons inside it. The others? I tried searching the body further, but couldn't find anything. Looks like they got destroyed in battle. I put all the items inside the vault and checked the appraisal amount. The numbers that I got were quite peculiar. I tried checking again, but nothing had changed. In total, this was about $505,300,000. Right. If items in video games could fetch a gigantic price, I suppose items in real life would fetch a price of at least this much. I stood up and bid farewell to Romeo's corpse. Immortality equals memento mori. Human, remember you must die. So it came true, after all. The warrior gave up on life. He denied his instincts to live. I suppose his death was an obvious conclusion then. I ripped off the white flag and used it to cover his body, because it looked quite filthy in that state. Watching the flag slowly turn red was quite the sight. Amazing. He killed the monster all by himself. People began to flock my way. Something that not even the death I could do. Who is he? Those clothes are the ones from the special task force? I found familiar faces when I looked around me. To my left was Necro, and to my right was the Saint. Unlike Necro, who had a huge grin on his face, the Saint was looking down at the floor with a trembling body, as if she was absolutely terrified of something. She stiffened up as her gaze shifted to Romeo's body. I could make out the emotion of self-loathing, and the denial of what had just happened on her face. If the price for immortality was the loss of realness to life, I wonder what the price for the Saint's power would be? I changed my attention to look at the black emotions beginning to writhe among the people. The people's enraged gazes refused to get off the warriors' bodies. Hoyoung, Sojil, Hyunyoung, Stephen, Pale, Frank, Diane, Sarah, Polini, Leonard, William, Jean, and I uttered the name of the people who died that might have had a good relationship with the survivors. There was something I wanted them to do. There was no one here that deserved to die. But the warrior, despite having killed all these people, would continue to be called a hero. It didn't take much to change rage into killing intent. I walked over to the Saint and motioned the people to do whatever they wanted with the body. Shouts and curses began to fill the area. Those with weapons began to take their rage out on the one that was already dead. Stab! Before anyone could stop them, the warrior's body was dirted with sword wounds and various waste. Ah! I stopped the Saint from running forward. The warrior mentioned your name. If you step out now, they'll think you were his comrade. I ignored my hand that was encased in holy flames, and kept talking. We all knew the warrior was going to die. The warrior feared death, but at the same time, he wished for it. I just pushed him a little bit. Some had something that they cherished more than life. Others considered the loss of dignity and honor to be a fate worse than death. And yet others had a wish they wanted to fulfill even at the cost of their life. Let me go. I let go of the trembling Saint. Now, Romeo resembled something more akin to a smashed tomato. This was how the warrior's story ended. How comical. I laughed silently at the mush of meat from behind the Saint. There were no hostages from the beginning. The villagers were taken out of the village from the very start. The only thing that was left here to die was an old dog that no one cared about. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. The Night of the Broken. The night of the warrior's death was almost horrifyingly silent. The mission was a success, which called for a celebration, but I suppose that couldn't really be a thing with the amount of blood it took to achieve this. I stayed in the stables as usual, with a book in hand, until the Saint came over to meet me with a body drenched in sweat. Mr. Murderer? So you were here after all. Something was off. But I really didn't care enough to find out more about it. Since I was born, I had never taken interest in a person other than myself. Due to this, I wasn't very happy about the Saint's surprise visit. The way to find the right answer? I answered her lazily as I kept reading. Who knows? It'd be different based on the problem at hand, wouldn't you think? The easiest method would be something close to the sieve of Eratosthenes. It's the easiest method of finding prime numbers. It's quite simple. You just net out the numbers that aren't prime numbers. You'll be left with the right answers by the end. Process of elimination works quite well. Because I could not kill, I loosened the definition of death. I tried putting the societal death as a form of death. The only reason why this plan succeeded was luck. As a person who chose to die, I didn't have any particular desire to live. This hero hunt was only a form of entertainment for me. The Saint stayed silent even when I was thinking all this. This is why conversations were boring. The responses of others were extremely slow compared to my thought process. It almost felt like I was living in a world of water. I saw the Saint open her mouth and realized that she was about to ask another question. If the warrior didn't choose death, what were you planning to do? Were you actually going to erupt the volcano? Who knows? I couldn't even make the volcano erupt using the method I told him. I can't deliver things underneath the volcano. If there was no empty space underground, the delivery wouldn't go through. Well, it's not like there was no way to make the volcano erupt, but still. Then, would you have given up? No. The reason why magma explodes is because there's pressure building up from the inside. It doesn't even have to be pressure from under the magma. I just need to apply sudden pressure to the magma. If I wanted the volcano to explode, I wouldn't have even ordered water. The level 1 ability of Heart of Gold already had infinite possibilities. I could sink a ship by ordering a huge amount of goods on it, or I could destroy a building in a similar manner. I continued talking. This is all just a theory in the end. The volcano might not have even erupted back then, causing my plans to be jeopardized. But I just need to change the equation a little bit or use a different method when something like that happens. In fact, I don't even need to cause the volcano to erupt. There was no need? I confessed everything to the frowning saint. I could have exploded a sector in the town with a bomb, then threatened the warrior with the villagers. The result of this would have been the same. I just used the volcano for artistic value. Just for that. Because I could, I did. That was all. Taking hostages. There really are no better ways to kill heroes, don't you think? People like the warrior never hesitate to give their lives for other people. I don't understand it myself, but I assume there's some kind of logic involved with their line of thought. Well, but then again, they might not be thinking logically at all. I see. The saint listened to me quietly, then declared something with a loud voice. I forbid you from taking hostages from now on. Why? It wasn't like I'd have any problems with that, but it didn't make sense. Even when I understood the thought process of the saint, I thought it was quite strange. The saint spoke to me with a desperate tone. It's not right to play around with a person's life. Please stop it. You're such a hypocrite. Didn't you take part in killing Romeo? Don't try to ignore your own sins. The saint responded to my reproach as such. Who's Romeo? She asked me this with blurred eyes, as if she had become a different person altogether. You sure you've slept enough? I'm completely fine. Slept enough. How strange. Her eyes were sick for a person who had slept, and her forehead had drops of sweat streaming down it. Romeo Smith. That was the warrior's name. Remember? I don't know anyone like that. A blank response void of any emotion. I realized something was terribly wrong, and began to relay more information to her. The undying sword dancer. The warrior. His name was Romeo Smith. An American. He was one of the members of the Heroes Party, and was also your former comrade. The person who loved you. You're saying quite a lot of strange things. The saint smiled like a sickly patient. You're the one who needs more sleep, huh, Mr. Murderer? The warrior's name isn't Romeo Smith, it's... What the hell is that name? I heard it, but I couldn't even begin to try to pronounce it. It was almost as if the translator was returning broken text back to me. I realized the weight of the situation, and contacted Necro immediately. A bit later, the man ran towards us with a clatter. Morto. Necro uttered the saint's name with a saddened voice as he came up next to her. I could see that he was desperately trying to hide his face that seemed to be on the verge of tears. This wasn't like him. The saint didn't seem to notice that though, and asked an innocent question to Necro. What is it? It's nothing, it's nothing. Necro spoke to her with a soft and caring voice, as if he was taking care of a small child. You must be tired. You should get some sleep. I'm not that sleepy. I've already slept enough as a matter of fact. Still, go sleep some more. All right, then. The saint turned to me and waved her arms. Mr. Murderer, please have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow. I watched her quietly, then eventually waved back with a kind smile. Star. At a table on the first floor of the inn. Necro explained to me that this condition of hers began about 2 years ago. Autobiographical memory distortion, was it? The condition is pretty damn strong for her, though. Is that so? Memory isn't perfect. Humans were made to remember only the happy things in life, and occasionally reformat certain memories in life. Then what about Morto's ability? Total recall. It was abnormal to have perfect memory as a human. It wasn't natural. Even my brain, the palace of memory, wasn't able to recall everything that I see and hear perfectly. The saint's ability was closer to an error in this world. That was because perfect memory would make someone be able to recall the worst of the worst memories in perfect condition. This was both a great advantage and a disadvantage. No, it was a flaw that couldn't be fixed. Just think about it. You can't forget horrid memories that you desperately want to forget. A person like that has no choice but to go crazy. Even meds can't fix something like this. Don't worry too much about it, I guess? This won't affect our mission one bit. That horrid memory that Necro was talking about couldn't be Romeo Smith's death. It was something darker than that. Something that was dark and unsightly enough to render the saint into this state. I didn't bother asking any more though. A failure of a product like me never had any interest in other people in the first place. Such things were worthless. I just hoped that Necro would get done with this talk as fast as possible. I half listened to Necro's story, then interrupted him in the middle of his story. I get it. So it's a form of memory distortion? The saint loses her memory of a person when someone close to her dies. Because the death of those she didn't know didn't make her sad. Because the deaths of those on the other side of the world didn't matter to her. That's good. Because I'm already dead, because I'm a dead person, she'd never forget about me. Well, I suppose that doesn't matter, does it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. How to kill time. The next day, we enlisted the help of Demonic Walker to move to the Zyman Desert. Our destination this time was the Arachne's Nest, a city built by summoned people atop a giant mechanical spider. This was where our next target, the thief, lived. His power was time manipulation, an ability that allowed him to see into the future. This probably allowed him to foresee our arrival. The members of the special task force weren't used this time, at my request. Ha! Coup! I can only take you this far. I can't teleport inside the Arachne's nest, because, the Arachne has a barrier cast around it. Demonic Walker was drenched in sweat, despite the cold weather. It seemed that he used a large amount of his stamina to get us this far. Wow, you're pretty useful. Sure you can't stay with us for the rest of the mission? Demonic Walker smiled tiredly at Necro's words. Huff. It's not like I can leave the front lines for long, after all. But if you do contact me at some point, I'll be sure to find time to come down. I could tell what was going on. The teleporters probably got tasked with the supplies. Because their numbers decreased, the amount of work they had to do probably increased as well. Losing one in the front lines would probably be a massive loss. Necro put his hand on the Demonic Walker's shoulder to praise him. Oh, right. I didn't think about that. This is good enough. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you. I'll be going back then. Right, alright. I'll see you next time. Demonic Walker stepped back and saluted the three of us. Work hard. Storm. He's loud. And what's up with his eyes? He's looking at me with eyes filled with admiration. Was it because I got revenge for him? Because I killed the warrior? His eyes were quite annoying. Once Demonic Walker left, I put up a giant container building on top of a hill. The building itself was worth $1,500,000. Necro and the Saint let out an audible gasp when they saw what I did. There was no need to buy a tent if I had all this money. Plus, there were still 8 hours till the land spider would arrive. I was planning on analyzing time manipulation in this house. I went inside and opened the report on the thief at the kitchen table. The man's name was Chronohistoria, which roughly meant history of time in English. I kept reading his report and ended up stopping at a certain place. He was discriminated against because he was black? The Saint, who had been making a cup of hot cocoa for herself, answered my question. Racism exists in this world as well, after all. Well, rather than be discriminated for his skin color, it was more because he couldn't hide the fact that he was from a different world. Wait, he was discriminated against because he was from a different world? It's not that surprising, is it? Discrimination is born out of differences. Those of different worlds have been looked at with a positive light thanks to the hero, but it was pretty darn bad back then. I haven't even heard of such a thing happening in the history textbooks. Just 30 years ago, people from other worlds were lower than slaves. It was common enough to hear about them waking up without any of their limbs after drinking some tea in an inn. So I guess I came at the right time. The Saint clicked her tongue at that. People are still dying because of discrimination around the world, and you still have the gall to say that, Mr. Murderer? Why wouldn't I? If you don't like it, you might as well strike down the forces of evil yourself. But you won't do it, right? Because it's dangerous. You can act like a good person, but you can't do good when it really counts. Ouch. Words like those are unfair. Who cares? I ignored the saint and continued to read the report. The thief's stats didn't seem all that outstanding compared to the warrior. His skills weren't really anything either. Apart from that, Grand Thief's Vault, an artifact that could only be earned by a thief that gained recognition from God, appears in the form of a tattoo on the back of the hand. The left hand stores objects in a different dimension, and the right hand summons the objects that the left hand took. It was an ability similar to my vault. He must have amassed his money there. According to the reports, the amount of cash he has should easily be above $200 million. His items didn't seem normal either. Unrestrainable equals Pathbreaker, rank C. Shoes that makes it impossible to restrain the mobility of the user. It becomes impossible to forcefully move or stop the user of these shoes. It is possible to walk on walls, ceilings, water, and even air with these shoes. How fitting for the thief. It allows him to escape traps easily. Shadowcrow equals Gramscian, rank C. A magic weapon that can be worn like a cloak. It was created using the spirit form of the beast Gramscian. Shadow feathers. It is possible to throw the shadow feathers on the cloak like a knife. It is no different from a normal knife, but those hurt by the feather will become cursed. No matter how the knives are thrown, the knives will never fail to hit its target. Shadow restraints. If the feathers hit the shadows of its target, the target will become unable to move. The feathers shouldn't be able to pierce Hergenmal. I suppose I just have to be careful of shadow restraints then. Colored Dragon Armor, rank C. A set of leather armor comprised of a jacket and pants. It was made with the leather of the colored dragon. Chameleon. It is possible for the user to either appear to look like something else or become invisible altogether. It would be annoying if he decides to hide with that. Well, I suppose I could use information if that ends up happening. The Living Centipede Spear equals Harashabok, rank A. Batesian mimicry of a centipede-like insect. It was found in the nest of the corrupt king of hell. Centipede poison. The spearhead is coated with saliva with paralyzing and corroding qualities. Avarice ignores all magical barriers, and once it stabs a target, it refuses to get out until the target is dead. It was a reddish-black spear slightly longer than the average dagger. The centipede legs on the spear must allow it to both cut into the enemy, and allow the spear to dig into the enemy at the same time. I probably couldn't block it with my spear. After taking a look at the thief's stats, I turned the page. Time manipulation equals Knife Edge Present, an ability that controls time. LV.1 Historic Eyes. LV.2 Clairvoyant Eyes. LV.3 Slow. LV.4 Acceleration. LV.5 Time Stop. LV.6 Reverse. Oh dear. The level of the power was quite low, but it seemed to be a lot harder to tackle compared to Memento Mori. This was quite the lineup of abilities. How do I beat this? The abilities listed here were too powerful. It was possible to slow someone's movements, or accelerate their movements to the point of aging them to death. Stopping time can be used as a defense mechanism. And of course, the ability that I was most curious about was level 5. Time Stop. How would the thief be able to move if time was stopped? Air wouldn't move if time completely stopped, right? Would it be possible for others to sustain injuries while time is stopped? The biggest question is, how long can he stop time for, is it not? Necro seemed to have read my thoughts, and asked me this. Well, that's a problem as well. I suppose it'd be better for all of us to talk about it. About if it's even possible to stop time. Well, I suppose he uses it because it works. The saint nodded to that. As I thought, these two are no help. I looked at the two with pitiful eyes, and unloaded my question. Let's disregard the fact that we wouldn't be able to move while time is stopped. We need to consider other things first. If time stops for real, air would become harder than concrete, you know? Air. Because molecules of gas stop mid-air, they manage to become the strongest material that never shatters under any circumstance. Necro made a confused face. That actually kind of makes sense? That's why we need to consider if time stops actually work in the first place. Would it actually be possible for someone to stop the time in the entire universe for himself? The scale was far too big. Fact 1. There isn't just one variant of time. Each moving object possesses its own perception of time. Perception of time. What's that? The time for Earth that revolves around the sun. The time for the person on this Earth. The time for the person on the moon. All these are different. It just seems like time is working all at the same time for them, because the scale of it is so small. It appeared in movies a lot. Characters would go on journeys in space faster than light, and come back to find their child die of old age by the time they come back. The Rip Van Winkle effect. Also known as the Urashima Taro effect. If he really is able to stop time, he'd have to be able to affect all the perspectives of time for all the objects in this world other than his. Such a thing is impossible. Well, it is possible, though? So what's up with that? I was able to come up with a simple theory. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. Time Stop and Eyes of Clairvoyance. Acceleration. Acceleration? It seems that my explanation wasn't sufficient. I guess saying just one word doesn't really help. I decided to explain everything to them slowly. Think about it in a different way. While someone's perspective of time moves at a second at a time, your perspective of time moves infinitely. To others, it would be like time was stopped by you. An ability that accelerates your perspective of time infinitely. I think that's what time stop really is. Well, it's cool and all, but nothing changes, does it? It's still stopping time. The saint shook her head at that. If we think about Mr. Murderer's theory for a second, there are essentially two ways time can be stopped. Stopping the world around you, and accelerating your perspective of time. These are two very different things. What do you think would happen if you pushed someone when time is stopped? The saint understood exactly what I was trying to say, and even knew where I was trying to go from here. What do we call a person like this? An intelligent hominid? Necro thought for a second before answering. Wouldn't the person just fall down? Probably. Correct. But why? Time stopped. I continued. If the world is stopped, the person won't fall down despite having time stopped. Airs is stopped in the first place, so you wouldn't even be able to move. If the perspective of time is accelerated, time is not truly stopped in the first place, so it's possible to interfere with objects in the world. I see, I get it. So time really isn't stopped in the first place? But this doesn't really change the fact that you can't deal with it, right? No. You can deal with it. If you have a high defense stat, the thief won't be able to do much to you despite having time stopped, but just like Romeo Smith. I could buy an ability related to defense using Heart of Gold, but since I don't have mana, it's impossible to use it 24/7. That's why I was thinking of utilizing Salvation. If I had the effects of Salvation on me, all the damage I sustained would be transferred to the Saint. The Saint would be able to tank all the damage with her high health and health regeneration. So it's finally my time to shine, huh? The Saint put on airs when I mentioned that I would need her powers. Why is she like this? She's involved in a plan to kill a comrade of hers. Ah. How stupid of me. I only realized why now. Because the memories about the warrior were modified, it was obvious that the memories of the thief, the fighter, the summoner, and the hero would be modified as well. Otherwise, there would be a huge contradiction in her memories. She might be smiling and laughing like this now, but her brain had several screws loose already. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. The plan is simple. I'm protecting myself with Hergenrol, and under Salvation, I will try and kill the thief. If you two end up meeting the thief, the plan is called off. Disguise yourself, make yourself go invisible, do anything to hide yourselves. I'll separate from you guys once we enter the Arachne. This was the reason I asked the rest of the task force to not take part in this mission. We needed to have the least amount of variables involved here. Necro crossed his arms with a thoughtful face. So you want us to hide and watch from afar? What, you don't like it? I love it. It means we'd be able to get credit for the mission without doing anything. The Saint brightened as well. So does that mean we can play in the casino? What useless human beings. I sent off a healthy amount of disappointment to the two with my eyes, and asked the Saint a question. Arachne has a casino, . Yes, the world's biggest casino. The upper floors are all hotels, but the view's absolutely breathtaking. As long as you keep Salvation turned on, I have no problems with what you do. It doesn't have a set range, does it? It works even if you're tens of thousands of light years away. If you lose consciousness, it gets cancelled. This doesn't make me feel safe. Don't fall asleep. I won't. That's good. The only thing left now is the Eyes of Clairvoyance. Eyes of Clairvoyance. The ability to see into the future. If the thief could see the future, all my plans would be read by him. He wouldn't fall for traps or tricks, meaning no plans would work on him. How do I deal with this? The other side knows that we will attack, and we know that the other side is prepared. The problem here lies with the fact that we don't know how accurate the eyes are. I organized my thoughts. If the thief could see the future, why didn't he ask for his comrade's assistance? If he knew about Romeo's impending death, why didn't he alert the man about it? If I try theorizing why this was the case. 1. The eyes of clairvoyance can't really see into the future. This can be refuted easily just by looking at the thief's past actions. The hero's party always managed to avoid traps at a critical moment. 2. He has bad relations with his comrades. Would that really be the case for comrades he spent several years with? The reason why they're apart is because they took down the Demon King. Because their adventure was over, they'd go back to their normal lives. They can't stick together forever. 3. He doesn't know about the warrior's death. Because information is controlled, the death of the warrior was not known to the public. Even so, this was something that people would discover with time. Does he have a limit on how far he can see into the future? 4. He saw himself dying if he helped the warrior. Probably not true, considering the amount of power we had. If two braves get together, the difficulty of killing them would multiply by 10. All wrong. I asked the saint a question out of slight desperation. How far do you think he can see into the future? Who knows? The report didn't show a clear limit on how far he could see. After thinking a little bit, the saint asked for a newspaper. Can I have an old newspaper? I've never bought something like that. Would it work? I asked her to wait, and searched for a newspaper with my ability. I got a result immediately. Unlike the other products, it appeared instantly when I bought it. August 23, 1783. You wanted this, right? Yes. The saint nodded and pointed at one of the articles. Landslide erases mountain town in one night. According to my memory, the hero's party was just 15 kilometers away from this town at the time. If Chrono could see the future of the village, he would have prevented this from happening. Are there situations similar to this happening? I know of 8 similar cases. Of course, it might be that he never knew about this from the start or that he didn't want to take risks, but... I continued her theory. Romeo. No, if you think about the warrior, this would fit. The thief cannot predict everything. The warrior did not foresee his death. It didn't seem like he knew it was coming from the start. In other words, the thief didn't know of the warrior's death, and failed to warn the warrior about it. This was the answer. If he knew all about the future, his ability wasn't clairvoyance, it was omniscience. Would a person really be able to see through all possibilities of the future at once like a god? Would he have enough time for that? Clairvoyance was, in the end, an ability to foresee a recording of the future. Looking into it requires one to invest that much time into it. But that would be impossible. Life was a video that was 1,000,000 hours long. Because time for a human is finite, it's impossible to watch all the movies in the world. Even at 2 times the speed. Such a feat is impossible. With this, I could organize the thief's weakness in one line. The thief cannot see all of the future, and the only future he can see is the future he saw with his very eyes. This was all but a theory. I needed to test if I was right or not. Necro took a look at the words that I wrote, and gave me his own opinion. How the hell is that a weakness? You can't catch the thief with that. It's simple. I don't know if it would actually work, but if it does, the whole process won't even take a day. Did I say something strange? The two became a little strange when they heard me. Almost like they just heard a joke. What? It's not like he's unkillable. This was different from Romeo. I had finished my inspection of this world, and I had enough cash. The saint carefully opened her mouth. Isn't that a little too much, even in your standards? What about it? There are a bunch of things that can't be won even if you turn back time. I just have to work it out like that. HM? A game that can't be won even by modifying time? What's that? Go. Never played it? The Saint and Necro both shook their heads. Star. The land spider should arrive soon. I put the house back in the vault and looked over the horizon. I wonder if it'll work well this time. This is a little concerning. What is it? What are you concerned about now? I pushed away the saint and thought of the biggest problem in this plan. A theory of a theory. It was pretty much like building a tower of cards on top of empty air. In the case that the castle in the air didn't have any support under it, I needed to come up with other alternatives. If the method employed for time stop was different than I thought, the plan would fail completely. Of course, if the future is set, all attempts to fight are useless. As I thought about the direction of my plans, I was able to see a giant object appearing over the horizon. Land Spider. A giant machine that was first made to transport supplies in war. To think it'd be able to move with a city on its back. It really made me realize how amazing magic was. The land spider appeared with its 6 legs, and began to pass the cliff under us. Let's go. I jumped down the cliff after motioning for the others to follow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. The Ghost Forest. A man thought to himself as he looked down at a hologram of a forest. I'm going to lose anyways. Chrono foresaw that someone would target his life, and decided to hire multiple specialists to assist him. One of these specialists was the young man here, the strategist. The one who was providing him the map of the forest was his partner, the observer. I got the money, so I'll still do my best, but I can't help but feel a little down. To think I'd have to try my best despite knowing that I'd lose. He had asked Chrono why he'd lose, but he couldn't get a proper answer out of the man. Instead, Chrono simply decided to give him a huge number of talented individuals. The Ghost Forest, unknown cause, fragile, caveman, unarmed, modeler, orderless. There were 2 irregulars here as well. The beings known to be in the brave class. He wants me to use monsters like those? In the end, the only thing I can do for these people is to put them all in the right places for them to showcase all of their power. It was amateurish to rush in and show all your cards right at the beginning. The first battle was to roughly measure the enemy's strength. The very first thing I'll use will be the most useless. The merc group that's only good for sniping, the Ghost Forest. Despite having created this plan a year back, the strategist reviewed his plan with an unsatisfactory face. Because his loss was already set in stone. The strategist looked into the observer's map with a frown. They really came at the right time. He couldn't see the faces of the killers. It was probably a magic that disrupted recording magic. Why? Why's the wizard? The strategist began to think deeply as he looked at the censored videos. The wizard's final goal was to reach the absolute truth, in other words, become a god. There was absolutely no need for the wizard to hunt heroes of the past era. Damn. I probably won't ever be able to know. After all, I'm going to lose no matter what I do. The strategist sighed loudly to himself and gave orders to the Ghost Forest. Star. The sun came up as the mist of dawn settled on the ground. I felt killing intent from the forest below us, and told the 2 that there were ambushers around us. There were 4 seconds left until we landed. I could see the lights from bullets being shot coming from the forest. 0.1, 0.6, 1.3, 1.9 seconds. Pie-in. A bullet that came for my head hit the gloves of Hergenrol. 2.4, 2.8, 3.3. I could hear the gunshot. Based on the time difference between the bullet and the gunshot, the attacker and I were about 1/122 apart. There were 8 enemies to the northwest. I landed on the ground with a roll, and immediately hid behind a tree. So this is how they're planning on doing this. As expected of the thief. He's hiding somewhere safe while he gets his underlings to do the dirty work for him. A hide-and-seek with someone who can see the future. He'll probably appear the moment he's confident that he can take care of me without dying. Star. The temperature of the forest can go into negatives at times. Enough to let frost develop over the leaves. We missed the first shot. The sniper threw a potion far away from himself after sending the report to the strategist. After all, if the other side had a skilled wizard, they'd be able to detect the mana within the potion. But he was too late. 2 kilometers away, Morto had already detected all traces of mana in the forest. And if she could see it, so could Jean. He probably already went on his way towards his targets. The strategist realized this immediately. Fast. Do they have an ability to observe the entire forest like the observer can? Of course, the strategist couldn't see mana. He could only use contextual clues to try to guess the reason for failure. Message the Ghost Forest. Focus on preserving your forces. Move from your positions and get to your rendezvous point. The strategist's power was Battle Command. An ability that allowed him to look at the statuses of those under him, and allowed him to send messages to them from afar. The snipers began to split away from each other. Mana wave detected. Target 2 is casting magic. The observer sent the strategist a video after detecting something. The smallest of the 3 killers was casting magic. Are they trying to hide? Or? Fog spewed out of the wizard's body, which began to cover the entire battlefield. Ghost Forest, we're retreating. The observer's voice became nervous. Target A is moving towards Route D at a speed of 37 meters per second. The strategist fell silent as he watched a red dot move across the map. That's human? This was far more than what he had expected. There were multiple traps set in the escape routes that the snipers were using. These traps weren't something that could be found very easily either. But the enemy was moving at 37 meters per second in a dense forest whilst avoiding all these traps. I'll have to create a new plan for this. He had already heard that snipers won't work. The first attacks were always used to taunt the enemy to make them a little more unguarded. This first battle was made to lead the enemy into a field of traps using the snipers. Damn! To think we'd fail so quick. The strategist gripped his pen as he watched the blue dots of his allies disappear from the map. In the end, all the blue dots on the map had gone out. Soon enough, a pi-dash sound that signaled the death of the ghost forest went off. 27 minutes and 35 seconds. This was the time it took for 8 specially trained snipers to die to just 3 killers. We didn't even get to find out about their powers. Should I just go all out here? No. The risk is too big. We might get completely wiped out if we do that. The first and foremost thing that ability users had to do in battle was to figure out each other's power. The strategist, who wasn't even able to accomplish this, ground his teeth. Is this why Chrono didn't tell me about the future? To get rid of uncertainties? If I just used the plan from the instance of the future where I succeeded, I would have won. He probably didn't tell me anything because no matter what I'd do, I'd lose. The pen in his hand broke. Damn it. I can't take it. To think I'd have to make a new plan. I'll have to try to balance out my forces versus their fighting capabilities properly. The strategist asked the observer a question. The targets? Escaped. Change the screen to camera 1, the town, and use the rest of the resources to pick out a new face. The observer remembers the looks, habits, and clothing of everyone in this town. This was the result of a year of planning. You won't be able to escape surveillance even if you disguise as someone else. I wonder if they're relying on something like the eyes of clairvoyance as well. I wonder who they are. The observer immediately put up the casino as a hologram as soon as the strategist motioned him to do so. They already knew where their enemies would be staying at. Chrono had informed them at least this much. We'll have to end this at the next battlefield. The strategist threw away his broken pen and picked up a new one. Star. I took off the tracker from the sniper's body and sent a message to Necro. How are you doing on your end? Did you let one live? I got 2 just in case, but why? Are you planning on torturing them for info? The thief knew of our arrival, as I thought. The reason for him placing the snipers in the beginning was probably to check out our abilities. Since this has failed, the thief might use his entire force to take us down in the next battle. Leave one. The others can die. All right. The Saint? She's on standby somewhere else. As I thought, this guy was a lot like me. At least, his thought process was. I told him that I'd contact him later, then looked down at the fainted sniper below me. He really did look like an average person once you took his mask off. I wonder how this person thinks and speaks. Wake up. The sniper woke up surprised when I slapped his cheek. I pushed him to a tree behind him. Ever been tortured before? The sniper widened his eyes and shook his head. Anything that you'd like to say before being tortured? When I pressed the button on the electric drill in my hand, it began to spin loudly. The sniper shouted frantically as soon as he saw this. I'll talk. I'll say everything. I didn't want this. I thought he'd be someone more loyal. I wouldn't be able to tell if he was speaking the truth if he gave up so quickly. I tried drilling a hole into the tree behind the sniper as a test. Crack. Hi. The sniper's pants became wet. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything, so? Please. The sniper was full of tears. I really can't trust a reaction like this. Humans were beings that you were supposed to be suspicious of at all times. There was no way I'd trust information from a man like this. I took out a lighter. The sniper flinched when I opened its cap. He must feel nervous. I'll have to do it. What? What? No. Don't. I'll tell you everything. Can't trust you. I swear in the name of God. I put my family's name on it. Worthless. Those were all worthless things. No need to swear on anything. Ever heard of the barbecue murderer? What? He would tie people to a steel cross that he made, and would slowly roast people on it as he ate them as they cooked. The victims wouldn't even be able to die because their cuts would be seared immediately. Hi. I'll say everything. Please. Trust me. The 48th murderer that I killed worked like this. His heart was currently stored in a jar of formaldehyde in the former world, along with all my other collections. There are many ways to torture people, but I have no doubt that this is the best out of them all. The physical pain is you get roasted alive, and the mental pain is they get eaten in front of them. Please remember though, I have no hard feelings towards you. I just want reliable information. The best way to get that is through torture, which is the reason why I'm doing this. The sniper's teeth began to clatter together. His clothes had become completely wet due to his sweat. I wonder if he'll say the truth now. I've seen people who manage to lie even in a situation like this, though. That's why I caught two. To compare and contrast the information that I get out of them. I was joking. I turned off the lighter. There's no way I'd do that to a fellow human? The sniper's face was still stiff. Well, you'll still die here, but you have the choice between getting roasted to death or being killed quickly without pain. I'll give you the time to decide. You should have been ready for a fate like this the moment you aimed your gun at someone, right? The sniper paled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. Unknown cause. 10 minutes later. I thought to myself after having killed the sniper painlessly. After comparing the information from the two snipers, I found that the information that I had gotten previously was all true. The ones who attacked this time were a group of trained snipers known as the Ghost Forest. There were 7 ability users hired other than them. It wasn't excessive, but at the time, it wasn't too little either. The thief had decided that this was enough. This was the moment when the theory of him being able to see only his own future. Right before I got out of the forest, I sent the Saint and Necro an updated version of the theory. If we fit the pieces together, 1. The thief does not know of the warrior's death. 2. He decided that he could end this by himself. 3. He's confident that it would take just 16 ability users to escape death. A single conclusion could be reached using this theory. The thief can see up to the moment of his death. He can see the changed future he would get by hiring ability users, but he can't see the moments after his death. So I suppose it's like this? I managed to use the oracle to draw a presentation in the air. 1. The first timeline, the killer appears. The thief, having not seen his future, dies. The thief cannot see past this point, as he is dead. 2. The second timeline, the thief sees into the future. He sees the first timeline. He tries to create a trap, but fails. The thief dies. He cannot see past this point. 3. The 2+nth timeline, the thief sees into the future. He sees the second timeline. The thief realizes that traps won't work on the killer, and tries a different method. This method is to hire ability users. Manages to kill the killer. The thief lives. The thief can see images past this point, as he is alive. For the present, after seeing the multiple possibilities of the future, the thief confirms the method of being able to stay alive. The thief hires the ability users. The present time. You get it? The thief can only see the first, the second, and the 2+nth timeline. He can't see the future of the present that hasn't occurred yet. Necro shouted at my kind explanation. What the hell are you on about? I don't get it at all. It's simple though. Even the saint seemed confused this time. What? It's simple? It's not? I'm pretty smart compared to other people, and if even I don't get it, it just means that you delivered it wrong. So it's still complicated. The fact that these two made it seem like all this was my fault sickened me a little bit. I decided to make an analogy instead. Alright. Then. You've played RPG games with save functions before, right? Yeah. RPG games. The saint nodded as well. My character's standing at the entrance of a cave. Behind me is the outside world, and in front of me are 2 paths. Both of them are connected to the exit. First, we save here. Okay. Save. You go to the left path first. But on the way, you encounter a bridge with a monster at the other side that's far stronger than you. You fight, you die. Right now, you just don't have the time to level up enough to beat this monster. What should you do, then? You'll have to load back to the save point. Right. You loaded back. You now know that the path to the left is a failure. The you of the present knows that you need to go to a different path. This is the second timeline. Necro nodded. Now, let's try going right. But even then, there's a high-leveled monster guarding the other side of a bridge. What the hell? Do they get a hard-on for bridges or what? In any case, I know that I'd die if I fight. That's why I decide to make a trap. For example, I'd make the monster come across the bridge, and I'd destroy that bridge. Oh, then what happens? Oh dear. The monster can fly. Game over. You'd have to load back again. Now, what would you do then? Necro thought for a second, then told me what he thought with a suspicious voice. I'd either give up, or find ways to kill the monster. Correct. This is the 2+nth timeline. I keep trying new methods of killing the monster. I try using fire, and even resort to poison. In the end, I realize something. Why not hire some mercs in town? Ah. Necro let out a gasp. Now, we're still at the 2+nth timeline. I hired mercenaries, and went to kill the monster. We did manage to kill it, but the cost was far too big. My arm was cut off, even. This game doesn't have any healing magic, so it can't really be healed. What would you do? Well, I go back to the save point and hire more mercenaries. Right. And that's the present timeline. I would be the monster in this present situation. But look. When you go through the left path, you don't know what's going to be at the exit. This is the same for the right path as well. Because you died both times before managing to get there. But, what happens if you manage to kill a monster with one of your arms gone? You'd know what's on the other side of the exit, right? Because you managed to survive that far. Of course. What about now, after you hired more mercenaries? Wouldn't you still know what's on the other side of the exit? Because you saw it already? I shook my head. Wrong. Would it really look the same? Because you hired more mercenaries, you might not lose your arm, and there might not be much blood on the floor as a result. The location of the sun might be changed. It might be noon, or even morning. Because you killed the monster faster. Now do you get that the thief can only see the first, the second, and the 2+nth timeline? He can't see the future of the present that hasn't occurred yet. Why couldn't you have explained everything like this from the start? I would have gotten a little frustrated if he didn't get that, thank God he did. If the thief manages to make it so that everything moves according to the 2+nth future where he manages to succeed, then I die. Because of that, I'll start working with the assumption that I die for sure. What I'm aiming for is the thief's inability to see situation 4. The present. The future is not set in stone yet. Star. We split up once we exited the forest. Necro and the Saint went into the casino hotel, and I decided to go to the town square. What I was looking for was a quick win. I had told the two to escape the moment I fail. If everything goes according to plan, the one to kill the thief would be me. And the thief's target would become me as well. Because he knew that I would be going to the town square, it was likely that he would have stationed mercenaries here already. And it was as I thought. I realized a little too late as I observed the square when I had a blade stuck in my head. When? Where? How? It didn't feel like I had been attacked. I couldn't feel pain because I was dead, but there was no way I wouldn't have noticed an enemy attack. It almost felt like I had a knife in my head from the start. If I was alive, I would have died without even realizing why. Just what is this ability? Could it be time control? Or an attack that was far too fast for the eyes to see? No, the attempt was too weak for such abilities. I took out the knife, and tried to see if it was a special item of sorts. It was a cheap knife that could be found anywhere. Being able to pierce Hergenwell with just this, so an ability was involved, after all. The wound on my head disappeared instantly, thanks to the Saint's salvation ability. She must be in quite a lot of pain at the moment. I ran forward, in order to lure the unknown ability user near me. He would have no choice but to follow if he were to attack. I was observing everyone in the town using the floating eye. Anyone who'd get close to me would be the enemy. I could open up their status screens, then attack the most suspicious one out of all of them. But this wasn't a good method. Because this was a town of people who came from different worlds. Everyone here was an ability user. I approached a person nearest to me, then put my finger on his neck. The man looked back in surprise. Eh? Who the hell are you? It's not him. His heart wasn't beating fast enough. I couldn't differentiate anyone special in the crowd either. I ignored the surprised man next to me, and took out a pistol and a knife from the vault. The man ran away. I aimed the gun at the people who had their backs turned to me. Let's see. He should be here somewhere. Bingo! I threw my knife at the enemy who was drinking coffee at a cafe terrace. Ugh! The old gentleman quickly tried to run. I jumped up to the floor he was on and grinned as I placed 8 throwing knives between my fingers. Found you. The people in the cafe all ran away screaming for their lives. The old gentleman looked up at me with a confused face. Jay, just what did I do to you? I took a look at his status screen. His power was called Unknown Cause. It was probably an ability that hid the cause of an action, or ignored the cause and jumped straight to the effect. It probably worked like this. Cause, throws a knife. Effect, gets hit by a knife. If you hide the cause, it just looks like only the effect was left. I was hit with a knife, but didn't see the cause of this effect at all. Your pupils didn't move despite the fact that I had my gun aimed at everyone. You were too calm, you know? This is what makes killers so weak. The surprised expression on the old man melted away. The next moment, my right arm fell off of my body. Smoke and black blood began to spew out of the wound. You managed to find out with just that, good job. But did you really think you could win with just that? The old man didn't do anything. He was still sitting on his chair. A normal person would have died in one shot. Life never goes as one expects it to. He doesn't just hide causes, but he can ignore them as well? The item that the old man was holding was Blessed Saint's knife. It only had 10 attack. The reason why he was able to pierce me despite that was the fact that he ignored the cause that blocked the knife. In other words, he ignored the armor altogether. If I shot him, but failed to kill him, he might ignore the fact he got shot as well. I slowly approached the relaxed old man. Even now, I was being pierced and cut by his knife. But that didn't matter, as long as he didn't destroy my body completely. That was how strong the saint's ability was. Eh? The old man had his head gripped by my hand and frantically tried to escape. He cut away at my arm and body with his knife, but the wounds disappeared instantly. They must have been transferred to the saint. I slowly applied pressure to the man's head. Even if he could ignore a cause for something, he could only do it for a specific amount of time. If time was a long roll of bread, a cause was a cross-section of a part of this bread. The old man's ability could only get rid of this one cross-section. If I applied pressure on this bread from both sides slowly, the man would have to cancel out the cause infinitely, but power came at a cost. Even if you erase the cause for having your skull destroyed little by little, you can't ignore the flow of time. I suppose this is enough. I threw the smushed brain down on the floor, and cleaned my hand with a bottle of water. I had thought someone else would come and attack me, but it just turned out to be one person. There ended up being no point to me being so on guard. I ignored the people that were beginning to crowd around me, and searched the body of the old man. Hopefully there's something good. A total of $35,000. It wasn't much. Well, seeing how he was nothing like the warrior, I suppose it's obvious that he would be poor as well. There were 5 left. The idea of hiding behind a wall of paid mercenaries was smart, but having me kill them off one by one like this was simply a waste of money. He should know this since he saw the future. So why was he acting like this? I passed the crowd as I pondered this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. Fighting with numbers. Unknown cause, offline. The strategist frowned as he took a look at the red text in front of him. He deployed the man to buy some time, but to think he'd be killed in under a minute. The opponent didn't even use his power either. He had thought that the man would use it this time, but the man just overwhelmed unknown cause with his physical abilities alone. Why didn't he use his power? Or, has he already used it and I simply didn't notice? Or could it be that he can't use it? Because it's not suited for battle? Not all powers were suited for battle. In fact, the number of powers that were suited for it were few and far between. Most actually possessed auxiliary powers like the strategist. Bastard. Why did he employ me if he knew this was going to happen? Ah, is that it? I'm supposed to lose? Things wouldn't have turned out like this if Chrono had told him about the enemy's powers. But what Chrono wanted was to have the flow of time take its course, just like objects on a conveyor belt. Chrono was probably relying on a timeline where the strategist lost. When he thought about it, he could tell that Chrono only wanted to change the latter parts of the future. Because the future would change if the current events were to be changed from what Chrono had seen, Chrono refrained from telling anyone about the future. He was simply following the flow of time until the time of his death so that he could strike down his cause of death. That would require history to take its course till the end. After all, any changes to it would distort the future. If one were to organize the events of this mission into the alphabet, the event that Chrono was planning on changing would be X. If the previous events were to be altered, the future might change, hence the reason why Chrono was planning on letting a through W take its course. He would alter event X in order to change the results of events Y and Z. The strategist was able to see the limits of Chrono's abilities through this. If there's a person who could see the future becomes uncertain. Because a person who knows the future might as well change it. In the end, Chrono doesn't know what will happen after the event X. This must have been something that the me of the past had thought of as well. The strategist sighed as he leaned back on his chair. As long as Chrono didn't tell him anything, the future would take its set course. As long as the strategist couldn't get out of these shackles of the future, he would, in the end, be a puppet. No matter what happened, only Chrono could change the future. And the strategist would always fail like an idiot, no matter how much he struggled. What use is all this if the future's already set? This doesn't feel good at all. No matter what he did, no matter how hard he worked, nothing would change. As long as there was a person who could see into the future, he could not escape the web of fate. If only Chrono didn't exist. The pen in his hand broke as soon as he had this thought. Oh dear. Just what did I focus? I'm a pro. I need to try my best no matter what the circumstance. For now, I'll keep it a secret that unknown cause has died. One of the biggest problems that a group composed of powerful people suffered from was the fact that not many cooperated due to their pride and greed. After all, these people disliked jumping straight into danger. And this time, the danger was even something that forced a hero to hide. The fact that unknown cause was killed would turn their suspicions into absolute certainty. These people would escape the moment they determined that the situation was dangerous. Money was money, but life was more important, after all. The strategist, therefore, was in charge of controlling information to prevent situations like this from happening. Good. Using the police, I prevented the news from the town square from leaking, and the new faces in town that have been confirmed till 9:17 a.m. number 60. 3 would be the killers that have disguised themselves, but who are the other 57? These people who had walked out of the forest were dressed up as tourists. Probably a result of some magic. These people were walking into the casino hotel in groups of 8 or 9. One of the killers was in the town square, which meant that it was likely that the other 2 were a part of the tourist group. Of course, they could be hiding somewhere else as well, which was the reason why he requested the observer to be on the lookout. If we think about Chrono's orders from the other side, the person in the town square would be the person who kills Chrono, and one of the other 2 would be the person making this killer close to being immortal. The strategist nodded. Is that it? I can only take out the one in the square once I kill the 2 in the hotel? And that's why the one in the square hid the other 2. So why did they all go into the hotel then? It would be more useful to play hide and seek by dispersing throughout the town. And the number of people here. Where did they? For now, it'd be best to abide by the plans. Chrono had requested that he refrain from killing or destroying those unrelated to his battle, despite the fact that this was something where his life was on the line. What the strategist was planning on doing now was borderline terrorism. He had bought the hotel with Chrono's money, and filled the building with soldiers, but these were people as well. Thinking about the amount of people that would die in this exchange made his shoulders feel heavy. 9:45 a.m., close hotel. Once the strategist confirmed that all the tourists had entered the building, he sent a signal to the 3,000 soldiers in the building. Caveman and Orderless will go to the rooftop from the entrance. Fragile and Modeler will go to the basement floor from the rooftop. The duck hunt begins now. They were all pros. They were all prepared to die the moment they entered the mercenary business. The strategist deployed his troops and watched the hotel closely using the observer's CCTV-like ability. The tourists were boarding the elevator now after checking into the hotel. Star. A ding sounded out as the elevator came to a halt. The moment the door opened, the elevator was showered with bullets. Ta-da-da-da, dot. An excessive amount of bullets were fired at the elevator. The elevator instantly became covered with a crimson-red color, and the bright flashing lights of the gunshots lit the area. The middle-aged man and woman inside the elevator fell down with blood gushing out of their wounds. Even after they fell down, the hail of bullets didn't end. On the other side of the elevator were 3 soldiers in bulletproof vests. The weapons in their hands were semi-automatic shotguns. The 3 held the red-hot guns in their hands as they carefully observed the elevator. The 2 tourists inside had been turned to a mush of meat. But the 3 soldiers didn't go in to confirm the kill. Their opponent was the wizard. They knew better than to just approach the corpses. They threw grenades into the elevator and ducked under cover immediately. Bang! The building slightly trembled as smoke slowly filled the corridor. The trio was using hand signals to communicate amongst themselves. Eventually, one of the soldiers got the signal to check on the corpses, and once he looked out from cover, a skinny hand latched onto his head. It was a skinless red hand. The soldier in its grasp was dragged into the black smoke. A short scream followed. Chomp, crunch, crunch. The soldiers quickly moved away in surprise as they heard bones break and flesh tear. They could see a bloodied hand try to grip onto the walls, leaving a bloody imprint on it. What was revealed shortly afterwards was a peculiar corpse. It was a corpse puppet created out of Necro's Gabesh and the Bone Collector. There were 57 puppets that were disguised as tourists. One more was just added to the group. The dead soldier slowly revealed itself to its former comrades. Kya ha! It glared at the 2 with blood-red eyes. This wasn't happening just here either. The corpse puppets were charging towards soldiers all over the building in order to infect them. All this was as Jean had expected it to go. Necro, who had managed to get inside his room disguised as a tourist, laid Mordo down on a bed. Hey, come back to your senses already. Her blackened, dead flesh didn't even allow her to move. The state of her body clearly showed that Jean had been attacked. But what Necro was talking about was not the pain she was going through. Look at what's in front of you properly. He's not normal, you know? He's a monster. Mordo knew full well what Necro was talking about. Unease. This was what she felt whenever she faced Jean. All of his playful acts, all of his playful voices, were fake. What reflected in his eyes weren't something human at all. He was simply imitating a human. One was able to tell that this was the case whenever he made a slip. What was inside was simply a machine that only sought profit. If he deemed it fitting, he wouldn't hesitate in killing friends or family. No. The saint let out a painful moan as she said this. She knew. As the person who was around him for longest, she knew this better than anyone else. The person she was dealing with was someone who wasn't capable of understanding human emotions. If he deemed it profitable, he would snap her neck in an instant. After all, the only thing truly precious to him was himself. That made her sad. She acted like a friend to him because of that. So that he wouldn't feel alone. So that he could change. She was broken. She couldn't be fixed anymore. But, despite that, she might have a chance at saving him before her inevitable death. Perhaps this was something only she desired. Perhaps Jean didn't want this at all. That didn't matter anymore. Mordo thought of Jean in the stables reading a book under the stars, and put her hands on her thumping chest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. Dragging out time. So he took my bait. It was inevitable for logical people to take the bait. After all, there was no reason to fight someone who couldn't die. Logically speaking, it was better for him to aim for the source of the power that made me close to immortal. In other words, he would be better off trying to kill the saint and Necro. From here, I could tell how much the thief had seen. Till now, everything worked out for him. After all, if things didn't go like this, he wouldn't have even attempted something like this. Killing Necro would take at least several hundred nukes. He would revive as long as there were corpses 100 kilometers away from him, thanks to his power. The same applied for the saint. It would be exceedingly difficult to take down the immense amount of health that she has. If you failed to take her down at once, she would use her magic to heal herself back up. Realistically, attempting to kill me was the best solution. If you know you can't kill someone, you don't even try to kill them. The defeat of the thief was made almost certain thanks to this. I just had to do well at this point. I stopped in front of a crosswalk as I walked towards the hotel. The scenery around me reminded me of a modern city, high-rise buildings and cars everywhere. It was as expected of a city built by people from different worlds. This was probably created using different powers in conjunction with each other. The signal turned green, and a significant amount of people began to cross the street. I walked leisurely as I carefully looked at the man walking towards me from the other side. His name was Douglas. His clothes were quite the sight. Despite having worn a suit, he had knuckle dusters on his hands, and he even had protectors for his knees and elbow. He seemed to give off an impression of someone willing to destroy anything that came his way. He's an enemy. We were getting closer now. Douglas muttered under his breath when we reached within arm's length of each other. This world is beautiful and weak. Almost like glass. Fragile world. A halo formed above his head, signaling that a power had been used. The people on the crosswalk immediately realized what was happening and began to run. The man attempted to punch me, but only managed to touch my shirt instead. The shirt shattered like glass. Ah! This ability was dangerous. I couldn't rely on the saint's ability to save me this time. I tried to increase the distance between the two of us, but Douglas ran in towards me immediately. As I thought, he's looking for a melee battle. But his chance to kill me was gone already since he missed his first strike. I took out a shotgun from the vault and pulled the trigger. Bang! Douglas flew back from the power of the buckshot. There was no blood. It seemed that he had some kind of an armor on his body. And he also managed to reduce the damage by turning all the bullets into glass. Douglas rolled backwards as he fell to break his fall, and ran towards me again. He was trying to get close to me desperately, but I had no intention of helping him. And his weak point was quite obvious as well. I shot below Douglas' feet. The bullets went right through, and thousands of cracks began to form on the floor. Shatter! The concrete floor shattered like glass, and Douglas fell right through. If he could treat the world around him like glass, the same logic applied to the ground below him as well. I could tell that this was the case due to the fact that his heels didn't have any protectors. Well, this won't be enough to kill him though. I took out all the barrels of oil from the vault, and threw them into the hole. All 10 barrels. After doing this, I lit a lighter and threw it in as well. Whoosh! A huge fire soared out of the hole, and a horrid scream dug its way out for a short second. Those trapped in fire don't die because of the heat. They die by suffocating on the massive quantity of carbon monoxide in the air. Even if Douglas manages to escape the fire by digging a hole in the wall, the carbon monoxide would get to him. Well, he did manage to successfully waste some time. The other 4 killers should be going towards the other 2 at this point. They won't die, but they might suffer quite a bit before I get there. Well, I suppose I'll just have to trust their titles as the world's strongest wizards this time, I guess? I shrugged, and checked my wristwatch. It was 9:50 a.m. By the time the thief gets trapped in the hotel, his death becomes completely certain. No matter what he does, this becomes absolutely certain. I used Heart of Gold, and checked on the delivery times. There were 100 items that were to be delivered in a water tank at 10 a.m. directly located at the ceiling in the basement. And in a few minutes, the barrier would be activated. The same kind that was used to trap Romeo Smith. A type of barrier that allowed people to come in, but not get out. Since there were pipes set up below the hotel, there was no need to put a hose around the building this time. I left the rising tower of black smoke behind me as I walked to the hotel. Star. A man that was said to be able to fight civilization on his own, Eurus. The one thing he wore as a muscular giant of 2.7 m was a rugged pair of pants created out of a wild animal's hide. He, a brave class as well as an irregular in this world, was the one known as the caveman. Finally, time to do some work. Weeds began to sprout from the marble floor under him when he walked. The staff of the hotel had already all evacuated. He reached the center of the hotel lounge and clapped once. Every device in the hotel halted at this point. PSHHHHH. The CCTV turned off, as if it had run out of energy. The next to go was the elevator. The lights in the building all turned off, leaving only the emergency lights of the exit signs to light up the hallways. All this was caused by Eurus' power. Death of civilization equals the allegory of the cave. Ta-da-da-da-da. Necros corpse dolls that had come down from the second floor began to shoot at Eurus. But the bullets all stopped in midair before they reached Eurus, and fell down on the floor. It didn't stop there, though. The bullets began to grind against each other, eventually turning to dust. Eurus let out a thunderous laughter. Pa ha ha ha. How annoying. These damn flies. Why don't you get to work as well, little lady? You should do your contractor proud. A ripple appeared on the floor of the jungle-like hotel lounge. A young woman popped out of the marble floor, as if she was exiting a body of water. Orderless chaos. She had put gloves on her feet and shoes on her hands. The appearance of this strange individual, who even wore shirts and pants oppositely, instantly got the attention of the corpse puppets. Bullets spilled out of their guns towards Chaos. The ones who should have been getting hurt was Chaos, but strangely enough, the ones falling down were the corpse puppets. This was because her power, Orderless, was reversing the results of their attacks. Boo, I was working so lazily, and you tell me to be even lazier. Boo, I wouldn't have worked anyway even if you didn't rush me. She was even speaking in opposites. Chaos put her hands on the floor with a pout. A halo appeared over her head, and the first floor of the hotel became enveloped in a strange light. GGGG. The appearance of the floor changed, accompanied by the sound of metal being altered. The first floor of the hotel turned into the second floor, the sixth floor turned to the fourth, and the ceilings and the floors of floors 3 and 7 were reversed. Some floors were rotated 90 degrees, and others combined with different floors to form a maze. It was almost as if someone took apart the hotel and rearranged it as he saw fit. At this point, it would be impossible to escape the hotel because it constantly changed form as it saw fit. I didn't work. Scold me more, idiot. Chaos rolled forward and walked towards the front desk doing a handstand. The wooden desk began to twist and crack into multiple different shapes. No, to be more specific, a certain part of the desk was twisting and spinning like a wheel on a slot machine. From an elevator to a bathtub, from a bathtub to a casino. She was changing the hotel structure as she saw fit, until she got what she wanted. After switching the hotel around several tens of times, Chaos stopped once an emergency staircase appeared. Uras began to move once Chaos gave him the signal. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. Tetris. The strategist isn't much, is he? I could have finished this all by myself, said a muscular Asian woman while she was walking down a hotel corridor leisurely. Her cheapao, decorated with a red spider lily, was stuck tightly to her body, and her long hair was tied into a bun secured by a hairpin. Lin Yongsun. She was an A-ranked killer hired by Chrono. To the underground world, she was known to have an ability close to that of someone in the Brave class. If the Ghost Forest had a battle rating of 1, she would be 50. Her unique battle style that combined her power with Qigong was something that allowed her to thrive in a chaotic battlefield. Her ability to sense those around her was enough to pick out any lifeform within 10 meters. Ta! Corpse dolls appeared from around the corner and shot at Lin. There weren't that many places to hide from the bullets in the narrow corridor. In this situation, Lin simply smiled. Her hand that was raised up like flowing water began to turn red. Ping! Ping! They shot until they no longer had ammo, but the bullets were all deflected by Lin. Attacking first without saying anything? You've no etiquette, do you? This was now a battle of hide and seek. Just like how those trying to kill Chrono needed to seek him out first, those willing to stop the killers needed to find them as well, even under constant fire from the dolls. Lin ran forward to the reloading dolls with her hands spread widely to the sides. It was almost as if she was trying to clap. The invincible hands, unarmed equals red hand. Her two hands clapped together. A doll's head became stuck in between her hands, and flattened like paper. The headless body swam in the air for a short while, then fell. The doll next to it was taken care of with an Iron Mountain attack. This one attack made the doll fly up into the wall behind it. Crack! Bang! Before the doll even had the chance to touch the ground, a red hand broke through the wall and crushed its head. Man? Lin felt a presence behind the wall she had just punched through. It was a room that was supposed to be filled with corpse dolls. But Lin could see that what was inside this room was clearly alive. Found you. Lin didn't go in right away, but instead, stepped back and contacted the strategist. Now, the other three should arrive sooner or later. She just had to block the entrance so that the wizards wouldn't leave. Even for the wizard, fighting 4 people at once would be quite disadvantageous for him. Lin heard a loud bang from inside the room, and became confused. Why was such a sound? Ah! Lin realized what was going on a little too late, and rushed into the room. The enemy was the wizard. Just like how she could blast through walls, the wizard could blast through them as well. Lin speculated that they were running to the room next door, and broke through the door. At this moment, Necro, who had been hiding his presence next to the door, attacked her. Pow! It was a kick aimed straight at her chin. Lin's body soared upwards, and hit the ceiling. She lost control of her arms as her body entered a state of shock. The orifices on her body began to spill blood. This was the wizard of this world. Or rather, this was the power of Necro even without him using magic. He dropped down on the ground and motioned the now-healed saint to quickly move. Star. As I thought, there were spectators. The hotel that had been surrounded by a barrier had turned into a strange postmodernist structure. Did it look like this from the start? I couldn't tell, since I've never seen it before. Perhaps they blocked the entrance to the hotel using some kind of magic. In any case, the people around the hotel are quite annoying. I snuck into an alley and activated my ability. 1,000 Thunderbirds. Chi-chi, shi-chi-chi. Blue lightning soared up into the skies and dropped all around the hotel at an extreme speed. There wasn't even time to react. The spectators' eyes rolled over as they fell to the ground. I set the rest of the birds to electrocute anyone who came near and walked over to the hotel. How should I get in? There was no entrance. It was almost as if someone cubed up the hotel and made all the doors and windows face inwards. I probably could break the wall with boiling blood, but it couldn't be that simple. I suppose I could still try doing it. I walked a few steps away from the wall and shot at it with a shotgun. By the time I shot my 30th shot, the wall was revealed. But that was only for a second. The wall spun like a spinning door and closed up the hole in it. This would probably repeat no matter how many times I try to punch a hole. It looked like whoever was inside was replacing the external damage with new pieces from inside the building. It might be possible to get in by breaking the wall completely with one attack, but my body wasn't capable of that at the moment. The outer walls of a casino was designed to be sturdier than it looked. It was unfortunate, but I'd have to spend money here. The money I had earned from selling Romeo's weapons was $116,300,000. This was the money I had after selling everything apart from Hergenroll. After paying off the interest fee from borrowing money last time, and after using the money for this mission, I had $115,800,000 left. However, I couldn't use abilities that used mana. The abilities that I could use were ones that used up my health, like boiling blood, or ones that were contractual abilities like the 1,000 Thunderbirds. What should I buy? After looking at the list for a good while, I found something that caught my interest. Dematerialization, $25 million. Disturbing Blessing, $35 million. Phase Shift, $12 trillion. Dematerialization? I could begin to see a way out of my predicament. When I clicked on the ability, an explanation for it appeared in a separate window. Dematerialization. Rank, C+. An ability that turns one into a being like a ghost for 30 seconds. Uses 1% of the total health. Ho! I would definitely be able to go through this wall using this. And if I use it right, I should be able to dodge attacks as well. Pretty good. I'll use this. When I pressed the purchase button, a blue light enveloped me for a split second. What I learned once I acquired the skill was that unlike 1,000 Thunderbirds, this was an ability that could be used every 3 minutes. The used health point could be replenished with a health potion easily. When I activated the ability, my vision became a shade darker, and I heard a strange sound akin to diving into water. It really does feel like I became a ghost. I could still see my hand, but it was transparent. Strange. I'm not sinking despite having been dematerialized? After looking around for a bit, I raised my hands up in the air like Superman. I awkwardly began to rise from the ground. It was hard to maintain a proper posture. I guess it's because I have no weight at all. Instead of going straight up in a standing position, I was almost spinning upwards like a water bubble. I passed through the hotel wall in this state. I cancelled the ability, and fell on the ground pathetically. No one saw me, right? I dusted off my clothes as I checked my surroundings. I had thought I was on the second floor of the hotel, but strangely enough, it felt more like I was inside a jungle. It kind of resembled the lounge without all the grass covering it. How strange. There was a staircase where the front desk should have been. Why was there such a thing in the middle of the building? To my right were 2 destroyed corpse dolls. A product of Necro's black magic. Seeing the color of the blood, it seemed that the dolls were disposed of just 5 minutes ago. Hey, Necro. You still alive? I could hear huffs on the other side. Is he running? He told me he took care of unarmed earlier, so the enemies that were still alive numbered 3. The thief still hasn't shown himself. Necro huffed for a good while longer, then screamed at me for help. Hey! Hey! 7th floor! Come to the 7th floor! There's 2 people who are in Brave class here. So what? Isn't 3 versus 2 pretty doable? You son of a b. No, just get your ass over here. Well, the Saint was pretty useless, after all. Necro was pretty much fighting 3 people on his own. 2 of them were at the Brave class at that. I could only send my condolences towards him. Ahaha, stop exaggerating and get to the rooftop already. The hotel's going to collapse soon. Hey! Are you sorry? I tuned out Necro as I walked down the emergency stairs. I checked the wristwatch. It was almost 10. What was to be delivered to the rooftop were giant cubes of marble weighing tens of tons. I arranged it so that they would arrive one after the other, fitting together perfectly. Just like Tetris. Once the weight on the rooftop exceeds a certain point, the hotel would collapse at an extreme pace. Of course, I've prepared methods to weaken the steel structure of the building as well. What was to be delivered to the basement were 30-time bombs. After all, guns weren't the only weapons you could buy with Heart of Gold. Try to stop me if you can, thief. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. Antihero. On the mundane white walls on the hallways inside of the concrete walls of the hotel, black lines rushed across it, forming tens of thousands of squares on the wall. These squares became filled with various colors, transforming the white hotel walls into walls made of playing blocks. Bang! A large impact came from behind the wall, which caused it to crumble to pieces. Playing blocks, big and small, tumbled down onto the field of grass and weeds below. Let's play, I want to play. What came out from behind the wall was a middle-aged adult in baby clothes. Behind him was an entire cohort of toy models. He was the second irregular, the modeler. HI's power allowed him to change anything he touched into toys or snacks that he could control at will. Dangerous play equals infant terrible. You can't hide after all, this entire floor is already my playground. The modeler was searching around the area as he hopped around the maze-like floor of the hotel. His unusual appearance and speech could be linked directly to his power. A person's power and personality were inseparable things. If someone's personality gets stronger, the power would get stronger as well. Due to this fact, the modeler decided to fiddle with his own brain. In order to make his brain recede into a childlike state. Boo Negu really just want to play. Can't we all just come out and have fun together? Necro shuddered as he listened to the man saying this. Is this supposed to be a psychological attack? Can't I just punch him? Necro and Morto were hiding behind a corner not too far away from the modeler. Thanks to Morto's disguise magic, they were hidden from plain sight. But it wasn't like they could move silently. After all, disguising the sounds of their footsteps wasn't something possible. Morto tugged at Necro's clothing nervously. Don't! We can't make a sound. It might have been okay if the only person around was the modeler, but both Caveman and Orderless were here as well. It wasn't like she wasn't confident in Necro's abilities, but she wanted to get away from any fighting if possible. Boo! Not planning on coming out? Negu has no choice then. The toys around the modeler began to spread outwards once he gave the order. They may be toys, but they were at the same time objects influenced by his power. The problem was, there was no telling how much power it would have. Necro and Morto carefully creeped around the toys, towards the staircase. The hotel floor had been covered in plants due to the influence of the caveman. Necro, in an attempt to walk carefully, ended up stepping on something. Creak! When he looked down, he found that there was a playing block underneath his foot. Oh. As a result of the noise he created, the escape route was immediately sealed up. Even the other escape paths turned into walls. When Necro turned around, he found his enemies waiting for him there. Right in front of him was the modeler, surrounded by thousands of toys. Negu caught it. Caught you. You're it now. To his left was the caveman, Uraz. Pa ha ha ha. Where do you think you're going? Uraz flexed his muscles as he let out a giant laughter. Now, there was no way to escape. No matter what he did, Orderless would shuffle the hotel for him. Boo. Escape, huge success? Chaos looked at the 2 people in front of her with an amused smile on her face. Displayed on their faces were the looks of absolute confidence. To them, this was a battle already won. Necro laughed hysterically when he saw this. Ha, dear me. I've been looked down upon, huh? Corpse collector, undertaker, wizard of death, researcher of death, king of death, black death, the one who spreads the ashes of death, king of the afterlife, the strongest black wizard. The hero of the Great War, who used to lead an army of death, angled his chin a little downwards. What, you think you'll win just because you have the numbers? The difference between a brave class and an actual brave was the difference between a normal missile and a nuclear one. Just because Necro's name didn't spread to the masses didn't mean he was weak. Necro smirked, and put his hands in his pockets. There was no need for him to dirty his hands to dispose of these 3 pieces of trash. Mordo closed her mouth as she saw all this. Star. There was a vault at the bottommost floor. It would normally be heavily guarded, but there was no one here at this time. The thief must have known that any guards would have been useless. I passed through the vault gates by dematerializing. So he was here after all. In the empty vault was a single metal chair, with a black man sitting on it. This man, who wore a leather suit on along with over 20 wristwatches, was the thief. So far, this was just how I expected it to be. The only safe space in this place, even when the building went down, would be the vault. The thief spoke to me in a jovial tone. You're finally here. I've been waiting for 5 years already. 5 years. The hero's adventures began 5 years ago. The Demon King was only killed 4 months ago. Ah, I know what you're about to say. You would have been better off running, or you wouldn't be able to stop the destruction of the building with a time stop, right? Let's stop with the nonsensical taunts and talk about something else. I was reforming my theory as he spoke. The fact that he foresaw his death 5 years meant. The one who sold out the saint was you, wasn't it? Ah, I saw this with my eyes of clairvoyance, but you really do have quite the head on your shoulders, don't you? You're correct. The scenery around me suddenly changed. I struck the wall and realized that the thief had attacked me by stopping time. Ugh, dot. There was a spear stuck in my heart. The Hergenroll's joint pieces were completely broken. And due to the Gramscian's feather stuck to my body, I couldn't even move. My innards were completely mashed at this point. It doesn't matter for me, since I was dead, but the saint must be. I looked up. The thief was just sitting in his chair, as if nothing had happened. If he saw the future from 5 years ago, he must have known that the saint would betray him in the future. He would also have known about what she would do. He could have stopped it. He could have prevented her from getting kidnapped by her own allies. I thought of the story Necro told me the day Romeo Smith died. It was a year ago when the Great War occurred. The Demon King, Miragebelt, had formed a plan to cause neighboring countries of the world to fight each other. Day after day, people killed each other. In all this chaos, the members of the Heroes Party all split apart. Some stayed to help allies, and others went off to kill enemy commanders. But the Saint, who didn't have any offensive capabilities, was left in the front lines alone. To heal the wounded. The problem began there. The Saint couldn't take seeing people die in front of her, and healed enemy soldiers as well. This enraged some of the allied soldiers. Ah, what a kind girl she is. Just what would allow someone to think that way? Is she just dumb? The thief threw a feather like a dart as he said this. The feather pierced the tip of my finger. Why did she heal her enemies? Why did she attempt to kill me? Why did she have to go through all that? What kind of a face do you think I had on me through the whole damn trip? A kind person like her who helps enemies and tries to kill me. The thief stopped talking for a second, and grinned. I think humans are cruel animals. It would have been better if they stayed put after being healed. But her having healed her enemies ticked them off. They restrained her, and realized they could do whatever they wanted to her. Plus, the war had messed up some of their brains. Violent soldiers and the desire for sex. It was easy to see what happened during that time. The Saint was unable to eat without the Devourer ring because all her organs had disappeared. She, who simply wanted to save people, was shown hell by the people she tried to save in the first place. The reason for her daily intake of drugs in her tea, and her nightly fits of pain was, this man. Anti-hero. The thief deployed 3,000 people to their deaths despite knowing that they would all die. He is a hero, but at the same time, hides a great evil behind him. All as I thought. I looked at the thief, and smiled. Can I ask you something? What is it? If it's a question on how you'll die, I can answer you as many times as you want. No. I'm just wondering how much time you have till you die. The smile on the thief's face disappeared. Right, that's what I wanted to see. It's a simple story. In modern society, people buy cars to save on time. Buying cars and driving cars cost money. Earning money costs time. Playing with time requires you to sacrifice something of equal value. It was just a speculation before, but it seems that I was correct. The thief stood up from his seat and walked towards me. So what? As you thought, the price for using my power is my life. So what if I only have a month of my life left? You'll die here. Even if you make the building collapse and spread chlorine gas here, the vault is, as you can see, completely safe. I've even set up a purifier here just in case. And right now, I'm. The thief took out the spear from my heart and pierced it into my abdomen. He then stabbed my legs and my shoulders. How is it? It might not hurt for you, but Morto must be in quite a lot of pain right now. I just need to stay here and wait till both you and Morto dies. Simple, isn't it? I would have died due to the chlorine gas in the building before, but the future has changed for me. Ha ha. Checkmate. This is checkmate. Chlorine gas can be produced by combining bleach with detergent. This gas was similar to the one the German troops had used during the Second World War. Even a tiny amount of it would poison someone, and 0.11% of it in the air would be enough to kill a man. The thief wouldn't die if the hotel collapsed, but the chlorine gas would have eventually have gotten to him. The hotel would have turned into a death well. This was probably how the thief died due to the eyes of clairvoyance, so it was quite understandable why the thief was so confident right now. But to think he'd have come down here just to escape the chlorine gas. His thought process of being able to survive as long as he dodged his cause of death was quite comical to me. I couldn't resist myself, and ended up smiling as a result. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Time over. 10:05 a.m. The bombs blew up, and the vault shook violently. The ground trembled, and dust fell from the ceilings. The vault kept shaking for a while after the initial explosion. The thief was shaking left and right because of the shock. As the tremors subsided, he couldn't help but cover his mouth with his hands. He must be experiencing a feeling of catharsis from having cheated death. After laughing to himself quietly for a second, he took his hand away from his mouth and revealed a wide grin on his face. Do you know what just happened? The future changed. I'm supposed to die brutally here, you know. But I ended up living, didn't I? Ahaha, now what? It'll take 4 days till any rescue comes. He shoved his face right in front of me with an evil, childish grin. Do you think you can take torture for 4 days? No, no. The one who is going to be in pain is going to be the saint, isn't it? I suppose it'll still tickle a little, wouldn't it? He was completely mistaken about his situation. He's failing to look at his surroundings because of his excitement. I suppose I should correct him a little before waking him up from his little dream. Ah, how nice. Congratulations on your victory. But before that, want me to tell you something interesting? What, planning on reciting 1001 Nights from memory, to stall for time? Kind of. I was wondering about a theoretical case. If you die here, would the you of the past be able to escape this death? An infinite loop. It was almost like two mirrors facing each other. The thief looks into the future of the thief who looked into the future, and looks at the changed future as a result. For example, say that there are 3 doors in front of you. Behind door number 1 is a goat. You, being able to see the future, wouldn't even have to open a door to guess where the goat is. You can just check the future of the first door, the second door, and the third door after all. Aha, I was wondering what you were going to talk about. I wouldn't even be here if my eyes of clairvoyance was such a convenient ability, don't you know? I would have been in the future where I was the one who killed the Demon King, where Morto didn't have to suffer in the first place. A future where there was no need for you to have been summoned. Didn't you figure it out yourself? Using my powers takes a chunk out of my lifespan. I can't just abuse it like that. Really? That's good. Its powers were as limited as I thought. In the end, this was the most that he could do. Even if he dies here, there was no way the him of the past would be able to see this future. I activated Heart of Gold and opened my vault, and didn't take out anything. Just keeping it open will do. You said this was checkmate before. Yes. So? There are 2 things that you are seriously mistaken about. I was thinking of telling you about it. I might not be able to stop time, but I can move forward into the future. After all, this was an ability that all humans were born with. As long as possible, as deep as possible, till it all sets deep inside the lungs. I patiently waited for the future. First of all, according to the rules of chess, a king is not a piece that can be killed. You need to put it in a situation where it is rendered unable to move. The game is set not when you kill the king, but when the opponent realizes the hopelessness of the situation and concedes. The thief nodded with a suspicious face. And the second? Kings can't check kings. There was just me and the thief inside the vault. If both of us were to be kings, a checkmate is impossible. The present set atop upon a knife's edge, knife edge present. The amount of time you could turn back with your power was 1 minute, I recall? I should be right. This was the conclusion I reached after observing all his movements. At this point, he wouldn't be able to go back to the time before the hotel crumbled. I checked my wristwatch with the floating eye, and grinned. Time over. HM? What time over? Ah, your time? You had no chance to become the hero because you were summoned late, and because the saint tricked you. Your only destiny is to rot here. Was that what you were talking about? The thief pressed his tongue against the inside of his cheek. Don't you think it's a little too late for you to be doing whatever it is you're trying to do? Ah. Could that be it? You're hoping that one of your comrades will come for you? They aren't going to come. Do you even know how sturdy this vault is? It'll take at least a week to open it up. So that would mean that not even your spear would be able to pierce it. But the thief frowned a little. It seemed that he was a little annoyed at how calm I seemed. He took his spear out of my body and tried to stab me again, till he noticed something. Why? Why am I not regenerating? Good question. If salvation was still on, I would have regenerated immediately. Could it be Morto? Morto? Dead? No way. She's ridiculously healthy. Healthy enough for me to want to tease her for the rest of her lifetime. I just rejected the spell. The reason for doing that is, I don't need it. The saint should be on the strategist's helicopter by now, with the 3 people that were targeting her just minutes before. Perhaps the observer is the one piloting the helicopter. Tick. Tock. Tick. Tock. Time passes even while you think. You should remember that all human beings run to their deaths. The thief just managed to open his mouth after thinking for a moment. It seemed that he had just reached the answer. No way. Yeah, no way. The strategist betrayed me? No way. You're just saying that in your last breath, aren't you? I'm dead already. I wasn't the only one who wanted him dead. Humans were animals who chased profit. My offer of paying double the amount that the thief had paid him was just too appealing to the strategist. And it was obvious to see what the strategist, the doll who had to move accordingly to the set future, would have decided. It was close. I only managed to get in contact with him just now. Heart of Gold Level 3, Finance. I closed the transaction complete message in front of me, and dematerialized. As I thought, if I don't give this guy a proper blow to the head, I'd feel like I suffered a loss. Star. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. The strategist looked down at the hotel from afar, from inside the helicopter. It was completely destroyed. The hotel was just a gigantic pile of rubble at this point. Around it were soldiers who had managed to escape the hotel in time. Just what is he, Dot? In a situation where giant cubes of marble weighed down the hotel from the rooftop, the man simultaneously exploded all the supporting structures that the hotel had, effectively destroying the hotel in the most efficient way possible. If he didn't accept this Jin's offer, he and his comrades would have all died in the hotel. I suppose he's a hero? Since he prevented the deaths of thousands? But he was the one who destroyed the hotel. I suppose none of this matters, does it? The money he was offered had a big say on his decision, but what really swayed him over in the end was the chance of being able to save the soldiers. The other side was only human, after all. He had no reason to kill that many people. If all he was being offered was the money, then most assuredly he would have declined. Would there be anyone crazy enough to decline a chance to save 3,000 people? The strategist smiled bitterly as he looked behind him. He could see the 3 mercenaries checking their bank accounts with a smile on their faces. In the end, their goal was money. If they could earn money without fighting, then surely they'd do so. Their reputation would take a hit, but they weren't the type to care about that. The wizards at the back were talking to each other, as if nothing had happened. I don't even need to use my hands. Morto said this, trying to imitate Necro's voice, and silently laughed to herself. No need to use hands. You ended up using both of them. Hey, stop it. I'm tired. It really isn't fun when you're ganged up on. It's not that I'm weak, but I'll settle this in 5 seconds. Stop it. The strategist was overcome with complicated feelings as he watched them. In the end, he had failed, but the results of his choice would say otherwise. Perhaps a chosen future didn't exist after all. I didn't even make proper plans this time either. Maybe I can call this a draw? It's a bit shameless on my part though. The strategist smiled as he leaned back on his seat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 46. Chapter 46. Madman. I escaped from the shadow feather by dematerializing, and then activated the Heart of Gold. The thief's attack points with Audiobook was currently 100. My defense stat, contrarily, was 19 plus 80. At first glance it might seem sufficient, but the thief should have no problem getting through this defense stat. He could stop time and pierce through the armor, and then attack once again through the hole in the armor. Of course, the solution to this was simple. Purchase complete. Your defense stat has risen by 82 points. The total cost was $82 million. Now, my defense stat was 101 plus 80. I had no intention of spending this much money, but I put away Hergenwell in the vault and materialized back. This time, too, the scenery around me changed, and my body became stuck in the wall. So he stopped time again. Obviously, I didn't have any wounds this time. The thief was staring at me with an enraged face from the other side of the vault. He must have tried to stab me repeatedly while time was stopped. I wonder how much of your lifespan gets chipped away every time you stop time. I got back up, and slowly made my way over to him. The moment I closed in on him, my body became stuck to the wall on the other side of the vault again. Again, I received 0 damage. How long are you planning on pushing me away? The thief simply ground his teeth. Did he turn back time? Then he must have heard this response already. I kept making my way back towards him in order to catch the thief stuck in this prison. Why isn't he pushing me away this time? Instead of doing something, he just smiled. I had thought that you were a rather smart individual, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Why don't you try hitting me? I won't dodge. I won't hesitate then. I spat on his face. The thief's lax face immediately stiffened. He laughed awkwardly, and asked me a question. Really? How confusing. Just what was that? I gave you the chance to attack, and all you do is this? It's nothing personal. I'm just good at noticing things. You're just planning on using time stop for defensive capabilities, aren't you? A local time stop, if you will. You stop time in a small area, which would cut down the cost of your ability, and it would prove to become an effective shield. The thief shrugged, and sat on the floor. I retract my previous statement. This is a stalemate. I can't catch you, you can't catch me. I pity you for thinking that. I sat in front of him and smiled. Ever heard of snapback? Snapback. It's a go term. The first move is intentionally supposed to put you at a disadvantage. The opponent gains a small profit at first, but would lose much more the next turn. If you're planning on comparing it to this situation, I suppose your move of coming into the vault was a snapback. Cough, cough. I'm sorry. I don't really understand why I'm coughing all of a sudden. The thief became confused when he saw his glasses fogging up. Suddenly realizing the situation he was in, he immediately stood up and covered his mouth and nose. Too late. The humidity of the vault had gone up as much as it could at this point. As a result of this, I opened my vault even more. The gas that spewed out of it filled the room despite the atmospheric pressure inside. There was even enough moisture to cause beads of water to condense on the ceiling. If you stop time, you can run 100 meters in just 0.0001 seconds. But in the end, the amount of air you breathe is the same as anyone else. It just seems like that wasn't the case to everyone else. Your perspective of time is yours, and the perspective of the observer is the observer's. Even if you stop time, the clock is still ticking. In other words, you might as well explain time stop to be a simple boost in one's physical abilities. Now, would the air you took in while you stopped time for 1 minute be the same as the air a normal human breathed in for 1 minute? I don't think so. The thief who made use of time stop stayed in the vault for much longer than me, and breathed in much more air than me as well. Well, I had no need to breath in the first place. Feel your breaths getting shorter as we speak? You should be feeling nauseous and bloated about now as well. His face stiffened when I said those words to him. A bottle of water and various herbs appeared in his hand immediately. It was probably supposed to be some sort of antidote. The thief dumped the herbs in his mouth like pills and chugged the water. He spat it out immediately. Must have choked. I stood up and slowly walked around the thief. Paraquat. It's a herbicide that's often known by the name of gramoxone. The lethal dose is 15 milliliters. It causes fibrous tissues to form in the respiratory system, causing the victim to die of asphyxiation. Of course, there is no antidote for it as of now. Nowadays, people mixed this material with blue dye and a vomit-inducing chemical to show that it was poison, but it was originally colorless and odorless. The toxicity of this chemical was so strong that even those who tried to resuscitate the victims using artificial respiration died of poison themselves. The sale of this chemical has already been banned in numerous countries, but certain developing countries still used it. I was able to obtain it with Heart of Gold. If it was normal poison, you would have noticed immediately, and would have dispelled it from your body. You might have even been able to get yourself an antidote in time. But at this point, no matter what you take, you can't neutralize all the chemical effects taking place in your body at the moment. And even if you stop time, you can't stop time for your lungs or the flow of blood in the body. You'd die in that case. 30 minutes had passed already. The poison should have been fully absorbed by now. Ah, by the way. I didn't just prepare paraquat. What's coming out now is gaseous mercury. I watched him begin to panic and threw several charred amethysts on the ground. And this is uranium. I was kidding. It just looks similar to uranium, so perhaps I might be able to trick him? As I thought, the thief's face paled even more and quickly leapt away from the crystals. The absorbed dose of radiation should be enough by now. I've been letting it leak into the room since a while back after all. He really seemed to believe it, based on his facial expressions. Was he an idiot? Apologies for being unable to prepare any germs for you. Let's just go through with the original plan. 1. If you get caught my hands, you die. 2. If you try to get away using your power, you exhaust all your life and die. 3. You die from paraquat poisoning. 4. You die from mercury poisoning. 5. You die from radiation exposure. 6. You die from chlorine poisoning. I began to diligently dump detergent all around him. I even managed to dump a few liters on the thief himself. I threw an opened bottle of bleach on the detergent. Oh, and here's a service. I dumped gasoline and styrofoam everywhere. This should create enough toxic gas. Lastly, I took out a flamethrower from the vault and grinned at the thief. Let's burn. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. What can be put inside a pocket? The thief was stuck. It wasn't like his path was completely cut off, though. Death would surely come for him soon, that much was certain. But not now. This meant that his following actions were going to be very easy to predict. Knife edge present. A blue halo formed over the thief's head as he activated his power. This much is something I expected from him. An unnatural disconnect formed between my memory and sight, which told me that the thief had stopped time once again. He stopped time for around 10 minutes, seeing what had just happened to the vault. I stood up. I could see the thief leaning against a wall on the other side of the vault. His head was now lined with streaks of white, but he didn't seem to be moving. He's not dead. Did he give up? Looking around, I found that the vault looked absolutely nothing compared to before the time stop. All the toxic materials had disappeared, along with the flamethrower in my hand. So he used his artifact. Grand Thief's Vault. Just like the Saint's Frog wallet, it could hold massive amounts of objects. The only difference from my vault was that one could not go into the space inside. Well, I suppose a paradox would occur if you went inside a frog wallet while holding this frog wallet in your hand. I could see multiple scratches on the walls from his attempted escapes. I could feel that I sustained some damage onto my body, but it wasn't enough to concern me. What I could tell from the situation was that the thief had struggled to the last of his strength. Attack stats and defense stats were, in the end, just estimated numbers. They could be changed with enough willpower. It's just that. Even his attempt to change these numbers had failed. I approached the thief and grabbed his collar. Seeing how he wasn't resisting at all, it seems like he has completely given up. I tried punching him once to wake him up, but he wasn't responding at all. He seemed more dead than alive. Perhaps saying this would wake him up? You asked me earlier if I thought I could take 4 days of torture. Why don't you try looking into the future one last time? I think you definitely have a chance of getting away from that one yourself. I'll let him choose his future himself. The thief's eyes became focused again. His eyes trembled for a split second, then widened. I wonder what he was looking at. Coo. All of a sudden, his back shot back up. The man was drooling, and there was a crazy look on his face. Ki-hee-hee. Ki-hee-hee. Was the future really that funny? After laughing to himself for quite some time, he took his hands and began to choke himself. Creak, crack. His muscles expanded. His reddened face seemed to be ready to explode. Just what did I do to him? Did I torture him? Maybe I deconstructed and reconstructed his body countless times? I was planning on seeing the effects of potions, so it's probably the latter. Though, it was actually pretty hard to kill yourself by choking yourself. I slapped the idiot awake and watched him choke himself again. I wonder if he'd be able to kill himself by doing this continuously. So it's just a waste of time. There was no fun in messing with him. He was missing something soft, malleable, and yet bouncy to the touch. Something like the saint. Crack. I broke the thief's neck as I lamented about how boring this was, and chucked his body into the vault. Necro told me to keep his corpse intact, after all. Unfortunately, I would probably have to share my profits with the other two this time. But since I did almost everything, I say I deserve most of the profits. I could go on a strike if they tried to take advantage of me again. I took a look at the back of my hand. This spade-like symbol on it was the Grand Thief's Vault. An artifact that was transferred to me the moment the thief died. I guess it's fair for me to give myself a bit of a bonus. Right, what did Necro even do this time? The saint, too, was more of an insurance this time anyway. I justified myself as I entered the vault. There, after kicking a few toys and materials away, I activated the Grand Thief's Vault. I wonder how much is in. Shaw! A mountain of gold and various gems flooded the vault. Buried in a tidal wave of gold, the precious treasures inside came tumbling out of the vault, creating a sea of precious materials. Just how much did this damn thief take? After being carried out into the middle of the vault by the wave of gold, I stood up. The scene laid out in front of me was almost blinding. Dear Lord! This much gold is just... The amount of money this equates to is still being calculated. I slowly climbed up the gold mountain and I rolled myself down from it. I even tried throwing gold up into the sky for no reason. Ah, my flamethrower. It's here. Now that I look at it, I could find bits of styrofoam covered in gasoline everywhere as well. As I looked around to see what else there were, a message popped up in front of me. Nice. Most likely those two didn't even know how much money the thief possessed. Would they believe me if I just told them the Grand Thief's Vault contained $1 billion? $1 billion is still a lot, right? I just need to convert it to cash before they see it. Right, I'll do that. Man, thank God I'm unable to feel guilt. After exiting the vault, I activated dematerialization to get out of this damn place. Hopefully it'll last long enough. My dematerialized body quickly rose out of the ground. My surroundings brightened, and I was out. I rematerialized. I stretched a little bit after doing so. Being stuck in that small area all this time made even the sunset seem excessively bright. Looks like all the soldiers in the area had decided to retreat. Ah, he's out. The saint, who had been waiting for me outside, pointed at me and ran over immediately with Necro following behind her. They came up to me and, in perfect sync, kicked me in the abdomen and butt respectively. What were they, what? Should have told us when you were done. You didn't respond to our messages, so we were super worried, don't you know? And we have a ton of stuff we need to deal with here. You snuck away some cash for yourself, didn't you? I'm good at noticing this shit. Spit it out, damn you. Spit it out. The two beat me diligently, but it didn't really hurt anymore. Ah. Not true. The saint's holy power still kind of hurt. I managed to escape their lynching, and shrugged. After we rest a bit. Let's deal with this tomorrow. I want to rest. I earned it. Bullshit. These wasted days add up to your entire life. Ah, looking at your face. Necro was right, damn it. You really did sneak away some cash. Do you even know how much I worked this time? Really, the only thing these two are good at is sniffing out money. I looked down at the saint who was pulling on my clothes in mock anger. I grabbed hold of her head and started pushing her down. All the while muttering, you two, become small enough to fit inside my pocket quietly to myself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. Rewriting Fate, Round 1. You're leaving? Yeah. I need to give them my report. In person. Necro told us that he would be going back to the Haze Republic at the entrance of our next destination, the Stair Village. The time was 6 a.m. It was an early morning, but there were still quite a lot of people running around, trying to prepare for a village festival. Demonic Walker, who managed to bring us all the way here, was watching all of this from the back. How long would it take? Just 2 days, I think. And here I thought I'd finally be free. Necro grinned after hearing my joke, and pointed at the saint. Ah, she's staying. Take her with you, dot. The saint stepped on my foot for that. It didn't hurt though. It stopped hurting after I had raised my defense stat. You two worked hard, so just rest till I get back, okay? Or come up with a plan for our next enemy. I don't know. Ah, come to think of it, they're starting the festival today, aren't they? Why not go on a date? Necro. The saint just screamed and glanced at me nervously. Did she take his words seriously just now? How regrettable. I had my own plans. I actually had quite a lot on my agenda. Ah. I'll ask you one last time. Are you really fine with giving me everything other than the thief's equipment? Necro told me to just give him the thief's corpse and his items, without even bothering to ask what was in the Grand Thief's vault. The items all came up to about $450 million. It was a lot of money, sure, but compared to what was in the Grand Thief's vault, just pitiful change. Necro narrowed his eyes and threw a question at me. You already digested all of it, didn't you? Were you even going to give me some if I asked for it? Course not. I'm fine with just this. If you really feel that bad about it, talk to the girl over there. I'm the one who can't understand why she doesn't want anything. In the beginning the saint was hounding me for the cash, but by the time I opened my mouth about it, she vehemently refused to take any. The girl answered the question on our heads when she realized that we were all looking at her. It'd be better for Mr. Murderer to have the money, is it not? Just like how wizards need mana, moneykeans need cash. Moneykean? Because you use money to fight. Her naming sense was at the same level as a jellyfish. I'll be taking it then. I yelled gladly in my head. In my imagination, I was already swimming in an ocean of gold. Do what you want. Necro said this, and motioned the demonic walker to ready himself. In any case, I'll be going. Contact me if anything goes wrong. No way anything would happen. Good. Finally some time to organize a few things. I'll sort the items I acquired this time, and convert all the gems and gold to money. Ah, I'll have to clean up as well. After saying my farewells to Necro, I took out a house from the vault. I'll be staying here till he comes back. Where's my room? Please take me to the bestest and the biggest one in the house. The saint demanded that she get a room after following me inside. Should I kick her out? I pointed her to the bathroom, but the ungrateful girl began to storm through all the rooms in the first floor. I let the beast be in the first floor, and went up to the library on the second floor. Peace and quiet, finally. I sat down on a wooden chair, and moved to the vault. After taking a good look at the mountain of treasure laid out before me, I absorbed it all into my hand. The numbers quickly rose as I absorbed more and more gold. Was it because there was a lot of gold? The sound effect for the numbers going up wasn't ka-ching anymore, but rather catch-a-chicking. After around 3 minutes, all of the valuables in the vault had been sold, and the money I was left with was $32,527,076,503.60. A jolly fanfare played out in my ears, and a window appeared in front of me. Level up! Heart of Gold, LV.3, has become Heart of Gold, LV.5. Gained a new ability. It wasn't 32 billion for nothing. I leveled up twice. Well, I suppose I could also ask why I just leveled up twice with this much money. Just how much money would it take to advance to level 6? Well, let's think about that later. I'll check my new abilities for now. Gold achieves all equals Heart of Gold, an ability to do anything with money. LV.1, Trade, Buy, Sell. LV.2, Purchase, Luck, Talent, Appearance, Charm, Health, Skill, Knowledge, Information, Ability, Life. LV. 3. Finance, Exchange, Savings, Checking, Checks, Loan, Vault, Stocks, etc. LV.4, Service, Delivery, Business Trip, Vacation, Lodge, Entertainment, Sports, Medicine, Transportation, etc. LV.5 Employment, Job Ad, Request. So my new abilities this time are service and employment. Let's take a look at service first. Service, delivery, Chinese, Japanese, fried chicken. Business trip, massages, thigh pillows. Vacation, sauna, onsen. Lodge, motel, villa, hotel. Entertainment, karaoke, amusement park, casino. Sports, health club, swimming pool, ski resort. Medicine, pharmacy, plastic surgery, general hospital. Transportation, taxi, cruise ship, airplane. Ah, I get it. It's an ability that allows me to make use of certain services. It's a little strange to be calling it an ability, now that I look at it. I wonder what vacation and lodge is like. I tried clicking hotel in the menu without hesitation. The white vault I was in instantly became colored, and the scenery began to change. Soon enough, my body was standing on top of a marble floor. I was in a hotel lobby. The people around me paused for a second to take a look at my appearance. Wait. This familiar scenery is. No way. The clothes that the people are wearing, and the words written on the wall. All of these are things that I recognized. Could it be? I frantically looked around, then rushed out of the hotel. It was early evening outside. A white man that I almost bumped into frowned at me annoyedly. Hey, be careful. No way. This easily. When I saw the hotel's name written on the entrance, I almost fell back in shock. Hotel Manhattan. I had arrived in New York City. Star. To think I could go back that easily. After returning to the vault, I fell deep into my thoughts. The money that was taken out of my wallet after going to the hotel was $100,000. That should be the amount of money I had to use to cross dimensions. Where would I end up if I exit the vault? Would I end up in NYC, or in the other world? Is the reason my head didn't explode despite being away from the saint because I was in a different dimension? I began cleaning the vault to try to calm myself. I put items I no longer needed in one corner, and organized the books and pieces of equipment as well. I suppose there's only one way to find out. After stepping out of the vault, I opened my closed eyes. Phew. Thankfully, I was back in the library. Quite a bit of time seemed to have passed, seeing how the sun was setting out the window already. I thought I couldn't come back. I sat back down in the chair out of relief. What just happened felt like a dream. New York. This was how powerful Heart of Gold was? Powerful enough to cross dimensions this easily, a dot. For a while, I was stuck in a state of shock. Eventually, I managed to shake my way out of it. Right, if immortality and the power to control time existed, it would make sense for this kind of illogical ability to exist as well. What was important was that it was possible. I crossed my legs and put my hand on my knee. I still had $32 billion. There were quite a lot of things that I still had to check out. This time. Right, should I try buying myself a life? I might revive if I just spent $10 billion. But after thinking a bit, I decided that it wasn't worth it. It wasn't like being alive was particularly good. And more importantly, the advantages of being a corpse would disappear. It wasn't like I trusted Necro to revive me, but there was no need to rush things any more than I did now. If I was going to fight the hero, it would be better for me to just increase my defense stat or my health stat. Instead of that. Maybe I should try buying luck? Currently, my luck stat was 1. It would cost $990 million to raise the stat to a 100. The problem was, I wasn't sure if this stat was a consumable or a permanent stat. Plus, there might be side effects that comes with the stat. A one person's fortune is the misfortune of another. For example, if I managed to get first place in a raffle, a child who wanted to get first place and let his parents go on a vacation would become despondent. That would most certainly be the case. I'll buy it. Your luck stat has risen by 99 points. Luck, your luck stat is currently 100. You can pull out a Joker card every time you pull out a random card from a deck. I tried observing myself using the floating eye. There was no visual change to my outer appearance. I considered flipping a coin to test its effects, then paused when I heard someone walk up the staircase. Knock, knock. The saint peeked in through the door after knocking. Mr. Murderer, are you still busy? Did she cook? I could smell something from the first floor. I see. I'm dead, so I don't have to eat, but the saint does. It's dinner time now, so I suppose she had breakfast and lunch by herself. I made dinner using the ingredients I got from town. I thought we could eat together. The saint, who had an apron around her, said this with a bright smile. So she knew how to cook. I'm finding that hard to believe. I can't eat. Can't you just put on the Devourer ring? Ah, I haven't thought of that. Well, putting on the Devourer ring would most certainly allow me to eat despite not having a digestive organ. Just like the saint, who didn't have intestines. But something like a meal. It's just annoying. I don't need it. I waved her away after saying this. I didn't have any time to waste. There were more important things to do. The saint's shoulders drooped down, and after hesitating by the door for a bit, she looked down. She looks quite sad. Well, whatever. Get out, I'm busy. I had things to do. And I didn't like being bothered. I could eat later after I revived anyway. I looked at the closed door in front of me, and put my chin on my hands. Nothing really lucky happened despite having pushed my luck stat to a 100. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. Rewriting Fate, Round 2. You're leaving? Yeah. I need to give them a report. In person. Necro told us that he would be going back to the Haze Republic at the entrance of our next destination, the Stair Village. The time was 6 a.m. It was an early morning, but there were still quite a lot of people running around, trying to prepare for something was wrong. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but something felt strange. My thought process stopped for a second due to the peculiar feeling in my head. Why? Why did I just think that something was off? No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't tell why. What? Are you getting sad? Necro misunderstood my silence and tried making fun of me. I just ignored him and observed the town with the floating eye. The color of the sky made it seem like it had almost frosted over. The lone mountain in the background seemed to have been dyed with tones of red and brown. The town atop of this mountain that could be accessed by a giant staircase was Stair Village, our current location. Like the Arachne, our next destination, Sky Island, wasn't a place demonic walker could take us to. It was impossible to access this floating island without jumping off the top of this half-mountain. Right. That's why we came here. In order to take down our next enemy, the Summoner. The people preparing for the festival frantically made their way to their destinations on the main road, which had brick houses lined up on its sides. It didn't look like much. Again, I felt the strange feeling in my head and became confused. This was the first time I had ever come to this town. I'd never seen it in a picture, nor have I ever gone to a place that looked like it before. I must be mistaken. How long would it take? Just 2 days, I think. And here I thought I'd finally be free. After saying my farewells to Necro, I took out a house from the vault. I should use this time to do something useful. I'll clean up the vault and plan out how to destroy my next enemy. Where's my room? Please take me to the bestest and the biggest one in the house. The saint followed me inside like a little cat, pulling on my robe. I should have kicked her out at the entrance. Well, she let me have her share of the money, so I guess I can at least let this go. How about this room? It has a clean marble floor and running water. Look, it even has a giant mirror. I was almost exorcised by the saint after leading her to the bathroom. Did she hate it that much? By now, she had completely ignored the house owner's attempts to stop her and began to search the rooms herself. I guess I can let her play by herself. I walked up to the library at the second floor and activated the Heart of Gold. I organized the vault that had turned into a mess from taking out the thief and began to check on the money that I had acquired. Total balance, $31,537,076,503.60. The abilities that I gained this time were service and employment. They offered service, delivery, Chinese, Japanese, fried chicken. Business trip, massages, thigh pillows. Vacation, sauna, onsen. Lodge, motel, villa, hotel. Entertainment, karaoke, amusement park, casino. Sports, health club, swimming pool, ski resort. Medicine, pharmacy, plastic surgery, general hospital. Transportation, taxi, cruise ship, airplane. Business trip. Do I get to call someone here? Like summoning a person from a different world? I returned to the library and selected ear cleaning from the business trip section. I didn't choose it for any special reason, if anything. I was just curious. After a bit of a pause, a screen with a list of available individuals popped up. I suppose I can just choose whatever. $100,250 disappeared from my account when I chose someone. Why is it so expensive? Is it because dimensional travel costs a lot? A bright light flashed before me as I was thinking, and a cat-eared girl in maid clothes appeared before me. It didn't seem like she was cosplaying. Her cat ears twitched every once in a while in a lifelike fashion, even her tail looked like it was alive. Well, apart from her cat features, she seemed completely human. The girl did a spin as soon as she was summoned and struck a cute pose. Thank you for using our services. We're the mobile ear cleaners, the ear cleanayas. The language that had been translated by Xenaglossy was something that I had never heard before in my life. It didn't seem particularly special though. Other than the fact that her cat ears and tail were real. She's definitely not from Earth. And based on her facial expressions, she didn't seem very surprised at the fact that she had been summoned. The service lasts a minimum of 30 minutes. It costs extra to hire us for any longer, so please make sure of that, Master. I wonder what would happen if I killed her. Would she be unsummoned before then? Or would I not be able to harm her? Is there a penalty? Why isn't she surprised that she's in a different world? A message box appeared below me, which I checked immediately. The service becomes cancelled the moment you attempt to harm the person. Any small talk and physical contact other than what is required to fulfill the service is forbidden, and breaking this rule will result in a penalty in using the services at a later time. Is that so? So I can only take what they give me. The cat girl kneeled down on the floor and motioned me to lie down. Is there something special involved? Or does she really just clean my ears? There's no way I just paid $100,000 just to get my ears cleaned. Right? I took off my helmet and lay down on the girl's knees. I carefully observed the girl's cattail that waved back and forth as my ears got cleaned. A mix between a cat and human. Maybe she was a robot. I don't feel any mana inside her. Can I ask you something? Crackle, crish. The girl didn't respond, and just dug at my ears as much as she could. She said a few incoherent things about crepes and TV programs while she did so. I thought of attacking her for a second, then remembered the warning that Heart of Gold gave me. To think my money would be wasted on something like this. After 30 minutes. The girl had finished her business with me and disappeared after saying a generic thank you. I feel cheated. The time was now 11:30 a.m. I sat back down on the chair, then lifted my head when I heard someone run up the stairs. Mr. Murderer, are you there? Ah, you must have finished with your business in the vault. The saint peeked into the room, paused, then began to smell with her eyes closed. A female. I smell a female. Was she a dog? Did she smell the perfume or something? The saint scanned my body carefully. She seemed to have a small frown on her face. Could it be? Nope, not what you're thinking. Ah. I was planning on buying a few things at the town. I was wondering if you'd want to join me. To do what? Carry the baggage, dot. The saint nodded vigorously, and I waved her away with a similar amount of energy. You can go alone. I'm busy. The saint drooped her shoulders once again when she heard my rejection, and... Once again? The saint making a sad face didn't seem unfamiliar to me. Did she make the face when we were at the shelter? Or when I took down Romeo Smith? When I took down the thief? The saint uttered a small sorry under her breath, then quietly left the room. It's probably nothing. It's probably just my imagination. I must be imagining that the day is repeating. No way that's the case, right? Ah. Maybe I should have just offered to deliver the food for her? I feel like I could have eaten with her if I used the devourer ring. I imagine me eating a meal with her together at a table, causing me to smirk. Why'd I think of doing something like that? It was meaningless. There was no worth in doing something like that. What was important to me right now was to check the extent of my power, and think of ways to use the money I had acquired. Right now, each and every minute was worth tens of thousands of dollars to me. If I invested using this money, every minute would be worth hundreds of thousands. Using such precious time with the saint? Useless. Inefficient. Illogical. I activated Heart of Gold as I crossed my legs. As I did so, I tried to ignore the saint appearing at the edge of my thoughts as much as I could. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 50. Chapter 50. Rewriting Fate, Round 3. It was 6 a.m. again. I checked my wristwatch and came to the conclusion that the day was repeating. I can't even deny that it's happening since my memory of it was so clear. Was it because I killed the thief? Did he put a curse on me before he died? The fact that I was being attacked, despite not having been wounded yet, wasn't a particularly good feeling. I have no idea what might happen if I get stuck in a time loop like this. Hey! You listening? I'm going away. Wow, you're not even pretending to be sad? I thought you were better than this. I consoled Necro a little bit, then sent him away. I threw the saint in the biggest room in the house as soon as I took it out. She complained a little, but became satisfied after hearing that it was the biggest. She said that she'd rearrange the furniture as she saw fit, so she probably won't bother me for too long. Now, let's go find the reason for this damn temporal anomaly. I activated the 1,000 Thunderbirds so that I could attack the enemy as soon as I found him. I also used my floating eye to scan everyone in Stair Village. I could see the smoke billowing out of the chimneys below. The streets were crowded with people trying to prepare for the festival. It has to be one of these people. The person I'm looking for has to be a person using his power. If it was powerful enough to turn back time by one day, his or her halo should be shining brightly. I slowly began to scan the surrounding area but gave up soon afterwards. Why? There were 3 or 4 people from a different world in the town, but none of them had abilities related to time. The person might be using the power from outside the village, but that's too unlikely. Is it magic? If that were the case, then it would make sense for me to not find anyone suspicious. If the person hid the mana, I wouldn't be able to find the person. But could there actually be a magic that rewinds time? Well, I guess I'll stop here for today. By now, it was already 6 p.m. Streetlights began to be turned on in the town, signaling the start of the night market. Colored lanterns hanging from strings above gave the town a festive vibe. The day should repeat by now. I began to look into everyone we had met during our trip. As I did so, a knock came from the door, causing me to look up. Mr. Murderer, are you still busy? The saint came again. The loop ends at 9 p.m. I could search the town for the last 3 hours, but I made dinner using the ingredients I got from town. I thought we could eat together. I don't. I stopped myself from saying I don't want to. The face of the depressed saint became stuck in my head for some reason. If the day's going to repeat anyway, maybe I could take some time off. Since we're going to go out, I suppose some checks should be done. Did you turn off the stove? I realized something before I even finished my question. There's no gas and there's no electricity either. Did you use magic? Hee, don't you know that I'm the strongest white wizard there is? If I just use light magic well enough. Boiling water is but a simple task. Ah, lasers, is it? To think she'd use light to heat food. I don't know if I should say it's amazing or stupid. Anyway, that's not what's important here. Do you have time? I'd like to try something. What is it? Is it Heart of Gold again? If my memory was correct, I made use of service in order to go back to my previous world. If I could take someone else with me, I could potentially send back people who wanted to go back to their original world. For a fee, of course. You'll see. I extended my hand towards her. I've never tried it before, but it felt like it'd work if I held onto her hand like this. Kind of like how I could store things in the vault. The saint looked down at my hand silently, then grabbed onto my finger shyly. She's usually so unreserved when she hits me. Why's she so shy now? Hold on tight. Like this. As if we're shaking our hands. I firmly grasped her hand. She became shaky and nervous when I did this, which I promptly ignored. I activated Heart of Gold. The place where we were headed to now was the multiplex. A place that combined a theater, restaurants, arcades, and a giant shopping town into one. The dark, dimly lit library melted away, only to be replaced by a large bright space. It seemed to be the first floor of the complex. Ha! The saint dropped down onto the floor from shock. She was still holding onto my hand tightly. A couple who just came out of the elevator glanced at us, whispering to each other. Look, look. That girl. Next to the guy. Wow. Amazing. As expected of a foreign girl. Her cosplay's on a completely different level. Is she a model? Let's break up. I observed the saint's clothes as I listened to the couple's banter. Cosplay. Now that I look at it, her clothes are quite peculiar. People were occasionally stealing glances at us. Unlike the other world, which was currently fall, Earth was currently in summer. Maybe we should buy clothes first. I picked up the saint and made her stand straight, because she had melted like ice cream on a hot summer day, and pulled her into the elevator. She was quite light. Was it because of her short height? Once the elevator closed, she stuck close to me like a frightened rabbit. Mr. Murderer. This is Earth. Based on the language, probably Korea? North? South? Seeing how the last place I went to was New York, it seemed that the location changed based on the services offered. In any case, why is she so close to me? I can almost feel her breathing on me. I grabbed the inquisitive saint, who was asking me all sorts of things out of excitement, and took her to the 5th floor, the women's clothing section. Again with the staring. Our clothes was one thing, but she seems to be the main reason. Why here? Aha, it's a date, isn't it? How nice of you, Mr. Murderer. I left her to interpret it however she wanted and let go of her hand to let her go buy her clothes. Shake. Shake. The girl didn't let go of my hand even when I tried to shake it off. The saint whistled to herself loudly, as if she didn't know what I was trying to do. When we just stood in place like this, one of the employees began to approach us gingerly. Sir, is there anything that you might be looking for? Would he understand me? I guess having xenoglossy solves that problem. And just like how I had suspected, the saint was able to converse with the employee easily, and finally choose a clothing store. At a place like this, I suppose what was expected to happen was the saint would probably try on a bunch of clothes and ask for my opinion. Contrary my expectations, however, the saint just chose a single set of clothes, and bought it using her own money. The employee seemed to be quite surprised when she handed him a gold coin. It's my turn now. I entered the men's clothing section on the 4th floor. Before I could even say anything though, I was stopped by a young security guard. Apologies. You've been reported by a few of the employees here. Reported? I suppose it's obvious that I'd be reported, considering how I was wearing a cape and a helmet. The cape might even be used to steal things. The wide-shouldered guard, who was wearing a police baton on his hip, looked up at my face suspiciously. Would you take off your helmet and cape, if it wouldn't trouble you too much? Does he think that I might be a criminal? This isn't good. The guard put emphasis on how checking my identity was extremely important as he continuously glanced at the saint. I guess it's unavoidable. I could say that the guard had no right to force me to do this, but doing such a thing would just end up being counterproductive. When I took off my helmet, the guard stumbled a few steps back in surprise. My face that had been almost melted off from heat was not at all something that should be seen by anyone. It was absolutely abominable. The guard looked away a little bit as he spoke with a stiffer tone than before. Sir, apologies for this, but please put your helmet on again, and exit the building with me. Exit the building. I look ugly, so leave? You might cause discomfort for the other customers, so please understand. He was equivocating nicely, but he was clearly putting some force behind his words. It almost seemed like he was about to throw me out by force if needed. It wasn't hard to say no, but I turned to look at the worried saint. I wanted to let her have a nice day, too. The situation just kept getting worse. Several customers became curious about what was going on and even decided to become part of the peanut gallery. Why does he look like that? Does he really want to come to a place like this with a face like that? Wow, I feel like throwing up. Let's go, let's go. Damn it, why does he even go out with a face like that? He should just die. I feel so sorry for the girl next to him. No, if she's with a guy like him, she's clearly. So it's okay for me to be treated like this if I'm ugly, is it? Looks like arguing with the guard wouldn't really yield fruitful results either. I sighed and came back to the library on the 2nd floor with the saint. The people around us disappeared and made what happened just before seem like a dream. Mr. Murderer. Sorry. I troubled you with my looks. The saint, who was still holding onto my hand, looked up at my face with worried eyes. Ha! Looks like I chose wrong again. Maybe I should figure out a way to end this properly before I find the enemy? Maybe I'll find the right way to solve this problem that way. Plus, I feel just slightly mad. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. Rewriting Fate, Round 4, 1. That's what government work is like. It would be so much better to just send in reports through telepathy. Or you could just document it. But they really seem to want to see my face when I make the report. Necro was planning on droning on for a bit about the problems he had about his life to Jean. Seeing their face, it didn't even seem like they were sad about him leaving. This made him feel a need to appeal his importance to the group when he got the chance. There's no efficiency in this government. Only procedures. Useless procedures. Let's tell Jean all about why he had to go back to the Republic using this chance. Necro, who had been thinking this to himself, became a little dumbfounded when he saw Jean snatch Mordo's hand. Heart of gold. The two disappeared with a flash, leaving Necro and Demonic Walker alone at the entrance of the village. Jean yelled "bye" before he disappeared, so clearly this wasn't an act of kidnapping or anything significant. Seeing how they were holding hands, Demonic Walker nodded several times and reached the one conclusion Necro didn't want to reach. It's a date. Wow, he just grabbed her hand as soon as he heard you were leaving. How nice. I didn't know he had that kind of side to him. Necro's shoulders drooped. For some reason, a ridiculous sense of loneliness overtook him. To think that Jean would actually pull something like this on him. Since when did he become like that? Let's go. At one point, he was a hero during the Great War. Demonic Walker put his hand on the depressed man's shoulder and activated his power. Star. As soon as I entered the vault, the saint began jumping like a kangaroo in a defensive stance. Kaya. What's this? Kidnapping. I left the girl to perform her mock martial arts in one corner of the vault and absorbed the mountain of gold. The amount totaled $31,537,076,503.60. If my memory serves, I was missing $990 million. This was most likely the reason why the day was repeating. An error most likely occurred due to the fact that I raised my luck to 100. But was there really a reason for fate to be twisted like this just because I raised my luck? Unless there was an external factor. There was too little information that I could go off of. I guess I'll just stop here for now. The saint approached me carefully and looked up at my helmet. Mr. Murderer. If you don't answer properly, you might start giving people the wrong impression? Hold on, I'm almost done. I opened Heart of Gold and chose Charm. It's not like I needed a new face, so I'd be satisfied enough with just turning myself back to my former self. Wait. Maybe I can take care of my skin troubles a little bit? I should also adjust a few things. Yeah, something like the me I see through my bathroom window. I felt my facial structure change as I became enveloped in a warm light. I took off my helmet. The saint, who had been watching what I was doing from the side, widened her eyes in shock. Was something wrong? I took a look at my face using the floating eye. It's exactly as I had expected. Just what I'd expect to see on my bathroom window. My bald head had turned into a huge jungle of hair, and the burns on my skin had all but faded away. I changed into my t-shirt and jeans immediately and put my hands on the confused saint's shoulders. She trembled as if she had been in shock and tried to run away. What's up with her? Does she not like it? This was the first time she had seen my real face. Since she only got to see my burnt self before, I must feel like an entirely different individual. What, you don't like it? Is it really you, Mr. Murderer? You seem like a different person. Isn't that much obvious? It's not like there's anyone else that would use Heart of Gold. Plus, she even saw me change in front of her. Why was she so confused? I tightly grabbed onto her shoulder and moved to the multiplex. The scenery melted away to take us to the first floor of the building. Was moving like this alright? Everyone would have noticed us moving. Like now. The couple waiting for the elevator in front of us turned to stare at us. Their heads all seemed to be stuck in place, as if time had stopped. Like I thought, I suppose it was too strange. Because we appeared so suddenly? Or was it because the saint was too pretty? I don't really get that. The only thing that the saint reminds me of is a small animal. Ha! The saint dropped down onto the ground again, which forced me to grab her up. Seeing her reddened face, she was definitely embarrassed. Well, I guess holding her up myself like this was embarrassing for her. As we quietly waited for the elevator, the couples near us began to talk. He must be an actor. Was there a signing event today? Should I get his signature? What do I do? He looked at me. Wow, he's seriously something. Dear friend, since when did you look so much like a squid? If only I was born like that. An actor? I looked behind me but didn't see anyone special. Well, it wasn't like I knew what all the actors in the world looked like anyway, and even if I did, why would I care? I checked the wristwatch of the person next to me and confirmed that it indeed was 10 a.m. Seeing how there were a lot of people on the streets, it seemed to be the weekend. Ding! One of the elevators reached the first floor and the people inside the elevator got off. The very first couple stopped right in their tracks when they saw us. They were forced to keep moving due to the people behind them, but they just kept staring even while moving. Was something wrong? My clothes are pretty clean. A white t-shirt and a pair of jeans. Ah, was it because the saint's clothes seemed too foreign? The people in the building kept glancing at us as they moved. We really should buy some clothes first. In any case, everyone in the elevator got off, so why's no one moving? Was the elevator broken? For some reason the people split apart to form a path for us to the elevator. Almost as if they were telling us to get on first. Excuse us. Since it was dangerous for me to touch the saint directly, I grabbed her clothing and dragged her in. Even after we got on, the people outside didn't bother moving. They were just taking pictures with their smartphones. Wow! Amazing! The real thing can't even compare. Was it really that strange? Well, the saint was a foreigner, so it was a little expected. I assumed that her clothes would get a little attention, but not this much. No one bothered to move despite the elevator's signal. Really, what was up with them? Was something the matter? We'll just go to the 5th floor for now. The door closed, causing the scenery to change. I could feel the increase in force from elevator moving upwards. The saint didn't say anything in the elevator. In fact, she just kept trying to run to one corner of the elevator. This was the same even when we got to the women's clothing section. Since she tried to pick out whatever without even looking at it, I chose what she had eyed previously and bought it. Since the money would reset after the day, I guess I could squander a bit today. I heard people muttering behind us, so I turned to look at all the people who had gathered. Was there anything to look at? I recalled what had happened previously. At that time, the people were staring at me with eyes filled with disgust, but now their eyes were filled with curiosity. Right, I suppose this was good enough appearance-wise. To think people would change this much just by changing my face. I guess it would be unfair to insult them for judging people by appearances. After all, I, too, was one of the many people in the world who judged people based on their appearances. Super handsome. A female student who had been following me from the 5th floor yelled this loudly. Are they all usually like this? She was beginning to embarrass me. I told the saint, who seemed equally embarrassed, to go change and walked over to the counter. A young female worker bowed politely to me again and spoke with a trembling voice. Sir. Do you need anyone to help you? Why? That's, I was wondering if you'd be able to carry all this. Did they have a service like this? Was she planning on calling a porter? I guess I did buy a little too much. And I was planning on buying even more. I could just put it in the vault, but doing it in a place like this would cause a mess. I wasn't really planning on causing one. Please, by all means. I smiled and took out a black card that was given to me from the finance section of my power. Royal Centurion. A VVIP card that was used by a select few people. The employee scanned the card a few times, then called someone on the phone. A man in a black suit ran to the counter in just 30 seconds. The name tag on his chest showed me that he was the manager of this multiplex. I apologize. The man bent at the waist by 90 degrees to bow at me. There wasn't much to apologize about though. There was a familiar person next to the manager. It was the security guard that told me to leave after looking at my face. The manager kept bowing at me. Our employee didn't know much. We'll help you with your purchase as fast as we can. I've contacted the management already, so once you're done shopping, I'll take care of your purchases at the entrance. What was he on about? Was he planning on waiting at the entrance with a card reader at the entrance? I turned to look at the guard next to him. This is... In order to enhance your experience here, this man here will help you as much as possible while you shop. He can lift heavy things quite easily. Is there anything you're worried about? I could change him to someone else if you'd like. He seemed quite careful with his words. To think a single card would do this. Since he was giving me a porter for free, how could I refuse him? Just stay out of my sight. Of course. The guard quickly bowed when the manager motioned him to. He looked completely different compared to the time when he was trying to chase me out. This was the power of money. I left the two people and walked over to the dressing room. The saint was wearing a set of summer clothes with a beet red face. How is it? Does it look good? She looks completely different with the one-piece dress compared to her usual self with the red jacket and blue cape like this. But something's missing. I snapped my fingers and asked the employee to bring me a set of women's shoes. A row of shiny shoes were put on display for her from one end of the store to the other. I spoke once the shoes were all set in front of her. Shoes. 10 seconds. I'll just buy all of them if she couldn't choose and just give them all to the guard. I don't know if he'd be able to carry it, but doesn't matter to me, does it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. Rewriting Fate, Round 4, 2. 10 seconds? The saint quickly got to work when I began the countdown. She happily muttered, "What do I choose?" under her breath. The shoe that she chose in the end was a pair of high heels that didn't match her dress at all. The heels were high enough to raise her height by about 7 centimeters. Was she trying to look as tall as possible? I didn't know she longed for fresh air that much. Even so, it looks like she might fall over with a pair of heels that high. I looked around a bit and chose a smaller pair of shoes for her. They were a pair of flat shiny white shoes that seemed to really match her white fleece skirt. Isn't this better? I'm not sure you can even walk in those. Ha! What you just said was a very big insult to my womanhood. Womanhood. Does she want to grow that much? The saint became enraged and grabbed her high heels. I can take a high heel, you know? Even a keel heel is nothing to me. I can take keel heels and even area heels with ease. Again with the wordplay. The saint laughed at me with the keel heel on and I just shook my head in response. Was she supposed to be a clown or what? She chose the high heels against everyone's will and took off her shoes. Ah, was she? The saint put her hands in her skirt as everyone watched and took off her tights. The black cloth rolled away to reveal a white leg. She stood up like a crane on one leg and attempted to take off the other one from her other leg. Wasn't she embarrassed? As I watched her in stupefaction, the saint laughed quietly to herself and stomped over to me. To think you'd look at me with those eyes. As I thought, high school girls really are premium products. Right, I'll give this to you as a reward. Please treat it preciously. Ah. Maybe you can use this as your family heirloom. She was trying to give me her stocking. It even smelled because of the summer heat. I don't want it. I threw it down on the ground as soon as I got it. Star. Nom. Dot. The saint took a giant bite out of her pancake and had a smile on her face while putting her hands around her cheeks. A pancake topped with corn salad, a corn dog, along with ketchup and mustard. It was just $2.50. She downed it in 2 bites and began to search for her next target. The whole time she was doing this, she kept glancing at me with a guilty face. Cahi ha o mo play? Swallow first. Don't speak with your mouth full. She eats a lot. Why does it feel like I'm raising a cow? The two of us went up to the 7th floor and I began to feed the saint out of curiosity just to see how much she could eat. The 8th floor is a cinema complex, so I guess we're going to watch a movie next? Feels kind of boring. I shoved bacon sticks and fries into her mouth as I thought about the movie we were going to watch. Nom nom. She really eats like a whale. Kinda like Pac-Man. She probably would have eaten my hand if I wasn't paying attention. The saint noticed that I was observing her curiously as I shoved more food into her and handed me a stick of roast meat. So you're finally feeling hungry, Mr. Murderer? You should eat. Ah. Don't have to. I don't feel hungry and I can't taste anything anyways. She kept trying to push it in despite me closing my mouth tightly. My face became covered with sauce thanks to that. You'll be able to taste a little if I put a shining buster through your mouth. Words can be violence too, damn it. She really did whatever she wanted. I ended up taking the stick and activated Heart of Gold. I bought the Devourer ring from the special equipment section. It would look like a couple's ring if I put it on my ring finger, so I'll put it on my middle finger. Well, we still look like a couple like this. We just look like one, of course. I had zero feelings for the saint. I, who had no heart to begin with, would probably never end up loving someone. For now, I was planning on satisfying her so that she wouldn't get in my way so that I could focus. Her memory would reset by the end of the day. In the end, all this was just being done to satisfy myself. To the saint, all this was completely meaningless. In any case. Annoying. I quietly looked at the people around us. No matter where we went, people followed. They weren't just following us either. They were taking pictures with their smartphones without trying to hide it. Did they really have that little to do? The saint slipped when she didn't pay attention, falling down on the ground with a gasp. We were surrounded with the clamor of shutter sounds again. As I thought, she wasn't used to the high heels. Why did she pick it then? The reason why people decorated themselves was to look good to a person. The conclusion I reached, therefore, was obvious. To look good in front of me. No, that delusion is just too big. It shouldn't have hurt that much, but she was crying like a baby as she extended her arms at me. I remember something like this happening before. Back when we were setting the barrier to trap the warrior. I told her to get up on her own at the time, but I grabbed her arms and helped her up. My hands caught fire when I grabbed hers and I was filled with pain. At the same time, I could feel her warmth along with the soft feeling of her hand. What the, look! Look! Fire! The audience muttered amongst themselves when they saw the holy flame. Well, it's not like it matters if they see it. I could just call it a magic trick. Then. You. She said thanks with an almost silent voice. She had turned beet red from embarrassment as she dusted off her clothes. Whatever happened to her crying earlier? Anyway, I suppose I should give her a new pair of shoes. I snapped my fingers and asked the guard to take out the white flats. When I pushed the pair onto her, she ended up putting her feet towards me after a bit of initial resistance. Was she trying to be Cinderella or something? You wear it. You weren't going to put it on? Why should I? The saint's face turned even redder than before when I refused her outright. Well, it was obvious where this was all going. I refused her despite knowing that. After all, even it was me, putting on shoes for a woman was a little awkward. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 53. Chapter 53. Rewriting Fate, Round 4, 3. The fighter, Vaughn, thought of the warmth from the hands that caressed him. He remembered the warmth that resembled the spring sun as well as the kindness that didn't care to be repaid. Morto High. She, the strongest white wizard in the world, saved Vaughn as he lay dying on the streets. She could have just ignored him. But she didn't. Instead, she took him, a person she had never even seen before, and nursed him back to full health for 4 days straight. How could he forget? Even now he could see her kind smile when he closed his eyes. Even her pained and saddened face, he could see it all. If there was one thing he could ask for from God, it would be her happiness. He hadn't repaid her yet. He wanted to stay near her and help her, but his worries of dragging her down only made him watch her from afar. At least now. He put on the arm guards that had video game pads inscribed on it. After that, he put on a noose around his neck like a convict and stood on his toes. Not yet. Not yet. He repeated this phrase to himself a countless number of times as if he was attempting to persuade death. He wanted to give this life to Morto if he could, but he knew better than anyone that he didn't have long to live in the first place. If he were to do anything, he only had this one chance. If he failed again, he would need to pay for all he had done up till now. Rewriting fate equals save and load. Even with the ability to save at a certain point in time and move back into the past, he had failed in saving Morto. The reason was simply because he didn't have enough talent. There was no other way to explain it. If only he had been a better person. If only he was a person worthy enough to stand next to her with pride. Useless thoughts. Vaughn felt the sun beginning to set and looked up. What came into view was a panoramic view of the Stair Village. His eyes drifted over to a small house at the edge of this village. Please. For a future filled with happiness. So that the two won't be played by fate. The boy atop the mountain repeats his life over and over again. Almost as if he's stuck in a never-ending dream. Star. A scary movie in the theaters. That was the rule that I set for myself. It wasn't because I wanted to see the saint get scared. Well, I wouldn't mind looking at it. But the saint managed to shatter my expectations completely and just watched the movie with a neutral face as she munched on her caramel popcorn. Ha! She occasionally let out a laugh. This was not at all what I expected. To think she'd be this desensitized to this sort of thing. I suppose even the scariest ghosts look like weak monsters to her. They wouldn't even stand a chance against her either. There was no reason for her to be afraid of something that was weaker than her. Even so, to think that she wouldn't even try to look scared. Whenever the others screamed Kia, the saint raised the corners of her lips to let out a heh. Like this, she resembled a seasoned exorcist. It's not like she was going so far as to start talking about how she'd take care of the ghosts, but this was bad enough to make the movie director cry. Slurp, slurp. The saint sucked up everything in her cup in one fell swoop and glared at the whimpering couple near her. Based on the light in her eyes, it almost seemed like she was about to do something. She was occasionally glancing at me too. Don't tell me she was about to act scared now. Kia. She was half a beat too late compared to the others. She was bad at acting too. She attempted to hug me with a face more full of excitement than anything. I put my hand on her forehead and stopped her. Whoosh. The theater became slightly brighter as a blue flame lit my hand. At the same time, everyone in the theater turned to look at the saint. The saint's eyes instantly became filled with confusion and chaos. She put down her hands and slowly buried herself into the chair. She must be embarrassed. Embarrassed enough to look like a steamed octopus. I still don't get it. Was it possible for a person to like another of its kind with pure emotions? Were they not confusing their desires to reproduce? What was their reason for even liking someone? I felt that there was something wrong with me as a human. There probably won't ever be a day when I would understand the saint's feelings. Not that I wanted to in the first place. We moved back down after the movie. The floor we were on was a floor dedicated to albums and books. There was a book cafe in one corner, so we took a seat there. The saint swung her legs back and forth playfully in her seat and tried on a headband that she had just bought. Was this the new fad nowadays? A motor that moved according to the brainwaves of the wearer. The cat ears on the hairband were flapping around wildly. It was probably trying to convey the saint's current emotions. Look, Mr. Murderer. I'm going to stop your heart with these cat ears, She took a magical girl pose she saw from a TV show and attempted to look cute. Again, the people around us shouted cute and madly took pictures. She's totally an idol. When she pretended to shoot me with a finger gun, the males behind me fell back with an ugh. What the hell? Now, Mr. Murderer. You should try wearing this as well. I pushed the cat ears away. Don't want to. Shining. She was resorting to threats. Despite saying the key words, she didn't actually gather any mana. I suppose she was a little unsure about using it in public like this. You're too shy. The saint said this as she put the headband back into its box. Mr. Murderer, you talk too little. You never let out anything that you're thinking, do you? There's not much to talk about. We didn't have a shared interest either. The saint became worked up. Why wouldn't there be anything to talk about? We could talk about what we like, or we could talk about what happened recently. It's quite fun to learn about what a person likes. For example, you like detective novels, don't you? I enjoy circling the name of the criminal and marking down, he's it, on the first chapter. That's evil. I'm joking. Dear oh dear, do you really think I'd do something as cruel as that? You seem exactly like the type of person to do something like that. The saint took a sip from her iced coffee. Anyway, what's all this about? Normally you'd get extremely annoyed when I ask you to do anything with me. So she knew how much I disliked being bothered. Well, I did show it quite a bit in the first place. There's a problem. I just escaped in order to find a way to solve it. I explained everything that happened to the saint. Starting from the fact that the day has repeated 3 times, all the way to the fact that I had raised my luck stat all the way to 100. I don't know the cause for this. I just escaped here with you just in case this was an attack of some sort from the enemy. As long as we're here, no physical harm should come to us. What if it isn't an attack? The saint's remark caused a small ripple in my thoughts. So it was just prejudice. She was right. There might have been a probability that this was not an attack in the first place. Was this ability really being used to attack us? Repeating a day over and over again was, in some sense, giving us a chance to do something. It's not that we're trapped in a certain loop, but does the person want something specific to happen? If there was an enemy that we are to fight, the subject of the enemy's power was me. I was the target. That would mean that in the end, the person was waiting for me to change in some way. But there was something that couldn't be explained with this theory. What about my luck stat? Dear. To think you haven't even noticed yet. Isn't being able to date me a great fortune in itself? Right. I'm scrapping this theory. The saint was no help. Ah. I saw it, that face. You just thought I was no help, didn't you? To think you'd think such a thing in front of such a beautiful girl like me. How impudent. How impudent indeed. Why would you try to impersonate a king at a time like this? Whatever. Even if we do have an enemy, we just have to endure it till he runs out of energy. Then, after this day, would this memory disappear? The saint asked this question while her voice was trembling voice. Was she disappointed? That feeling would disappear as well. Of course it would. Without a trace. I see. What was she thinking? The saint smiled brightly as if to show that she was unfazed, but I could see that she was a little unenergetic compared to before. This isn't ideal. The reason I brought her here in the first place was because I dislike seeing her like that. I stood up and told the saint to follow. The saint stopped fiddling with her paper cup and whitened her eyes. What, where? The answer to that obviously would be, we're going on a drive. I dragged the saint towards me. She had been fiddling with her fingers with the desire to grab my hand for quite some time. When I actually grabbed her hand, she became a little surprised and confused. My hand was burning in pain because of her holy power, but I'd have to endure at least this much. Thank you for using our services. Please have a great day. When the hell did he get there? The manager, who had been waiting with a card reader in hand, followed us all the way outside to bid me his farewells. I received my car keys as soon as I walked out from an assistant. It took time to buy things using Heart of Gold, so I hired an assistant to buy the car for me. Thankfully, he bought it just on time. The sports car that was parked in front of the entrance of the multiplex was getting the attention of everyone nearby. There were a few people brave enough to get near it, but the only thing they dared to was to take a selfie with it. A full-time 4WD 6.5 LV12 engine. It does 0 to 100 km/h in 2.9 seconds, and boasts a maximum speed of 350 km per hour. The flashy and sharp appearance that this car possessed was unique to only this car. Lamborghini Aventador Red. The crowd around it was muttering to themselves, wondering just who the owner of this car was. Beep. I unlocked the car with the smart key and opened the passenger door for the saint. The crowd let out gasps of astonishment from just this. Wow, did you just see that? It must be his. He must have quite a lot of cash. The attention I was getting was almost annoying. Maybe I should have bought a cheaper car. When I confirmed that the saint was seated in the car, I closed the door. Her worries should be blown away after we go on a nice drive. Well, from the looks of things, her worries seem to be gone already. How simple. I sat myself down in the driver's seat with a smile and started the car. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 54. Chapter 54. Rewriting Fate, Round 5. Vaughn squeezed out the last of his power from above the village. His halo slowly began to get brighter and brighter as it dyed the world in its light. This is the last. Once he dies, the fighter Vaughn would disappear from the face of the planet. Almost as if he had never existed before. This was the price he would pay for attempting to mess with fate. He would be forgotten by everyone once he died, but to Vaughn, this was nothing. As long as she could become happy, he might as well have gone to heaven. It was almost as if he was playing a role-playing game. The boy who had saved and loaded his entire life multiple times slowly closed his eyes on top of the hill, waiting for the two people that would come here in the future. Star. The white sand glittered under the transparent cobalt sky. The beach was lined with parasols along with people tanning under the sun or resting underneath the shade. The waves splashed against the tetrapods lined up against the seaside road, turning into a spray of water in the process. Summer really does call for the beach. I took the saint to the beach as soon as the day reset. I didn't do it because I wanted to, but rather because the saint of the past wanted me to. I had thought she would have swum a lot since the Hayes Republic's castle was next to the sea, but it seemed that she was unable to do that because of the onlookers. I guess that's the price you pay for becoming famous. She probably didn't have a lot of time for herself, since she always became surrounded by sick people. To her, this was the first vacation she got on in 5 years. I took in the view of the horizon as I blew air into the tube in front of me. Well, I did until the saint jumped right in front in a white swimsuit. Tada, how is it? Do you feel your heart throbbing yet? She posed as she said this. Maybe it was because she was quite underdeveloped, but she really didn't give off any sex appeal when she did this. How surprising. The only impression I got from her was that her hair was a bit different compared to before. I had thought that she only attracted attention in Korea because she was a foreigner, but she was quite popular here as well. We've had to shoo away men 3 times. Was she that pretty? I didn't really understand. Pretty good for a girl with a child's body. I suppose you won't be mistaken as a little girl anywhere. Roar. I quickly restrained the saint with the tube when she ran at me. She told me she didn't know how to swim, so I guess I'll just teach her. With actual experience. I dragged her using the rope on the tube into the water. Splash, splish. Slightly warm. The seawater that was transparent enough to see through tickled our toes. The saint began floating on her tube when the water reached out waist. That happy face of hers really is begging to be teased. Well, I'll restrain myself today. She did ask me to do this after all. We played at the beach for an hour or so before making our way to the restaurant I made reservations in. L'Arpège, a 3 Michelin star restaurant based in Paris. The saint asked me to take her to this place since she's never had food in a place like this. I suppose there was no need to even look at the menu. Everything. I put a tip on top of the menu before the waiter managed to say anything. A gold coin that was worth hundreds of dollars. The waiter, who seemed to have thought that I was joking, wiped the smile off his face. His slightly relaxed posture straightened up immediately as well. He took the menu, bowed, and quietly made his way to the kitchen. These aren't the type of people that need money at whatever the cost. They'd most likely discuss with one another about my order first. A little while later, the chef came to us to tell us that the amount of food we ordered was a little too much for 2 people. He gave in when I suggested that he could bring it out little by little at a time. Mr. Murderer? You're super nice today. And it's almost like you know about all my dreams. How perceptive. The saint stopped shoving food in her mouth and set her utensils down on the table. Taking her gaze away from her food, she looked up at me. I guess it's only obvious she'd be curious, considering how everything that she ever wanted to do was being done. All this was planned by the saint herself. She gave me this list telling me to do all these for her if the day reset. I didn't have any reason to fulfill any of them, but I did owe something to her anyway. After we finished eating, we moved on to the aquarium. The Chirami Aquarium, based in Okinawa. The Kuroshio tank was recorded in the Guinness Book of World Records as the biggest tank in the world. Its overwhelming size allowed one to be able to see a giant cross-section of the sea. It was a view that would overwhelm anyone who saw it. A whale shark leisurely swam in the aquarium. The light that shined over it almost gave it a certain element of holiness to it. The saint quietly gazed up at the majestic sight before her. Right, that's that. Next is star. Ha! Once we came back home at around 8 p.m., I put down the tired saint back onto the sofa. She flopped down out of exhaustion, refusing to move. I told you it was too much. The schedule was far too big to be completed in one day. We managed to complete it thanks to our high HP and stamina though. We went to the Alps and even managed to see the Sphinx. I guess she can die happy now? Right, this is good enough for today. Time to go back to the library. The saint managed to stop me before I began to make my way up the stairs. Where are you going? The fairy who grants wishes doesn't work past this time. No. There's still an hour left. She knew that she would lose her memories and that the day would reset. I suppose that was why she didn't want to waste even a single minute. Where do you want to go to then? The saint gave me a confident thumbs up. Perhaps I shouldn't have asked in the first place. A little while later, I ended up at the entrance to the stair village with the saint who had changed into autumn clothes. The festival isn't over yet. Let's go. It wasn't over, but it sure was getting close to it. The walk to the summit of the half mountain was filled with flowers and fruits. Pomegranates, mandarins, apples. All fruits that grow in the autumn. This was probably the remnant of the autumn carriage. During the traditional festival that is held in Stair Village, Ascension, 5 boys who haven't gone through their coming-of-age ceremony would carry a carriage up the mountain. The other boys would either help push the carriage or put weights on it. The watching girls would also throw in fruits and grains onto the carriage. Their target was the top of the mountain. The boys would climb up the stairs with all their strength. Their path would get steeper the more they climbed, the carriage would get heavier along with it. By that time, the onlookers would join in to push. They would put the carriage to the peak of the mountain and offer all that is inside it as an offering to the sky island that would pass by. Hold on, you two. The two of us turned to look at the source of the voice. Don't rush yourselves now. Why don't you try getting your fortunes told? It came from a corner of the night market. There was an old woman there staring up at us with a crystal ball laid out in front of her on a blue table. A fortune teller? I tried to just ignore her. Contrary to my plans, the saint pulled at my arms despite me trying to leave. We can't just ignore the famed fortune teller of Stair Village. Do you even know how famous she is? I feel like I'm doing a bunch of things that I'd normally never do because of the saint. My, the losses really are big today. The old lady with the hooked nose laughed to herself as she asked for nearly $10,000. It's not like I couldn't give it to her, but it's a total ripoff. Call it a donation. I wonder if fortune-telling would be considered a superstition in a world where God exists. Seeing how I can feel a bit of mana in the air, it doesn't feel like a scam either. The fortune teller stuffed the cash into her pocket and began to rub the crystal ball in a mystical manner. Right, who should I look into first? Should I use constellations or tarot cards? Choose what you want. Constellations. Can't you just ask God for your fortunes? Cards. Tarot cards. Him first. When the saint said this, the fortune teller turned to stare at my face. Was she trying to do a cold reading? You've been on a long journey. You've lived a long, harsh life. It could be interpreted in a lot of different ways. She probably noticed that I wasn't a villager and just said a thing about a traveler. Right, okay. Let's take a look at your fortunes. Don't be too disappointed by what you get. The fates will shuffle the cards and we will be the ones who fight for them, but. So this old woman was from a different world as well? She pulled out 2 cards from the deck and slowly flipped them on the table. The Hanged Man and the Joker. The meaning of these ominous cards were Star. What do you think? She was totally right, right? Not really. The saint was all excited after hearing that she'd live long without diseases and get a son and a daughter in the process. On the other hand, I was told that I would be betrayed by a friend and die one more time. Was she really a fake? But, well, I did gain something in the process. I might have attained a weapon to defeat the hero. Problem is, I don't know how much it got repaired. The saint took off her hairband and stomped forward. Every time she took a step, her hair waved left and right. It took us 30 minutes to walk this far and we didn't have much left till we got to the summit. The saint asked me questions as we walked. Second quiz. 53, 116, 92. I kill you. Boop boop. Wrong, dot. She managed to think of something so annoying so fast. We had 10 minutes left now. After that, she'd lose all her memories. Ah. The saint found something as she walked. She ran forward to check it out. When I walked up to follow her, I found a large dog that had just died. Its white fur had turned gray from all the dust, and its front legs had some sort of a decoration resembling a gamepad. Was it someone's pet? I looked down at the saint who was kneeling next to the dog and asked a question. What are you doing? We should bury it. Don't you feel sorry for it? Sorry for it. It's just dead. We weren't even related to it. I might have felt something if I knew it, but. The saint lifted the dog's body with difficulty and hugged it. Stop acting so weak. I took the body for her. Now, what's a good place to bury it? I didn't feel the need to go too far, so I just decided to bury it on the hill we were standing on that overlooked the entire village. 1 minute left. I should read a book if the day repeats again. That way, I'd be able to accumulate knowledge infinitely. Ah, right. I thought of the last thing the saint requested from me and took out a diamond ring from the vault. It was something that was originally in the Grand Thief's vault. I didn't sell it this time. It should be around the price for the suit that she gave me at the beginning of the trip. The saint froze when she saw the ring. Does she not like it? This too was something that she asked for. Was it because I didn't put it on her ring finger? I stepped forward and grabbed her left hand. A blue flame caught my hand and lit up the area around us. The saint's face had taken on a maple red hue. Almost like the autumn leaves. Her shy appearance just made me want to tease her even more. To think she'd be this embarrassed from this. I checked the watch after putting the ring on her. 8:59 and 55 seconds p.m. The day should repeat now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How strange. Why wasn't there? Was this the last one? Pew dash. A light streamed up into the night sky and exploded. A red flower bloomed above us. A light that followed shortly after bloomed into a purple flower. At the edge of the village, atop the hill, I watched the saint play with the ring on her hand with a happy face as I fell into deep contemplation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 55. Chapter 55. Nervousness. The current time was 9:57 a.m. with clear skies. The peak of the mountain was filled with people who had come to observe the Sky Island. I had gotten together with Necro after 2 days and was now looking at the reason why the mountain was referred to as a half mountain. How steep? It was too steep to be called a fjord. The term cliff suited it far better. The plot of land that was supposed to be at the peak had been cleanly cut in two. The surface of the cut was shiny and reflective, almost like glass. Did the dirt melt as it got cut? This was done by the hero. The hero made the mountain look like this with a single strike. With strength like this, there was no need for the hero to have comrades. Only now did I understand what the saint meant by what she said. Sword monster really is just suited for defense. It's just sturdy. She wasn't exaggerating when she said this. Despite having killed tens of different ability users, the warrior was, in the end, just a tank. So the actual hero's this strong. Well, I guess I'll think about that later. The one we have to face right now was the summoner. Let's just focus on her for now. I walked away from the cliff to go to the table where the other two were. Necro, who had been enraged when I first showed him my new face, had pulled back his hair to show off that he, too, could be handsome. Well, can you estimate how strong the hero is now? Let's get to that after the summoner. I sat down as I was handed the report. The one we had to kill this time was a young girl who had just turned 15. A Russian girl named Iris. So they brought a child along to kill the Demon King. How amazing. The power she had was something that allowed her to reflect any kind of damage. Absolute reflect. Absolute reflect equals lonely one, an ability to reflect damage. LV.1, red, flame, heat, etc. LV.2, orange, kinetic energy, gravitational force, etc. LV.3, yellow, mental attacks, curses, hypnosis, etc. LV.4, green, sound. LV.5, blue, cold. LV.6, indigo, electromagnetic force, light, radiation, etc. LV.7, violet, poison, germs. LV.8, white, damage. A childish ability. Her power must be derived from her personality of rejecting society. And that personality must be the reason why she was living alone on an island. According to the note that Necro gave me, she was a girl that the saint looked after like a young sister. Not that that would really matter. I glanced at the saint, who had been staring at me emptily since a while back. She looked down when our eyes met. Her fingers were playing with the ring I have her on the table. Whatever. She probably forgot all about the summoner. It should work out fine. I put the report back on the table. I have 3 plans. I can try the first 2 myself, but if they don't work. If they don't work? Necro's eyes followed my gaze to look at the saint. She covered her face in embarrassment. If the first 2 plans don't work, we'll have to rely on her. This was something that only she could do. Only because most of the abilities that could be bought through Heart of Gold was something that required mana. I looked away from the saint and turned towards Necro. The first thing we have to do is to kill all the summoned beasts in the island. Can you do it? Ha, look at you, just assuming things. Just what do you think I am? I can't. I can't do it. Do you even know how many beasts she has under her? Do you still have no idea on how useless I am? Just try your best. I just don't want any distractions. Well, let's just say that I'm going to take care of all the summoned beasts. What next? Just tell us how to get past her power already. The saint didn't speak at all. She was just glancing at me every once in a while with dreaming, entranced eyes. If I'm not wrong, what she was feeling right now was a feeling of love. I had killed her former lover, Romeo Smith, and was about to kill her dearest friend who was like a younger sister to her. Would she be able to continue liking me after getting back her memories? Would she be able to forgive herself for that? Just what does she see in me? My heartless self? The face that I can change as long as I had money? I don't get it. It's not like it's something very important though. I'll just ignore it. Back to the topic. Before we get to talking about how we can get through her power, we need to talk about something. Absolute reflect. If it indeed does reflect everything away from the summoner, how does she hear and how does she breath? Necro answered my question easily. It's not an attack, so it doesn't get ignored. Correct. It's not an attack, so it doesn't get ignored. In other words, it is possible to choose what would be reflected and what won't. She allows certain gases, sounds, and gravity through. Seeing how even poison gas doesn't work on her, there is an algorithm of sorts that is able to sort poison away from air. What attack would work against a power that filters out attacks? The solution was simple. If I can't work on the outside, I'll just work on the inside. I'll lead her to kill herself. Necro knew that I was leading him to the actual method of killing the girl from his 2 previous experiences, so he listened carefully. Right, so? Differentiating and calculating. In other words, there needs to be a process that needs to be completed before reflecting attacks. It can't be a simple process. Take this. If A and B both had the same absolute reflection ability, and I punched B, what would happen? Who knows? Would it be reflected like a ping pong? What if A pulls back his punch? Who gets damaged, then? He didn't respond back immediately. Humans were creatures that learned. Instead of just saying, I don't get it, he would try to figure out how everything would work. After a while of thinking, he finally opened his mouth. Processing time. There's a tiny delay. Correct again. A calculates the reflect, and B calculates as well. There has to be a certain field around the user that calculates the reflection. Since there's a limit to how fast it can calculate, mixing up attacks and attacking faster would lower its power. A recursive function. The function would call upon itself again and again like an Ouroboros biting its tail, eating up the CPU faster and faster. This would cause the computer to overheat and shut down. The area of the power is something to think about as well. For example, if the area affected by the power was a sphere with a radius of 10 meters, and emptied the air just around that sphere, what would she do? She'd try to get out of that area. What if it wasn't possible? Delay, area of effect, and the limits of the processing power. These were the 3 weaknesses that we had to consider. The first 2 were the weaknesses that I tried to exploit. If they didn't work, the saint would have to come into play. It would be best if I could finish it myself. I heard a loud boom as I talked, causing me to raise my head. The island, despite being so far from us, still took up most of our view. It was a monstrous object with a volume of 100 cubic kilometers. This, too, was a relic of the very first hero, just like the land spider. What kept the island afloat was probably magic. After a bit, the island began to move across the half-mountain. Through the floating eye, I was able to estimate that the amount of summoned creatures in the island to be around 900. There was only a single human among all these creatures. A cute girl that resembled a doll more than anything was having a joyous time on her unicorn. Did she not know? Well, I guess she had no way of knowing that her comrades had died when she was stuck on an island. Now, then, dash. Sorry, young lady. You'll have to be alone for a bit. I took out the 1,000 Thunderbirds and signaled Necro. His hands stretched out towards the sky. Our target was the entire island. The birds dropped down and black smoke began to rise up from the entire island. I, who had fixed my floating eye on the summoner, was able to hear her desperate screams. So this wasn't enough to kill her. I turned to the saint, who had turned a little sick, and motioned her to follow me as I jumped down. Necro jumped with me as he cast several spells. Red and blue spears composed of fire rained down on the island. Spikes made of stone sprouted out at the same time, making the island turn into a hellscape. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 56. Chapter 56. Encouraging suicide. The burning beasts were running around screaming strangely. A summoned beast that resembled a deer jumped around with a stone spike in its stomach. Soon afterwards it dropped dead, spilling its intestines all over the floor in the process. Was this too much for the saint? She looked quite depressed, but she wasn't looking away. Ah, so she's fine. I suppose it was obvious, given how she's been through worse things before. The one who had suffered from this mental attack was the summoner. She must feel extremely painful, given how her friends were being completely massacred. She may be a hero who's been through quite a lot of things, but there was no way she'd be fine after seeing all of her friends killed like this. With this, her summoning magic was pretty much sealed away. If she tries to summon anything again, I'll throw one of the corpses here at her. I'll ask her if she'd make imaginary friends again as I do this. Do you need a potion? Necro, who had been casting magic relentlessly, shook his head. When I checked his status with the oracle, I found that his mana was still completely full. So he still wasn't going all out. As expected of the world's strongest. With a spell that was less than 50 words, he had managed to completely destroy the Sky Island. It was a wonder the island managed to stay afloat. The plants on the island had all burnt to a crisp and the ground was paved in many places, making it look quite abnormal. I was quite impressed, but instead I just decided to taunt Necro a little to make him outperform himself. That's all you got? How underwhelming. Hot damn. This much is amazeballs already. Just what did you expect? Nukes? Are you kidding me? What kind of a wizard do you think I am? He responded with a tone laced with annoyance. Well, anyhow. There were a few creatures left, but they weren't in any condition to do anything. The only one left was a small girl who had gotten down on her knees. I told them to keep their distance as I made my way to the summoner. The girl who had put on a cute eye mask along with a pair of pink pajamas didn't move one bit when I moved near her. The silver string on her wrist snaked up her arm to her shoulders though, like a living being. Silver snake, rank, C-. A string-like armor. It protects the body and stops any bleeding. Did she unsummon her unicorn? I tried firing a bullet at her head as a test. Bang! Ping! I was trying to observe how the damage would be reflected. Before anything though, I felt a shock to my helmet and my head bent backwards. So she could control direction. If one considered the angle in which the bullet was fired, it was obvious that the bullet would have hit the floor. It could have even gone right back into the gun even. But not my helmet. Go. Go away. She seemed to have squeezed the words out of her. The summoner, head still hidden between her knees, raised her arm. There was a midnight blue bracelet on it. Against Heaven's Will, rank, A-. A weather-controlling weapon created by the Rain Dragon. It is possible to lock on a target using special gestures. The casting time changes depending on the weather conditions. After an average wait time of 30 minutes, a lightning bolt strikes the target 312 times. The casting time changes depending on the weather conditions. After an average wait time of 15 minutes, a hurricane can be seen over the horizon. This must be from the same world as History of Evil equals Murderer. The bracelet opened up to let out a midnight blue light. The summoner easily manipulated the hologram cast in front of her. She was probably planning on using the strongest skill listed on the weapon, the Spear of Lightning. There were 30 minutes left till the spell would actually be cast, so I had quite a bit of time left. I watched as the sky above me became darker and asked the saint to scatter the clouds above us. If there are no clouds, there would no lightning. Her methods of attack was completely sealed off, and now it was my turn to attack. Out of the 3 plans, the first one I try to use would be the delay. As long as the summoner's power didn't influence time, there had to be a delay in the processing time for the reflection. If that processing time took too long, the ability would become ineffective in battle. Due to this, I hypothesized that instead of putting a reflective field on different parts of the body, the summoner would have surrounded her body with a thin reflective barrier of the same element. Reflection was simply the act of changing a plus to a dash, and a to a plus. If I attack with a force of plus and all at once, one of these 2 attacks would work. I put my index finger and middle finger on the summoner's forehead, and the moment I came into contact with her, I pushed in with my middle finger and pulled back with my index finger. The 2 forces were now opposite to each other. The result of this attack was quite horrid, to say the least. So it's not this easy, is it? I pulled back my burnt finger. The timing was right, but the summoner's power seemed to work a lot more elaborately than I thought. All right. On to the next plan. I asked the Saint and Necro to put a smaller version of the barrier they created when we fought the warrior. What I was planning on doing now was to exploit the area of effect of the summoner's ability. I took out a can of air from the vault and looked down at the summoner. To think she didn't even try to run despite having 3 people try to kill her like this. This should probably be a result of her fear of society, rather than confidence in her power. A shut-in. That's what she was. I filled the insides of the barrier with pure oxygen and lit it on fire. In an instant, a huge flash fire roared, burning away all the air within the barrier. There was no way to create something out of nothing. It didn't matter what she did with her power. If there was no air, she couldn't survive. But as I thought this, I noticed that the summoner was chewing on something relaxedly. What's that? An air bean. Eating it allows you to breathe underwater for more than 12 hours, is what Iris says to the villain. There must have been an underwater stage of sorts when they were fighting the Demon King. I never heard of an item like this. Wasn't written on the report, either. Seeing how she was eyeing the Hergenrel intensely, it seemed that she had realized that the warrior had died. This allowed me to come up with a new plan. I showed the summoner the mark of the Grand Thief's vault on the back of my hand. See this? Romeo Smith and Chrono Historia are both dead. If you die here, I could let the hero live. Trash, useless, villain. Big sister isn't going to be killed by a weak mob like you, is what Iris is angrily saying. Lies aren't working. But I am figuring out why the girl is speaking like this. She seemed to be treating herself as a summoned beast. That must be why she was referring to herself in third person as if she was speaking for a different person. An extreme case of hiding one's true self inside and putting a stand-in in one's place. Were you made fun of? Bullied, perhaps? The summoner twitched. A girl who rejected everything and ended up reflecting everything away from her. Only beasts are her friends. How perverse. You don't seem to have realized it, but putting your friends in the front lines to fight for you. Are you really their friend? If you're going to fight, do it yourself. Don't put other people's lives at risk for your sake. At this rate, your so-called friends are just fighting dogs. I threw a knife at her feet. Why don't you repent? If the summoner doesn't kill herself here, the saint would have to kill the girl herself. I felt a strange sense of nervousness as I looked at this 15-year-old girl. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 57. Chapter 57. Death by fire. She refused. The summoner that had retreated into herself showed no signs of change. So petty tricks don't work on her. I wanted to keep the saint as far away from this as possible. It wasn't that I didn't trust her ability, it was just that there were just too many things that made me worried. After thinking for a bit, I gave the summoner an offer that I normally wouldn't have given. Listen well. This is your last chance. If you surrender now, I'll send you back to your former world. That's a lot better than dying, isn't it? Still nothing. Considering how her former world wasn't exactly a place that was appealing to her, I suppose this response made sense. In fact, the one who responded to this was Necro. Hold up. Hold up, hold up, hold up. For real? I knew your ability had leveled up, but something like that's possible? No joke? For real? We can talk about that later. Right. But? It's nothing. Let's just see if this offer actually works on her. If she agrees to it, just be sure to tell me before you let her go, alright? Why? I understood that Necro might want to go back to his original world, but I felt that he had a different motive underneath. Does he not want to let the summoner go? Was there a reason why she had to die? I just have to take her equipment, but... I glanced at the saint and saw that she was in a trance casting an elementary magic of light and water. She revealed to me before that she didn't know any form of attack magic. But depending on how one uses defensive magic, they could be utilized to kill people as well. I suppose I'll try talking while the saint prepares her magic. I sat myself down in front of the summoner. The unbreakable Iris. Your specialty is summoning. You usually acted as a counter, shield, or even a scout in the hero party. Your country of origin is Russia. Since you've been summoned as a child, I suppose you never went through any proper education. I'll explain everything in simple terms for you then. If you don't get out of that tiny world of yours even after listening to what I have to say, then you'll die. The summoner still didn't respond one bit. It almost seemed like she had fallen asleep. Let's go over your personality and power first. Your personality is social fear. Your power is absolute reflect. When I first looked at this, I thought a person who rejected absolutely everything was ballsy enough to go on a quest to kill the Demon King? There must have been someone who helped you along the way. The person who most likely helped her was the saint. The summoner must have stepped out into the world with the saint's help. She must have gotten involved in something as scary as the journey to kill the Demon King through this. The saint probably didn't want to get the summoner involved. She was probably too worried about leaving the summoner and let the girl tag along. According to the note that Necro wrote on the report, the summoner relied almost entirely on the saint, and after their journey, split apart. And in the end, the summoner chose her beasts over the saint. She decided to be together not with humans who had the chance of betraying her, but beasts who she could stay relaxed with. Her idiocy almost rivaled that of the saints. The first magic was cast and a school of fish composed of water appeared. The school of fish reflected light through its body, creating quite a beautiful sight. This seemingly harmless magic would soon work in order to destroy the summoner. The school of fish split up and gathered to form a sphere around the summoner. The sunlight that shined through the sphere soon disappeared. The interior of the sphere was filled with transparent water, and the exterior became covered in mud. A spherical mirror was formed with this. Let's talk about your ability, Absolute Reflect. If you reflect absolutely everything, you wouldn't be able to breathe or walk. Due to this, the filtering process in your ability is an absolute necessity. Would it be possible to reflect all kinds of attacks with a simple calculation? It's easy to see that your power demands an immense amount of calculations. If the logic involved with the reflection ability was so simple, there would already be a type of magic similar to it. The routine of judging the type of attack and dealing with it was essential to this power. Like a filter, it needs to differentiate between simple air and poison gas. It also needs to figure out how the attack would be reflected. All of this has to be executed in an instant. The speed of the execution is critical to the power. Just like how she was able to reflect the bullet instantly, the actual ability always has to be executed instantly. Let's say that you got the reflection process to be as efficient as possible. Even then, there's a limit. Humans aren't supercomputers that can calculate things infinitely fast. And there's a limit to how much energy one can have as well. Even if you have the ability to reflect anything, would a person born in the universe be able to reflect anything the universe throws at him? Would it be possible to win against the universe? No, something like that's only possible in children's dreams. Information couldn't be transmitted faster than the speed of light, meaning that no supercomputer could compute things faster than light. The only thing that would allow something like this was to have a computer of the future send information to the computer of the past. A futurist known as Ray Kurzweil defined this as such. The potential amount of computation rises with the available energy. From this, we can assume that if two people with reflection powers fought, the one that would lose would be the one to run out of energy first. The ability to reflect things isn't something that belongs to you alone. Surrender. This was my last warning. The mirror that surrounded the summoner became fully formed. I activated dematerialization and sent the saint a message. The only thing she was to do now was to cast a light ball within the sphere of water continuously. Normally, this magic would simply light up the insides of caves and such. By casting it like this, the light particles that would all be on the same wavelength to each other would overlap again and again, increasing in its heat and destructiveness. Soon enough, the inside of the sphere had become blisteringly bright. The light that got reflected by the summoner would be reflected by the mirror, then by the summoner. The process would continue again and again at the speed of light. An optical resonator. The major component of lasers. Because water could always be resupplied, there were no worries of having the mirror break. Even if the heat from the laser gets far too high, since the boiling point of the water had been modified, the water would not become gaseous. If we continue to pour more and more light into the sphere, the summoner's power would certainly hit a computing limit, causing the absolute reflect power to overheat through the use of infinite reflection. This was the core of this plan. The inside of the sphere was filled to the brim with photons. The dirt particles within the fish had been pushed to the outer edges of the sphere due to the heat. I went inside the vault in my dematerialized state, spent my cooldown time there, and went back outside dematerialized. I checked up on the status of the summoner by doing this. I couldn't afford to have her equipment just completely melt away by not paying attention. The summoner's clothes started to catch on fire as her power began to overload. The summoner quickly killed the fire in surprise, but her hair and shoulders caught fire as well. She would soon melt like a candle at this rate. No. Iris doesn't want to die like this. She struggled with all her strength. The little girl scratched at the immobile sphere as she screamed. Well, I suppose this much was a relief because the saint was unable to see inside the sphere. Seeing how the summoner was crying and begging to be saved, her power seemed to have almost run out. Her entire body would soon catch fire and she would die. This much was fine. This was all according to plan. At least, it was fine until the summoner began to scream out the saint's name in her dying breath. Big sister. Morto. The girl uttered the name of the one person she should have never called out to. And the casting of the spell stopped, as if to respond to the summoner's pleas. Abruptly, almost as if I could hear a clack, the gears in the saint's head came to a halt. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. At the end of the iris. The sphere crumbled away. The mirror disintegrated and light exploded outwards in the process. The nearby minerals melted away like flowing water as the area was struck with a shockwave of heat. So this is what ends up happening. Necro was the first to go. He melted away after being struck with a beam of light. Obviously his simple defense magic was unable to take the output of light. I wasn't worried about him. There had to be a corpse within a 100-kilometer radius. He'd revive in due time. The problem was the saint. When she was outside the sphere, she didn't know. Since I told her that I'd be the one doing the killing and that she would simply distract the summoner with spinning lights. The lie I told her made her hurt the one person she treated like her little sister. The saint hadn't even fallen down from the shock wave, due to her own shock. To be more accurate, she rolled across the floor several times after being hit and stood up. Her skin was boiling back to its previous state, but her burnt clothes stayed as is. The summoner crawled up to the broken form of the saint. Big sister. Big sis. I could see a girl with severe burns on her body stumble forward across the haze of heat. She didn't seem to have any power left to reflect, seeing that she was flinching at even the smallest flicker of flame. The hazy eyes. The hazy eyes of the saint began to turn a little bit clearer. It wasn't that her burnt retina wasn't healing itself. It was almost as if she was regaining her consciousness. Iris. The saint had woken from her long dream, and was now making her way to the summoner. Her slow steps began to speed up as she got closer. Is this what they call a happy reunion? The saint's personality was called ahimsa. I had thought once she denied her personality of avoiding violence and death enough, she would suffer from a few side effects, but to think she would have recovered her memories. I wonder what time this saint is from. When she started to save other people? When she was tortured after being captured by her allies? Or did she remember that we went around killing her friends, lovers, and even family members? I stretched out my hand from behind. The summoner saw that her beloved older sister's face was now meters away, smiled with happiness. But before they actually got together, I grabbed onto her hair and pulled back. I lifted her up into the air by sticking my fingers deep into her scalp. Her doll-like body lifted easily. Scream. The saint came to a halt after hearing this fear-filled scream. The summoner struggled to get out of my grasp. You're making this difficult. All of this would have been for naught if the saint heals the summoner. It would have been so much easier if the summoner just killed herself when she was told to do it. Stop it. The saint's eyes were filled with desperation. She must know better than anyone about what I was about to do. I closed my hand around the summoner's frail white neck. Her body jerked up when her skin came in contact with my cold hand. The girl let out a strong cough as my hand tightened around her tender neck like a vice. K-E-H. Ku. Ka. I couldn't snap it swiftly. If the summoner managed to muster the last of her strength and reflected, I would be the one with the broken neck. Slowly. I turned the summoner's head as the saint watched. From the front to the left. The girl clawed at my hand powerlessly. She must be in agony. I could feel just how much pain she was feeling right now. Seeing as I had no care whatsoever about her pain, I must be a monster like the people said. Please stop. I strengthened my grip as I heard the saint's tearful shouts. Crack, snap. Her neck vertebrae turned slowly, and broke slowly. The summoner, already unconscious from the pain, let out excrements as her neck completely snapped. This wasn't enough to confirm that she was dead, though, so after confirming her death through the oracle, I put the corpse down on the floor. I couldn't afford to put something this dirty inside the vault. Ah! The saint crumbled in front of the corpse. She dropped down like a puppet that had its strings cut off and started shaking the corpse with hazy eyes. Iris. She's dead. She's not moving. Obviously, that's because she's dead. I pushed the saint back before I could answer her. She dumbly looked up at me after she tried to use salvation on the summoner's corpse. Mr. Murderer. Was she back? Or did she lose her memories again? If she used salvation on the corpse, what would happen? Would the corpse's wounds heal? Or what? Iris. The saint was confused. I put the summoner's corpse in the vault, realizing that I couldn't leave her like this. It would smell for a bit, but I could clean it later. What I needed to do was to deal with this first. I extended my hand to help the saint get up. But slap. The saint slapped my hand away and glared at me with eyes that she's never shown me before. Her eyes were filled with a fiery hate akin to that of a beautiful flaming rose. Why? You can buy a life, can't you? Buy Iris a life using mine as the payment. The saint spat out these words coldly, even before I managed to finish my sentence. Her eyes that looked up at me were filled with loathing. Ah. Was that it? So she was back to normal. This was the real saint. Her love and her playful way of talking until now were all fake. The act of approaching me carelessly. The act of acting abnormally. All of it. It was obvious. The person she was with was a murderer who could have killed her at any time. I might look good now, but back then, I was a smelly rotting corpse. It would have been normal for her to avoid me out of fear and disgust. The only reason why she didn't was because she was insane from the start or because she was much kinder than others. Perhaps all of this was a delusion of mine. As I thought, I was unable to make sound judgments as a failed product. I wonder if I'd be able to make correct calculations though. She asked me to buy Iris a life using hers. No. You already paid for something using that. The saint only remembered what happened on the last day, but I remembered every single one of the repeated days. Including what she had asked me to do on the fourth day. I let her wishes come true with the payment she gave me. The proof of that was the ring on her finger. The saint's eyes followed my gaze to her hand. She made a confused face for a second, then threw the rings on her hand to the floor. Is this what you need? Take it. Take it all. Even if you do that, that's far from enough. And I didn't even know if I could buy a life for other people. I picked up the rings on the floor. The Snake of Infinity, Ouroboros. The Devourer ring. And the ring that I had gifted her. Please. I beg you. Please, I'll give you anything you want. Her sharp, spiteful gaze was nowhere to be seen. The saint drooped down like a criminal as she handed me her frog wallet. Her trembling hand was covered in dirt. Still not enough. Does she still love me? Or did that emotion turn into hate? I stretched out my hand towards her shoulder. Only because I was curious. Don't touch me, Dot. An angry shout. My hand lost its original target and ended up grasping the air. I see. I get it. So that heart of hers. The journey would end once the hero dies. After that point, there shouldn't be any more instances where I would meet the saint again. Perhaps this was a good thing. It would have been troublesome if she tried to follow me. For some reason, a question she had asked me right before we left the stair village ran through head. What do you think is at the end of the rainbow? The cheerful saint who threw me questions relentlessly was no more. A pot filled with gold? Wrong. There's happiness and love. That was all. Since we had a different perspective on things, it was impossible for us to look at one thing the same way. Perhaps I should have expected an ending like this from the first time I met the saint. The saint looked up at me in her sitting position. Her eyes were no longer filled with loathing or desperation, only sadness. Why? You didn't have to kill her. So why? There might have been no need to kill the summoner, as she had said. If the girl just surrendered, if the girl hadn't called out to the saint. Plip, plop. The rain formed a flower of water as it fell onto the dry floor. The slight drizzle soon turned to a roaring rain. It seemed to be the effect of the summoner's item. The rain put out the fire around the island, diluting the blood covering it as well. I took out a house from the vault and put an umbrella over the saint. She looked up at me with a face that seemed to want to laugh and cry at the same time. Do you really have no heart? Who knows? I thought for quite some time, but it was almost impossible to understand something that I did not have. It was like a blind person trying to grasp the concept of a rainbow. So back then, you really were. The saint stopped talking. She suddenly started to have a coughing fit, blood spilling out of her mouth. Her face had turned pale and the blood rolled down her arm to mix with the rain and flowed who knows where. Was this because of the magic she had used? Or because she took off her rings? The saint fell sideways as I stood there in shock and confusion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. A blazing heart and a frigid head. When a person suffers from immense stress and possesses a power to regenerate at an inhuman speed, a certain irregularity forms. A cell gets created when one rejects death and continues to live for an extended time. Cancer. The cells that had forgotten its original purpose had eaten away at the saint's body for 5 years. The Ouroboros bracelet must have been there to stop the cancer cells from acting out. I sent the hired team of doctors to their original world using Heart of Gold as I looked down at the saint. She was pale, her breath seemed irregular and weak. Her death was soon, and it was certain. It was too late to try to cure it. An attempt to extend her life would only manage to bring her more pain. The cancer cells on her body was the result of her using salvation one too many times. This power that required the user to take on the pain and suffering of others while allowing them to have high health and regeneration had been taking its toll on her from since a long time ago. She must have saved many, many people. She probably never stopped to look at her body once. She probably just followed her heart to help those in need constantly. Just so that she could help one more person. Just so that she could make the world a little bit better. But this was how she ended. The one who was the most important in this world should be her, so why didn't she live a more self-fulfilling life? I couldn't understand it. Why do you have to help other people? When I asked the question a long time ago, the saint responded as if she had never thought about the question before. What? I wonder. Because you have to help other people? You had to help other people because you had to help other people. An answer befitting the saint perfectly. That's my question, idiot saint. Do you need a reason to help other people? What a naive question, dash. I suppose I can call this a side effect of cramming. Humans need to be good. For they are human. An illogical answer. PFT. Mr. Murderer, you always say that humans shouldn't be looked down upon, but you actually look down on them quite a bit, don't you? Humans aren't as thoughtless as you think you know? Then what? Do humans do good because it profits everyone in the end? The saint gave me a thumbs up. Geez, you really are brainless. Helping someone you don't even know for no apparent reason. It's a loss, no matter how I see it. Not to mention that it's illogical as well. It's not good to think about profits when it comes to saving other people. Don't you think it would be good to help other people in your spare time? They might even repay you in the future. Aha. So it's like taking care of any future debts? Almost like an investment? The saint gripped onto her head in frustration. Ugh. No. No. That's not it. It's not supposed to be because of something that could be calculated, but rather. The saint clapped her hands after a bit of thought. Right. She even smiled confidently when it came through her head. The reason why people help each other is because they have the capacity to relate with others. They feel other people's pain. Because of this, they help others to help people out of their pain. In order to create a better world for everyone, like you said. A better world. This dream of hers was quite similar to what the young me had strived to create. A world where everyone benefits. A world where everyone is happy. But why is it that I can't imagine you in this ideal world? The one who worked the hardest for it was you. The one who deserved to be the happiest is you. Why do people have to be good? I still didn't know the answer to this question. The answer that I had reached myself a long time ago turned out to be a wrong one. Is that so? All right. I turned off telepathy. Necro had managed to revive on the ground. He messaged me that he would get on the Sky Island at the next point. This would take him at least 2 days. I had to take care of the saint until then. She seemed to be cured on the outside. Was it because of the shock? I wonder how long it would take her to recover from her mental shock. The doctor told me that she needed to rest. The only thing I could do, therefore, was just watch over her. It felt like a waste of time, but I couldn't afford to leave. I had no idea what the saint would do after waking up. It would have been so much better if she just ran away. The warrior. The thief. The summoner. And even the saint. If they all just ran away. The hero won't run, you know? That bright voice of hers simply refused to leave my brain. Despite the fact that the saint herself was laying down in front of me like a corpse. The hero's the one who fights for everyone's sake after all. You might not be the real thing, but you are a hero too, Mr. Murderer. Why don't you try getting a change of heart and live like a kind person from now on? Doesn't this feel like a second chance for you? The past we shared crawled out of its grave to repaint the present. At the time, I had answered this question of hers with this. A hero. It's highly abnormal to have a society rely entirely on one person. Why do you think so coldly, Mr. Murderer? You really should try being more positive sometimes. Seeing the majority rely solely on a talented minority of people reminds me of a democratic society. The saint, who was sitting down next to a fountain at the time, had a confused expression on her face. Is that a positive line of thought? No way. This is a violence of the majority. Something that's only possible because the world is filled with idiots and evil. Heroes must exist because the majority didn't want to take up arms to do the hard work themselves. The saint raised her head and looked down on me with an arrogant smile. Ants and sand count as the majority as well, you know? Normally this is the case. Even if that was the case, your theory of the majority of the population being idiots and evil is wrong. She strongly rejected my opinion. Seeing this, I couldn't help but ask a question. What about it is wrong? Just look. I'm not trying to look down on you or anything, but if you look at the population as a whole statistically, there are very few idiots. There are very few you can call geniuses as well. Just like how there are very few truly good people, there are very few truly bad people as well. The majority would actually be normal citizens. The people who aren't that stupid or smart. A normal person, just like me. How interesting. To think she'd call herself a normal citizen. If one put the world on a spectrum, the saint was surely the most beautiful shade of white. They say that both good and evil exist in a person's heart. They can be kind sometimes, but at the same time, they can be evil as well. They can make stupid moves and wise choices at times. Humans are a complicated mess of things. Perhaps the only reason why the world seems to be full of idiots and evil is because they're far too bright? You only notice them a lot more because they stand out. Right. She had to be right. In this world, both idiots and evil were a small minority. Most were normal people, neither good nor evil, smart nor stupid, worrying about their daily lives. Perhaps the real idiot here was me. The sky darkened as the night closed in. The sun rose into the sky and fell back down again. I continued to sit in my chair, waiting for the saint to open her eyes. 4 days later. The saint managed to open her eyes. She told me this once she found me. You're arrogant, deceiving, and you never even try to understand others. I dislike you for that. I completely agree. There was probably no one in this entire world who could give a heart to a heartless monster like me. No, this probably was the case for any world that might be out there. The saint who had regained her memory was far quieter than before. Her eyes were void of light, and she refused to eat any food. And soon. The time to end this journey of ours had come. A blazing heart and a frigid head. Heißes Herz und Cooler Kopf. Epilogue end. Once autumn ends and winter passes, spring arrives. Beginning the reality modification arc. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 60. Chapter 60. A Godlike Munchkin. Camille. French. 18 years old. I could see a blonde girl with hair flowing down to her waist in the picture I've received. Her skin was tanned and she had a bright, perfect smile on her face. This was the hero. Her father is a 3-time champion in the World Kendo Championships, and her mother is the youngest gold medalist in fencing. The girl was practically a sword fighter since birth. Any other time she would have tackled my words faster than anyone else, but now she just glanced at me hatefully. She looked away uninterestedly as she went back to cooking the meal for her and Necro. Did the return of her memories change her personality? How interesting. I suppose I'll observe her more later. I turned the page. Showed her talent with the sword from birth. Was educated in the sword since an extremely young age. The girl herself works on the basics every day diligently. Even after having killed the Demon King, she practices by swinging and stabbing with her sword 6 million times an hour every day. Hashtag picture included. Did I read that wrong? 6 million an hour? I'm more interested in the person who managed to count all that. The included picture only showed an explosion of plasma and wind. I couldn't even see the hero. So this was practice. 1,666 sword strokes a second. If I assume that the hero was performing a downward stroke, and assume that the length of her longsword to be 1.4 meters, with the stroke ending at 45 degrees, the radius of the arc of the stroke is around 1.6 meters. A simple calculation would show that the speed of the stroke is around Mach 7.8. Ha! I've fought against immortality, time control, and even absolute reflection. But seeing this just made me sigh. It wasn't like there weren't any animals in the natural world that could move this fast. Certain insects were able to flutter their wings 1,000 times per second. But this was only possible because their wings were thin and were structured differently. If a human tried to do something like that, their veins would explode and their muscles would melt. This probably just goes to show that the hero was far past the limitations of the human body. So is that how it is? A strength one attains after surpassing death. If the warrior managed to attain something like this, it's likely that the hero had received something far greater. Her current level was 15. Romeo Smith was level 10, meaning that she was probably around 30 times stronger than him. And if we take into account her equipment I began to examine her list of equipment immediately. Genius weapon equals wise arms, rank, S+. A highly intelligent weapon that evolves according to the civilization it resides in. It takes different forms according to the age it belongs in. There seems to be a certain limit set on the weapon, and it seems to evolve when the user becomes unable to beat the opponent. Sealed unknown. The weapon in the picture was a pure white sword. The sword's hilt seemed to have been created from a 3D printer. A seemingly elastic cable connected the sword's body to its hilt. It was probably a weapon from a world similar to the one murderer came from. According to stories, the hero had managed to slice the moon using this sword. The fact that the story exists in the first place probably meant that someone was there to witness it. Rank S+. Did the hero slice the moon using her ability, or was it a feature that the sword had? The distance from the Earth to the moon was around 357,000 kilometers. If I say that the time it took to observe the effects of the strike was around 30 minutes after the actual strike, we could say that the speed the sword stroke travels at is 208 kilometers per second, 17 times faster than the third cosmic velocity. It was only a 0.1% of the speed of light, but I can't dodge this. It wouldn't matter even if I hid in the vault or dematerialized. I would be destroyed before I even noticed that she had attacked. Necro heard me saying this and approached me while eyeing the saint carefully. Can't you buy an ability to deal with it? You could try raising your stats with money. Not possible. The speed at which the nerves would transmit information would be around 0.1 kilometers per second. It's 2,000 times slower than the attack that cut into the moon. My body would turn to ash before the information even reaches my head. Dodging it would probably be impossible even with the thief's clairvoyant eyes. The hero would just have to modify the stroke a little bit. Even if I managed to see the 0.01 seconds into the future and make my move, it would be too late. I'll have to assume that I was hit the moment she uses it. It was just that fast. Necro thought for a bit, then shouted, "Aha! What if we use illusions?" She'd see through it. This wasn't that simple. The hero wasn't just strong, but also wise. Necro went back to thinking again. He was striking up a conversation with me in place of the saint. He didn't really help. Well, onto the defensive equipment. Strategic membrane armor equals Hilbert architecture, rank, A+. Hilbert architecture is the technology of expanding the volume of a small space, filling it with a durable heat-resistant material, then folding it all back into its original form. The actual item seems thin and transparent but boasts a defensive power tens of times more powerful than the average tank. I couldn't really tell how strong it was just based on its rank or description. I only managed to see how ridiculous the item was when I turned the page and saw defense plus 1,500 and magic resistance plus 800. Its mass was 0 and its volume was 0. It didn't seem like the hero was wearing anything, but to think she wouldn't even get a scratch from getting hit by a missile. They say any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic, but isn't this a little too much? I guess my weapon would help me get around that problem. There was one equipment left. The horn of the plentiful equals cornucopia, rank, C. A horn-shaped earring that fills up the user. It was an accessory decorated with numerous flowers composed of gems. The hero doesn't need to eat or drink with this item. Due to this, it becomes impossible to attempt to poison the hero. This was effectively the entire set of items that the hero had, disregarding the dragon boots. One sword, one piece of armor, and one earring. It seemed rather frugal, but each item was extremely powerful. The real problem begins here though. The next page contained the information on the hero's power. Reality modification equals endless ideal, modifies reality within a certain range. LV.1, body modification. LV.2, phenomenon modification. LV.3, material modification. LV.4, phenomenon creation. LV.5, material creation. LV.6, limited dimension modification. LV.7, limited time modification. LV.8, physics modification. LV.9 Idea Modification. Unlike the other heroes, the price for using Endless Ideal was already known. Like me, the hero couldn't use mana. Every time she uses her power, her soul becomes weaker. In other words, she would disappear once she uses enough of her power. It was a price befitting the power. Perhaps I can call it the opposite of Absolute Reflect. If Absolute Reflect was defensive, Endless Ideal was offensive. Apparently it was possible to use body modification in order to permanently modify the body. It was possible to raise the body's regeneration speed and even improve eyesight to be like a microscope. With material modification, she could harden water into a sword that she could use, or liquefy any door that might be in her path. Seeing how she had managed to restore a destroyed building in the past, you might as well call the ability a miracle. She's pretty much God like this. She could use phenomenon creation to create fire in the air and make lightning fall in a clear sky. She could even use material creation to create weapons and food. Her level 6 ability, Limited Dimension Modification, would allow her to teleport. The level 7 ability might as well be the Thief's Time Stop. The bigger problem was level 8 and 9. The latter parts of the report detailed the miracles the hero performed using her level 8 and 9 abilities. The first miracle. She created a baseball that flew up when she let go of it. She changed the rules of the world completely. She probably changed the laws of physics so that the baseball was permanently unaffected by gravity. Second, she created a fire that burns forever when she fought the Demon King. She got rid of the fire herself after the fight. It feels like a napalm bomb when you read about it, but perhaps it was a modification of entropy? A fire that burns without having to be supplied any external fuel. Third, the creation of a golden statue that doesn't move or get destroyed. It was said that no thief had managed to actually steal away this statue since its creation. Perhaps she locked the location of the statue on a certain longitude and latitude permanently? She managed to fix a position of an object artificially. Lastly, a miracle that anyone in this world knew of. The hero managed to push away a star that the Demon King summoned using her strength. Literally. Well, at this point, no level or item would really work. I turned to the last page of the report. Level 9, Idea Modification. The hero created a dart that would always hit the center of the target no matter what and undid the effects of the wounds on her body. She even created a situation where those that were beautiful got treated badly in the palace. Using this, she managed to block time and dimension destruction and worldview breakdown cast by the Demon King. Might as well be omnipotence instead of reality manipulation. The saint glared at me again and looked away. She seemed to want to say something, but at the same time, she didn't want to talk to me. What in the world was she trying to do? The money I currently had was $32 billion. I honestly didn't know if I could beat the hero with this much money. Perhaps it would be better to buy a life for the saint after she dies? If it was possible, that is. The problem was she really worth that much money? I fell deep into my thoughts as I watched the saint cook. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 61. Chapter 61. Perfection. Necro walked beside me with the saint behind us on our journey to the center of the island. The burnt grass beneath our feet rose up in a cloud of black ash whenever we took a step. It's going to be a little close, isn't it? The money I earned after selling all of the summoner's items was $900 million. If we add my previous balance, the money adds up to $32,427 million. It had cost money to lay down the groundwork as well, so this might not be enough money. Should I sell it? Necro turned to me as he cheerfully continued walking. What are you planning on selling? For now, Grand Thief's Vault and Boiling Blood. I don't need them anymore. You're not saying that just so that we'd hear it, right? Of course not. I would need their powers for the place that I'm going to. Because I can't use mana. Aren't you happy since this is the last part of our journey? Of course I am. I can just see my future laid out before me. A future of success and delight. Ho ho. His steps were light, and his face displayed a smile of utter delight. He was the complete opposite of the depressed saint. Why? Was he not depressed? Wasn't it normal for someone to be worried? After all, his longtime comrade was in the dumps. Was he not sad to hear that the saint was about to die in the near future? This was far too different from the attitude he showed me in the past. What happened to the Necro that seemed to be about to cry when the saint first showed her problems? Necro changed the subject as I quietly watched him. Ah. Wouldn't you have to buy some new abilities if you're going to fight the hero? You have to raise your stats as well. When are you going to do that? Why not do it now? Don't you want to? Who knows? Let's do it now. We're outside anyways. Isn't it better to do it with all of us watching? Or is it not? I don't get why he's so hurried about this. Was he curious? Did he want to confirm something? Does he just want to change the topic? Well, I suppose it doesn't matter. The calculations were all complete. Hold on. I stopped walking and activated Heart of Gold. The Saint slowly closed the distance between us. To think I'd hesitate now. Even after making the decision between killing the hero or instead to use the money to revive the Saint, I was still hesitating. Was I doing the right thing? The Saint looked at me activate Heart of Gold, then looked away uninterestedly. What? Why are you hesitating now? Want me to pick the abilities for you? I returned to reality after hearing Necro's voice. It's nothing. Right. I already made my decision. I just have to follow my original plans. These are all just useless thoughts. I sold everything that I didn't need anymore and opened the abilities page. Heavily Demon Technique, $50 million, Red Lotus Dominion, $11 million, already purchased, $83 million, Phase Shift, $12 trillion. I can't buy the Heavenly Demon Technique, since I couldn't use mana. Then the first thing I had to buy was the Red Lotus Dominion. Red Lotus Dominion, rank, C+. A theory of thermodynamics that a certain theorist came up with. It allows one to control heat up to 5,000 degrees centigrade. At the same time, it allows the user to absorb a bit of heat for objects hotter than 5,000 degrees. This should allow me to deal with the eternal flame somehow. I don't know if I can completely block it, but it should allow me to lessen the damage I might sustain from it. I put it in my shopping cart and immediately clicked on the next ability. Phase Modulation equals Phase Shift, rank, S+. An ability that allows the user to shift the axis of the universe. If certain conditions are met, the user can dodge certain physical and mental attacks. An ability that was a combination between dimensional teleportation and standard teleportation. Like the Red Lotus Dominion, it used an unknown form of energy. This should help me escape the hero's reality manipulation. Since the battle was probably going to take place in the sky, I'd have to get something that would keep me up. Higgs Rule, rank, B-. An ability to manipulate weight and gravity. I need a defensive ability as well. 8-layer defense matrix, rank, S. A slowing field composed of 8 layers. Any potentially dangerous objects that enter this barrier will be slowed and marked. The slowing effect becomes amplified for each layer. This should be good enough in terms of abilities. I shouldn't need any more offensive abilities. Any more would be useless in this war of attrition. Plus, the hero's time stop ability and teleportation ability made me doubt if I could even hit her. I might as well just increase my attack stat directly. Speaking of that, I should go buy some of those now. Health, $10,000, mana, $20,000, exclamation point. Attack, $100,000, incantation, $200,000, HP Regen, $1 million, MP Regen, $2 million, defense, $1 million, magic resistance, $2 million. Currently, my defense stat was set at 101, plus 80. I'd probably have to set it to 2000, plus 80, if I want to block her attacks. Would raising magic resistance mess with your necromancy? No? Probably not? I could feel a hint of nervousness from Necro's voice. It felt like he was hiding something, but... Is that so? I should be fine. I still haven't paid him back for a few things, and killing the hero should allow him to reach his goals. I wasn't planning on hunting him down for whatever he was planning on doing either. He was a person who gave me life as well as a second chance. What was the worst he was going to do anyway? Rebel against the king? I took my attention away from Necro and focused on my power again. Currently, my magic resistance was 75, plus 50. If I take a look at the hero's strength and speed, Kurganrol was virtually useless. I should raise it to 1000, just to be safe. Same goes for health and health regeneration. I increased my health to 50,000 and upgraded my Regen stat to be the same. This allows me to recover 50,000 every second, turning me pretty much immortal. I wouldn't need the Saint's Salvation ability with this. I upgraded my attack and spell stat, then checked my shopping cart. Shopping cart, 01, Red Lotus Dominion, $11 million. 02, Phase Shift, $12 billion, exclamation point. 03, Higgs rule, $850 million. 04, 8-layer defense matrix, $6,800 million. 05, defense, $1,899 million, exclamation point. 06, magic resistance, $1,850 million, exclamation point. 07, health, $498,200,000, exclamation point. 08, health regeneration, $4,998 million, exclamation point. 09, attack, $1,994,800,000, exclamation point. 10, incantation, $1 billion, exclamation point. Total, $31,901 million. Balance after purchase, $625,756,303.60. And LT, some of these items cannot be refunded after their purchase. Are you sure about buying them? Y/N. Of course it's going to be a yes. I became enveloped in light after completing the purchase. I don't look any different compared to before, but I wonder what my level is equal to like this. I finished purchasing. I raised my defense and magic resistance. Let's try test. The saint approached me while cracking her knuckles as I talked to Necro. Almost as if she'd been waiting for this for quite some time. I won't use the 8-layer defense matrix for now. I want to see how much damage I would take. As soon as I finished talking, the saint ran in with her strengthened body. She stomped her feet firmly into the ground and smashed my stomach with a shining buster unlike anything I had ever seen before. PSHHH. It seemed amazing and all that, but it didn't work. I felt like dying when I first got hit by it, but I didn't feel anything now. Maybe she just got weaker? Ugh. The saint beat at my stomach in anger. The damage accumulated was still 0 though. I'm always honest. Each of my blows are filled with love. I thought of what she had told me in the past. This is good. I pushed away the saint lightly. The only thing she could do now was to watch. Not that I expected anything else from her. Next, to test my attack. I teleported in front of a giant boulder with phase shift. I flicked the boulder with 10% of my power. Immediately the boulder that seemed to weigh at least 50 tons got blown away with a bang. The only sign that the boulder ever existed was the giant hole in the island I created. A small storm was created a while later and fire began to sprout from the path of destruction I just created. I'll have to be careful. Even the clouds shifted when I attacked with the minuscule amount of my strength. I moved back to my previous spot with phase shift and picked up the dumbfounded couple to our next location. Towards the source of magic that kept this giant piece of dirt afloat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 62. Chapter 62. Death from above. No matter how much I think, no matter how much I prepare, life always presents me challenges. Almost as if it's asking me if I can take this on as well. In any case, this was the last one. I suppose I should try to tie it off pretty nicely. Failing here won't just earn me mockeries and laughters after all. The current time was 3:30 a.m. The Sky Island had gone into orbit in space thanks to Necro and the Saint's powers. The place we were headed to was the edge of the Haze Republic. The place where the hero's army was stationed. I walked out of the command room and looked up at the stars dotting the void of space. Nice weather today. The sphere of air around us let us breathe in an environment like this. The Red Lotus Dominion and the Higgs rule created a habitable environment within the sphere as well. I used Heart of Gold to send the specialists I hired back to their original world. What they installed around the island were a set of weapons and machineries. I didn't have much time, so the preparation was a bit weak, but this should still be enough. We're ready for war. And we'll even be performing a preemptive strike as well. Half of the rebellion would be sleeping about now. I should be able to take them all out if Lady Luck is on my side. It'd be unlikely though. You're actually going through with this? Are you really fine with that? No, you can't be. What if you fail? Necro asked me these questions with a worried tone. He had paled the moment he heard my plans and he still hadn't calmed down even now. I guess it really is difficult for humans to change. I'll send you back to your original world if this fails. No, even so. Damn, I thought I was a piece of trash, but you're worse, aren't ya? You really don't care about how you kill. Why do you even live like that? Like you're one to talk. The Saint still hadn't said anything. Even when she heard of the plan, the only response I got from her was a slight twitch in her eye. Even better, there was no need for her to act this time. You're arrogant, deceiving, and you never even try to understand others. I dislike you for that. That was the last thing she had ever said to me. Come to think of it, I never really talked to the saint all that much. I was always just stuck in my head, thinking about the future. Probably because I was annoyed by her. The short autumn. A journey that took 3 months at best. The time I spent with her was... yeah. It wasn't too bad. If I was being honest, I might as well say that it was nice. In any case. Then. Necro quickly stopped me before I left. Wait. Why are you in such a hurry? This is the crux of our journey. Don't you feel sad or anything? Don't you feel like a student about to graduate or something? Not at all. You're too much. Why act so cool all the time? Anyway. Thanks for everything, you two. I'll give you two a nice present at the end of all this. You down? A celebration afterwards. Shouldn't be too bad. Just don't forget to revive me. Ah. Of course. I keep all my promises. Just rest nicely after you kill the hero, okay? Let's go together. We'd like to say our farewells before you actually go fight. I teleported the three of us to the edge of the island. We were 30,000 kilometers above the sea, at intermediate circular orbit. So high that it was nigh impossible to make out the Haze Republic. The hero's army was somewhere below us. Necro shouted in surprise after looking down and stumbling back a few times. Wow. They're probably not going to see us if we're this high. How thrilling. Sorry. You don't have much time, do you? Got anything to say before going into battle? Who knows? This might be the end for you here. You think? He was right. If I make even the tiniest mistake, if I fail to kill the hero, I'd forever be unable to meet them ever again. Then the only time I have to return the ring was now. I walked up to the saint and took out a wallet from the vault. The saint stepped back and had a question mark hanging over her head. That part of her never changed. Something you forgot. I handed her the frog wallet with the ring while saying this. It didn't mean much. The object simply didn't belong to me. It wouldn't be right for me to keep something that didn't belong to me. Don't lose it next time. It's important to you, isn't it? She might not remember it, but it was still an object that contained her wishes. The saint looked up for a second after receiving the wallet, then drooped her head again. She seemed to want to say a few things still, but something must be on her mind. I said my goodbyes after walking to the edge of the cliff. Then, I jumped off and fell straight down. The moment I escaped the sphere of air set on the island, I could feel the void wrap around my body. Even now, the sun was behind this planet. It was hard to even make out the continent from a place like this. What I was planning on doing now was a review of all my previous plans. First, we start with the warrior. The plan to defeat him came from a very simple question I had at first. If I acquired my power in a place out of this world, would I still be able to use it? Was it possible to use my power outside of this world? If I could deliver items to a place up in, say, Mt. Everest? If that is possible, we could say that Heart of Gold is not restricted by location. Of course, this would mean that I could deliver objects in altitudes like intermediate circular orbit. When I was up against the warrior, I delivered 1,500,000 gallons of water inside the volcano. What if I delivered something else? I thought about using a refrigerator at first, but the air resistance that I'd get from it would reduce the destruction far too much. I needed the object to go faster than 1 kilometer a second, so I ended up ordering a custom set of items from a popular tungsten workshop. What ended up being created were 10,000 tungsten spears. An imitation of the rods of God. It was originally an orbital weapon designed by the United States in the 80s. By dumping rods around 5 meters in length and 100 kilograms in weight, it was possible to create an explosion equal to around 11.5 tons of TNT. The actual program was shut down because of the costs, but such a thing didn't matter to Heart of Gold. The army that Camille led was composed of 1,000,000 soldiers and 128 Brave-class summoners. Killing them was my primary objective. If the hero doesn't respond too quickly, I should succeed. 4 a.m. Once I reached the stratosphere, I was able to see the glowing spears above my head. So it really is accurate. It's good that I got some help from specialists. If I miscalculated the winds, the spears would have gone somewhere entirely different. I activated dematerialization, then used Higgs' rule to increase the mass of the spears. It only took an instant for the spears to penetrate through the atmosphere. Pi. The crimson rods dropped right down onto the base of the rebellion. The first one to go was a soldier that was squinting his eyes to see the spears raining down from above. The spears left thousands of red lines up in the sky. And soon afterwards, they dropped down on the ground and exploded with a blinding white light. Coup. The destructive force from the gravitational force of the Earth dropped directly on Earth. The ground that the spears struck melted instantly. Some of them even exploded or flipped from the intense heat. The tents in the rebel base were ripped away along with burnt corpses and plants. What a sight to behold! A dark red wave of heat moved across the Earth, then moved back due to the vacuum generated in the center. What was formed from this was an orange mushroom cloud. The rest of the 10,000 spears began to flood down one by one. Each one of them decimated the ground below, coloring the absolute blackness below me with a red light. The hero appeared right after this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 63. Chapter 63. Lightly at first. The real thing really is something else. When I saw her through the picture, the only thing I saw was a happy girl with tan skin. Seeing her in real life made me feel an aura of charisma just emanating off of her. Strength, warmth, charm, holiness. I suppose. These elements of the hero made her quite like the saint? The hero observed me from afar instead of putting a blade through my heart right away. Almost as if she was trying to find out everything about me with a single gaze. Her eyes reflected my helm, then my cloak, then back to my body. A wise choice. The best thing to do when encountering an unknown enemy was to scout him out first. The girl had reached the conclusion that approaching me was not the best of ideas. She should already know that most of her comrades have died. The fact that she still hasn't lost her cool just showed how much of a veteran she was. Just how many battles did she go through? Still, you are quite foolish. I knew it already. She could only be the strongest within a limited time frame. She might have been able to slice moons in her prime, but she was almost near death at this point of her life. She only looked normal on the outside. The only reason why she was still alive was purely because of her willpower. At this point in time, she could only exert about 0.01% of the power she had in her prime. The internal wounds she had received from the Demon King still hadn't healed and her soul itself had been damaged beyond repair. Ever thought of what would have happened if you didn't raise up a rebellion in the first place? The mushroom cloud below had risen enough to almost reach the altitude I was at. The ground below us was true hell. Screams, despair, sadness. There were countless people asking to be saved. More people had survived than I thought, but they shouldn't last long. They were only alive thanks to the few brave class soldiers. Even now, the hero should be considering whether to fight me or to save the people below. She seemed to have made up her mind sooner or later and gripped the handle of her sword. Not raise a rebellion? No, such a thing would never have happened. Rebellions aren't something a single person can raise, murderer. Natural. It didn't even feel like she was going to attack me until she actually got into her fighting stance. She wasn't trying to affect my conscience in any way. She was causing this to happen all from her martial prowess alone. The hero slowed time to an extreme and swung her sword at an inhumanly fast speed. This was the nation-dividing sword equals glaive du roi. This technique that had a massive range of 1,600 kilometers not only split the night sky in two, but also left a blue line of plasma in its path. Kagagaga. A thunderous roar came with it a moment later and took care of the mushroom cloud below in an instant. What a surprise. If I didn't create an illusion of myself right below me, everything would have ended with that one strike. I sighed in relief inside and moved a bit away from the path of the attack. The place I was just at before was turning slightly hazy. I could even see blue lightning try to crawl out from it. As I thought. The hero distanced herself from me even more. It seemed that she didn't exactly expect me to dodge the strike. She seemed to want to figure out how I dodged it, so that she wouldn't miss next time. This gave me around a second of time at most. My turn. The second plan I was to go over was the thieves. At that time, I just put marble blocks on top of the hotel building, but what do you think would happen if something like this fell on the ground? The tests all turned out to be successful in the Ximen Desert. In the skies around us, hundreds of buildings appeared out of nowhere. There were multiple types of buildings that have been summoned. The windows on these buildings shattered as they fell and the buildings themselves grinded against each other during the fall, slowly merging into one object. Try to block this one, why don't you? I looked up at the buildings above us and gripped onto the murderer. The advanced weapon that Mirage Belt was said to have used. It had an amazing description, but it turned out to be a simple dagger. But having such an amazing description and being such a useless item could mean two things. Either I've gotten a faulty product, or have been looking at the weapon wrong. For example, a television set. I've been pretty much looking into the remote and been thinking this tiny plastic rod can show videos? All the while the actual weapon's been hidden somewhere else. Activate. There were two reasons I went into orbit using the Sky Island. The first reason was to use this weapon. Because there was a need to input the coordinates manually at this height. Xenoglossy confirmed. Language has been changed. Biological signs return at -11.3. Psychological karma has been registered as -10,285.8. Comparing anima patterns. 0.3% difference confirmed. The countless stars behind the buildings disappeared, signifying that the true body of the murderer had appeared. That black moon was the true form of this weapon. The planet-sized weapon that evolved as it continuously collected information about the world it was on. The moon that the hero sliced probably was this moon as well. That's probably what caused the coordinates to shift, causing the sword to become unlinked from its body. Confirmed manual coordinate input. The weapon has been repaired 1%. Remote spacetime slicing mode activate. Check. Let's try testing it, shall we? I sliced the empty air in front of me lightly with the murderer. Almost as if I was trying to paint a picture. The planet above me recognized my motions instantly and got to action. It edited the physical laws of my surroundings and began to cut the coordinates I inputted through spacetime. Almost like that time when the warrior sliced the warship in half. No, this was several thousand times more powerful than that. The falling buildings were cut by the planet's attacks and kept going further and further. This attack might actually affect a nearby star given some time. I stood between the sliced buildings as I continuously attacked the hero. Since the actual attacks weren't coming from the sword, I was able to attack the hero from pretty much any location. I should probably be able to cut through anything in the world with this? The hero, who was already busy trying to slow down the buildings, was now stuck with the task of defending against my attacks as well. The buildings got chopped into tiny pieces as the hero defended against my attack one by one. It was quite impressive, considering how each of these attacks had an activation time that was infinitely close to zero and were invisible as well. This was all within my calculations though. I activated Heart of Gold and took out the items I had prepared beforehand. There were around 3,000 of them. 3,000 barrels of explosive liquid. These barrels exploded to spread their contents out and about. It was chlorine gas. Unlike its simple production method, the resulting gas was extremely lethal. Even having 0.003% of it in the air caused the membranes in the body to start decomposing. Having 0.1% of it would cause organisms to die through breathing problems, cyanosis, and a pulmonary edema. Something like this should be quite difficult for the hero to manipulate, considering how it wasn't a visible solid like the buildings. She should be tied down to manipulating the buildings and the gases now. She could always dump it to the side, but I'll prevent her from doing that. The core of this plan was to continuously test the hero's limits. If one method fails, I would add more elements that would make things difficult for the hero. It wasn't like reality manipulation could control everything. 5 minutes, now. The battle would end by that time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 64. Chapter 64. An unreachable ideal. Oh, Jean. Why are you called Jean? Because you are a designed human? Is that why you are called Jean? Is it because you wish to grant wishes? Is that why you are called Jin? Because you wish to be human, Jean, human? Because you kill humans, Jean, sword? Because you are like the Tin Man of Oz, the one who desires Jean, heart? Ha, foolishness. You are a scarecrow. A cowardly lion. A speck of dust that would never be able to reach Jean, truth. Because you will return to the dust someday, Jean, speck. Your only mistake was that you never became suspicious of me till the end. All this time, Morto had been in charge of the reports, and they gave Jean all the information they had. Necro stood on the edge of the Sky Island as he burned a piece of paper between his fingers. A page that was hidden away from the report of the hero. The paper that contained information on the most important ability of the hero turned to ash. No matter how careful Jean was, it was impossible for him to catch on to missing information like this. There was no evidence that this piece of info existed in the first place, after all. I'm done with the idiot act. I wonder what kind of face you'll show in the end. As a comrade. No, as a person who is exactly like me. I'm very curious indeed. This calm and calculating tone was extremely different from the usual Necro. This was his true self. The clown from before was now gone. No, it was never there in the first place. From the start, Necro had always been the strongest black wizard in the world. Let's go finish this, shall we? Necro jumped off the cliff to follow the saint, who had already gone down before him. Star. Conversation of the sword equals phrased arms. This was a skill that allowed the hero to hypnotize herself to focus on battle, and only battle. Due to this, her sense of touch and smell gets minimized. Her linguistic capabilities get completely shut down while her sense of balance gets improved greatly. At the same time, her nerve conduction velocity and somatic nervous system becomes as fast as humanly possible. With this, the hero was able to dodge all of my attacks with ease that surprised even me, a designed human. It was almost as if she was a fish in water. She dug through the holes in my attacks and even managed to counterattack. The hero faded away from view. When I teleported away, she just appeared in front of me as if she had expected me to be there in the first place. This won't do. I dodged her attack by dematerializing and threw the hero an apartment building as a gift. Thanks to Higgs' rule, the weight of that building multiplied by 10 times. The hero just split the building in two. The contents of the building spilled out of the building, which the hero suspended in the air. I used this chance to hide behind the buildings as I activated the 1,000 Thunderbirds. I couldn't dodge her nonsensical attacks, so I decided that it would be better to simply hide. The wave of lightning that flew from in between the buildings managed to stop the hero for a very short frame of time. So 1,000,000 volts won't cut it. The hero's health bar was still full. It was a wonder how the previous Demon King even managed to fight a monster like this. I had wanted to drag out the battle till the hero became ragged, but I was still busy dodging her attacks. Whenever she tried to destroy the buildings, I just shifted them further up, away from her attacks. Just 3 minutes now. The one thing I needed to be careful of right now was the false blade equals hollow edge. The ability that let the hero slice whatever she wanted. I should give up on trying to block it, since the hero could always ignore everything that I set up and slice off my neck. According to the reports, the skill worked by marking. For example, black is a color that absorbs light. Due to this, it was possible to distinguish it from other colors by seeing how much it rose in temperature. The hero must be using a similar technique to distinguish between the target and the others. There's a filtering system like Absolute Reflect. It probably just filtered by body temperature. Which would mean that I would be able to block it with Red Lotus Dominion. The problem was, the hero didn't have just one skill. Like how I tested her limits as more time passed, she sent me troublesome skills as well. Like now, for example. A giant sword equals gigantic sword. A massive sword that was 150 kilometers long and 20 kilometers wide. This massive construct sliced the night sky in two. I didn't have time to shift away, dematerialization was still on cooldown, and I didn't have time to escape into the vault either. I got hit directly by the sword and crashed down onto a mountain below us. Baong. The shock was large enough to destroy most of the plant life on the mountain. Due to me using Higgs' rule, the mountain now had a giant crater on top of it. I had a huge defense stat, so I wasn't damaged much, but this one might be dangerous. I could see the hero preparing her next attack above me. Million blades. Millions of tiny and large blades began to drop down to my location. Almost like a raging waterfall. I couldn't dodge this. Due to the skill that was to follow after Million Blade, Swordfish. Even if I shifted away from my position, the swords would follow me. It would be better to just make the hero spend all her skills here. The success rate of this plan would rise the more skills I forced the hero to use. If the hero manages to combine Hollow Edge with Swordfish, an unblockable attack that follows the target would be created. Life was too unfair. It was too unlike video games where the main character at least had a chance of dodging. But who in their right minds would create holes in their attack? If they weren't confident about hitting the target, they wouldn't use such a big skill like this in the first place. Key dash. A sharp wave of blades fell through the sky to my location. Almost as if she was trying to copy my initial attack. I activated the 8-layer defense matrix. As soon as I did so, the sky above me brightened due to all the plasma and flame. An ear-shattering sound soon followed. Kagagaga Krom. The attack seemed fierce enough to erase the entire mountain off the map. Despite me having slowed their speed greatly, each blade seemed to be like a shot from a tank. My body should have turned to a pulp right now. But my defense of 2,000 and a health regen of 50,000 wasn't there for nothing. No matter how strong Million Blade was, it was in the end just a bunch of swords. The damage from each of the swords wasn't great. Their speed had decreased as well. Every second, my bones recovered and the wounds on my body disappeared. The pain was minimal. I watched my health bar go left and right as I waited for the attacks to end. Was I being too careless? The hero got in a stabbing stance behind all the sword. What was wrapped around her sword was heat and lightning. Despite being so far from her, I could feel the heat from the sword. The hero initiated her stab from 5 kilometers away. The tyrant's needle equals mad stinger. My eyes became cooked first due to the intense heat. An equally intense amount of pressure enveloped the mountain, as if to forbid me from running. Quickly, now. A 0.01 second felt almost like an eternity. I barely managed to escape with phase shift. I looked up. The mountain that I had been standing on had completely melted and was now overflowing with magma. In front of me was the huffing hero. This should be good enough. Time to go over the summoner's plan. I raised my arms, as if I was greeting the hero for the first time. Now then. Would you be able to block this? The Sky Island. No, the Star of Destruction fell from the sky. It was the same as the first time, where I threw buildings towards the ground, but this time, the machine that kept the island up in the air was now working to bring it to the ground as fast as possible. Show me a miracle, hero. The Sky Island was a massive ball of dirt that was 100 cubic kilometers. This should amount to at least 4 billion kilotons. A 1/1,750,000 th of the moon's mass. What kept this structure up now was working to keep it down. What destroyed the dinosaurs was a meteor about 10 kilometers in diameter. If the hero fails to defend against this, humanity dies. The mantle would shake violently and the surface of the planet would be absolutely decimated. Save humanity. The hero's face showed a change for the first time. A crown of light appeared on the hero's head. She was finally using all of her power to stop the destruction from reaching Earth. The limit. Would the hero be able to overcome her limit? Would she be able to save this planet? If she runs away to save herself, this plan fails. But there was no way she would run. This much was evident from her face. I could see that she had made up her mind to sacrifice herself. As I thought. I don't understand. Why do you sacrifice yourself like that? The one thing that's most precious in the world is yourself. Does it matter if others die? The hero didn't answer. Instead, she looked up at the red sky longingly. She probably found no value in speaking. No matter what happens, she won't run. No matter what happens, the hero will fight to save others. After all, what she was an unreachable ideal that a failed product like me could never become. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 65. Chapter 65. My love, for you. Crimson flames burned under the reddish-blue sky. The scorched earth was littered with dead bodies that didn't even look remotely human anymore. I wanted him to kill more than this, but that didn't happen, did it? Necro was savoring the view as he walked upon the lifeless earth. This view, no, this scene of hell was where Jean truly belonged. This was something that Necro craved. I shouldn't have any interferences. The rebel army was almost obliterated with one attack. Even the soldiers that barely managed to survive were in no state to move. Necro thought that things were going better than he had thought as he raised his head. The first thing he saw was the pile of falling debris along with the red star behind it. If the calculations were correct, that star should have the capability to destroy this world. Morto was against using something like this, but the plan fell through in the end. All thanks to the voting system they set in the beginning of the journey. Did he expect this to happen at that time? Now that he thought about it, the system for the distribution of the spoils pretty much came from Jean. Perhaps all of this was within his calculations? Nonsense. I should stop thinking random things. The atmosphere vibrated non-stop even as he walked up the hill. Jin's battles with Camille was having extremely powerful effects on the continent they were on. The strongest in humanity versus the strongest in the world. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't interested in the outcome. But well, it doesn't matter who wins, does it? The conclusion of the battle was meaningless. All would go according to plan regardless of the outcome. One step forward. The moment when the consciousness pulls itself free from the restraints of the physical world will come soon. The moment when I become God. The fruition of his wish was nigh. Even if something goes wrong and humanity dies, he would be satisfied. Because just like how Morto loves life, Necro loves death. Just like how Jean sought profit, Necro sought death. That was all. There was no evil intent in what Necro was about to do, neither was there regret. He was simply repeating what he had been doing since his birth. Necro managed to reach the top of the hill and found himself staring at a ball of bright light. He could see Morto at the center of this light. So the saint is still a saint, despite having recovered her memories? If there was a troubled person near her, the saint would help the person. Just like now. Morto High was a person who did everything to save anyone she could. I wonder how long she'd last. 5 minutes? 10 minutes? Her white skin was burning into itself and her brown hair had turned completely white. She was drenched in her own blood. Below her was a pool of black blood that continuously flowed away to somewhere else. The saint was asking for death. Necro tried to restrain himself from laughing as much as possible as he watched the last moments of this dying candle. Star. I sliced them. I sliced the hero's wrists and elbows. Her hips and hamstrings. Her stomach and breasts. Her cheeks and shoulders. I riddled her body with tiny wounds as she tried to stop the star of destruction. Her body was already drenched with blood. She still had the calmness of the hero about her, but she was no longer a lily, but rather a rose. Was this enough? The hero did indeed manage to save the world. The star of destruction had stopped and the rest of the threats had been neutralized as well. Even if she dies now, Sky Island and the buildings would stay suspended in the sky. Just like her previous miracles. Almost at the end. I parried her sword once and leapt above her. She seemed too tired to even fly. I should let her rest. Fall, justice. The hero dropped down through the buildings from my kick. A cloud of dust rose around her when she crashed into the earth. Didn't seem like she was dead yet. I shifted down to her altitude and swung my hand. With a whoosh, the cloud of dust disappeared. Does she not have the power to fight back? The hero was just looking up at me silently. Her eyes were the same as before. Pure, kind, and absolutely devoid of any hate. Why was that? I asked her a question. Out of curiosity. Aren't you mad? Don't you want to kill me? The hero looked away instead of responding back. Her eyes reflected the blue autumn sky above us. Nice weather today. Her voice was high-pitched. Girlish. It would have been perfect if we all just went out to play. What was she talking about? Mr. Romeo would complain about how he'd rather train. Chrono would hide away after staying for just a few minutes. Iris would be running around chasing her summoned beasts everywhere. Then, Morto would gather everyone with her packed lunch. The hero smiled brightly even as she bled to death. Her fading eyes seemed to be looking at somewhere extremely far. Just what went wrong? We all just wanted to save more people. Asking such a question to a failed product was quite troublesome. On such a nice day like this, just like that time. Everyone gathered together, smiling. I couldn't hear the rest of her fading words. She was probably reminiscing. Back at the days when they first went to kill the Demon King. When they were all happy and free. The light in her eyes disappeared as her breathing came to a stop. I wonder where people go after they die. Since they don't ever open their eyes again, they must be dreaming a dream where they never want to wake. Yes, a happy dream. I closed the hero's eyes and moved to our promised location. My job would be done after I gave Necro the hero's corpse. After that is our goodbyes. Was this it? I saw a bright light the moment I shifted my location. The light soon disappeared though. It completely disappeared the moment I managed to get there. And a girl fell powerlessly with it. More. To think this would happen while I faced off against the hero. What the hell was Necro doing? I realized just what the saint did after I looked at her brown skin and white hair. You idiot. I put down the corpse in my hands and ran to Morto. The moment I grabbed onto her, my hands caught fire. Coo. What's this? This was almost like the time when I first met her. It felt like I was touching fire. Was this because I overexerted my powers? Wake up. The saint managed to open her eyes when I shook her. Her dried lips twitched a bit, but no sound came out. What was she? Camille. I turned my head to the sound behind me and saw Necro hugging the hero's corpse. What in the world were you? I didn't finish my sentence. I felt the man's intent from the black magic that began to envelope my body. He was restraining my body using necromancy. He was planning on turning me into a doll now that the work was done. I had expected this, of course. The man was being extremely suspicious from the start. You can't pierce through my magic resistance with just this much power. Ah, is that so? The reason why I learned magic in the first place was because I was afraid something like this would happen. Necro smirked when he heard me and lowered his head. Then you probably expected this as well? Wah! Necro put his lips on the heroes in front of our very eyes. A love for corpses. Necrophilia. A disease of death. I knew he swung that way, but I had been wondering if he was trying to come out of the closet, but froze when I saw what happened next. Not just my thoughts. My entire body as well. It was almost as if the body didn't belong to me. It felt as stiff as my body did when I first came to this world. The black mana around my body even started to get inside my body. My control over my body began to lessen. I was still conscious, but it felt like my body was a different being altogether. Even so, right now, it was possible to resist. I wasn't just relying on magic resistance in the first place. If I just used the abilities I bought to deal with necromancy. Why? They didn't activate. Phase shift. Dematerialization. The vault. It was almost as if they had all been sealed. Could it be? My consciousness went mad as I realized what might have happened. The possibility that Necro hid information from me. The possibility that certain information might have been modified. But what would this achieve? Necro put the hero's corpse in the hero's coffin and stood up. He was now looking directly at me. Necro Kill, the greatest black wizard in the world, orders you. Gene Whitehead ... A black suit and a black necktie. He always wore funeral clothes and pulled back all of his hair behind him. Like a businessman. The person I considered my savior, the person who I considered to be my friend occasionally, said this to me. Kill the saint. What? Warm blood was splattering against my face by the time I realized what he said. My sword had gone straight through the saint's heart. I felt the saint tremble within my arms. I don't understand. Why her? PFT. Necro responded with a restrained laughter. Why? Necro let out a bit of a laugh and asked me a question back with a tone filled with arrogance. Why indeed? WHYYY? Why did I not kill you and instead decide to kill the saint? There's no need to do this, is there? She was already dying. Curious? Necro smiled as if he had just heard something ridiculous. He bowed as he looked into my face. Why don't you think about it carefully in the underworld? You like it, do you not? Thinking. Was he like this from the start? Necro checked his wristwatch as he spewed a few more words of mockery. Oh my. Look at the time. I should go. I have an event to attend to, you see. You should know, right? I'm a busy man. Well, it was nice working with you. And you worked hard. And since you worked hard, dust to dust, ashes to ashes. I would like to shake hands with you before I go, but I'm quite scared of you. Please understand. Necro went back to his usual cheerful tone as he disappeared over the hill. At the same time, the mana that connected me to him got completely cut off. My body began to rot away rapidly as a result. This is how it ends? Somewhat boring of an ending. Was this how evil ends? I attempted to open the vault after putting the saint down on the floor. There's a potion inside. If I just get her to drink it. Ha! Did it get completely sealed? Even the stats that I raised with Heart of Gold seem to have disappeared. Was this the curse that appears once you kill the hero? Oh boy. I was more useless than I thought. I should have learned to save other people if I knew this was going to happen. The saint was slowly dying. She probably couldn't even regenerate from using her power too much. Just like the warrior. Seeing her slowly die on the floor reminded me of what I had seen in the past. Was this how she dies? It's not really sad or disappointing. Well, I gave up on living once already, so I guess it was nonsensical for me to care about someone else's death. Was this the part where I would have cried if I was a normal person? It was pure curiosity. Now that we both didn't have much time left, I suppose asking such a question was alright. The saint lifted her arm to stroke my cheek. Idiot. Fine, I admit it. I acted arrogant all the time and managed to get backstabbed in the end. The holy fire got weaker as well. It felt warm to touch her, so I guess I'll keep holding her hand for now. Right. Since we were both about to die, I guess now was a prime time to ask this question. By the way, I wanted to ask you this from the start, but do you like me? The saint stayed silent for a moment, then let out a snort. Ha! You misunderstand people too much. Who would you? You still managed to say something offensive while dying, eh? So I was mistaken, after all? That's fine then. The saint pinched my cheek. I didn't say I hated you? If I was someone like her, I probably would respond to her like such. I used the hand I wasn't using to hold her hand to pinch her back. I went back to caressing her gently after that. I guess I can't even say that famous quote anymore. Because I'm already dead. This was a life I gave up in the first place. I earned a second chance in a world like this, but I still managed to be a foolish and worthless being. We always had different views on everything. I wonder if we'll end up going to the same place after death. Ah, I suppose not. I'll be going to hell. Idiot. What are you saying? Mr. Murderer, even hell would not want someone like you. Is that so? The saint faintly smiled as she managed to whisper her next words. She seemed to lack the strength to speak properly now. My name. My real name. Aliyah Hers. Hers was a last name meaning heart in German. Aliyah was a name that meant precious and holy. Aliyah Hers. A good name. She smiled brightly when I said her name for the first time. This was the time to say our goodbyes now. I could see the light in her eyes become faint. She was trembling, so I hugged her tightly. Her voice was so quiet that I had to put my ear next to her lips. Mr. Murderer, your name is... My name? Morto High. Use that as... putting a girl's name on a guy. Pulling something like that even at the end. Well, I'll take it. I was sick of my family name anyway. Morto High. Extremely faint. An extremely faint crown of light was set on her head. Aliyah. Keep living. This light of hers flickered a few times weakly. Then, suddenly, just like how a dying light shines brightest in its last moments, the crown of light became bright enough to cover her whole body. Could it be? For you, the one I love, I give you my feelings, my heart. The warm, white light trickled into my body like drifting white ash. My damaged skin became restored as feeling returned to my body. I could feel warmth return to my body. And, for the first time, I felt a thump. The heart that I received for the first time began to beat. I love you. The saint whispered this with a weak voice. Almost as if this was the only chance for her to say it. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love. Her voice soon became too weak to follow. Even the warmth in her fingers disappeared. What is this? I couldn't see in front of me very well for some reason. Why? The droplets of water refused to stop. They kept dropping onto the saint's face without stopping. At this moment, something within the saint's body seemed to fly off into the sky. She had said that life was a precious, weighty thing, but it's light. It was impossible to be able to come in contact with her overflowing heart now. Even if I wanted to talk to her more. Even if I wanted to walk with her more. Aliyah Hers. This name was hers, and only hers. This heart of hers that I received. This life. I should continue living like her. I would get crushed by the weight of my sins in the future, but until then, until I can meet her again, I should preserve it well so that I may return it to her. Like this, after being given a new life from her in this world. I cried like a baby as I repeatedly said sorry. My honesty, and my love. For you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 66. Chapter 66. Funeral March. 3 months ago, inside a giant cathedral with open windows. Here, Necro was giving his lecture to his students. From the time when magic was all but a form of worship, all the way till the present, blood was a prominent ingredient in sacrifices and contracts. If you have to ask the question why, the answer would always involve the theory of mana's hygrophilic properties. Necro scanned the students in the room after writing down his words on the blackboard. Mana resides in water. Due to this, it is possible to say that all humans are walking potions. This is the reason why the Nosferatu, commonly referred to as the vampires, drink blood. They are not looking to acquire the nutrients in the blood, but rather the mana, the life force of a human being. This is how they can live eternally. He stopped talking after seeing about half of the students raise their hands. He motioned one of them to speak. A boy wearing glasses carefully voiced his question. According to what you said, shouldn't wizards be able to live eternal lives as well? Mana is equal to life force. As the living, we should have more dominance over the undead when it comes to mana. Necro's eyebrow twitched when he heard the word dominance. Dominance? Would you care to explain why you chose that word? From a biological perspective, it's easier to lengthen a person's lifespan than to revive a dead being. I chose the word dominance for that reason. The genius wizard who managed to become a professor at the age of 25 looked around to see if those around him agreed. Death is inferior to life. It would take forever if we try to discuss this topic, so I suppose it's better for me to ask a question instead. Is God dead, or alive? Necro sat down on a desk in front of him. There shouldn't be any need to introduce a philosopher from my world to you. Like you said just before, God should be dead from a biological perspective. But God is not inferior to humans. Based on how you define life and death, a biological death can be the second stage for life. Monks continuously experience near-death experiences to get closer to God. From this, we see that death is something that liberates one from the limits of the physical body and elevates one's state of being. Perhaps we can even say that death is a form of a ceremony that would allow a human to become God. Those in the cathedral all began to mutter amongst themselves with the word heresy on their mouths. Necro simply smiled in response to this. It was a joke, of course. Death is a tragedy. Life should be preserved with care. Now, back to the original question. Why do wizards have limited lifespan despite their overflowing mana? They can live long, but not forever. The answer to this question is that the physical body is unable to contain the amount of mana it possesses, just like how the power of regeneration was capable of causing cancer. A wizard would, at some point in life, have to shed their limits. This must be the case for everyone here, but the goal of a wizard apprentice is to become a wizard. Then, what would be required for a wizard to become God? A normal death. If a single person's death is not enough for a wizard to become God. More death than one might expect. A smile crept up Necro's mouth when he heard Dennis Brain speak as he wrote on the blackboard. Star. Thank you for boarding. This train is headed for Hope, and it has DEPA. The train stopped. A young man wearing sunglasses immediately jumped off. At the next station, a girl was wearing a large hat covering a large part of her face. After her was an old couple with a thick scarf around their necks. The 52 corpse dolls that had been disguised as simple tourists eventually reached their designated location. What each of them had in their arms was a set of spellbooks that Necro had prepared over a long period of time. 25,000 pieces of paper in total. A corpse doll at the northmost part of the Republic was the first to go. It vomited out black blood and drenched the 2 spellbooks in its hands. Black light shot out from the book into the air. Soon after, 51 more columns of light appeared all around the Republic and met up above the center of the nation. Almost like they were forming a giant birdcage. The completed structure was a field that enveloped the entire Haze Republic. A giant version of the barrier they had used to kill the heroes. The pages that I spent for this so far adds to 10,000. This should take the wizards about a day to destroy the barrier. That was enough. Necro, after seeing that the barrier was completed, immediately activated his earth magic. He had studied non-stop for one entire year for this moment, what areas of the nation would be hit the hardest by an earthquake and about how many people would die according to what magic would be used. He had already finished his calculations. What Necro was planning on doing now was not a simple terrorist attack performed by one person to a nation. It was a one-sided massacre. His first attack caused the death of 100 million. The affected areas would soon be swept by a giant tsunami of water. The souls of the dead would then be trapped by the cage that he had built, which would be fuel for him to evolve into a god. Before that, I suppose I'll have to take care of this first. It takes time for the earthquake to actually activate. He could hide until then, but he decided to show himself openly to the army. The government had dispatched 2.5 million soldiers to deal with Necro. There were 100 wizards and 10,000 summon people included in this mix. These people were quite confused as to why the sky had suddenly gone dark. They tried using magic in order to counter it, but the barrier wouldn't even budge. The only person who should be able to get out of this was Demonic Walker, but this should serve to be a nice greeting. Necro wiped off the blood on his kitchen knife as he threw the cold corpse inside the hero's coffin. Ha! I've waited so long. He put his bloody left hand over his face. The smell of the blood made him grin. It took him 5 years. 5 years, ever since the Demon King appeared in the world. It wouldn't have been possible if the war didn't happen. It would have been even harder without Jean. Now, let's get on with the party, shall we? Necro's hand began to shine. This immediately caused the skies to act strangely. Thousands of coffins began to drop down. Come, hero's coffin. A white coffin, a golden coffin, a black coffin and a red coffin appeared side by side. There were coffins as big as a fingertip, and fingers that were big enough to block a massive fraction of the horizon. Open. The coffins all opened to reveal the darkness inside. The soldiers all became speechless when they looked up. The comrades they fought with and the heroes that fought for them were all looking down at them from the sky. The next moment, the red star up above darkened. A red light instead appeared in the eyes of the dead heroes, forming a red cross up in the sky. Clack! One of the soldiers dropped his gun in fear after witnessing what he had just seen. No one had told them what was about to happen, but they all instinctively knew what was to transpire soon enough. Clack, clack, clack. The soldiers' teeth began to clack in fear. Like a drop of ink dropped onto paper, the fear spread far and deep through the entire army. Now, my heroes. Show me. Show me the dance of death. Sing me the song of death. Necro lifted his arms like the conductor of an orchestra. With the false knight set behind his back, he commanded the dead heroes to attack. Bang! Crom! The heroes caused a massive explosion of death just by landing. Necro looked upon this on with a delighted look on his face. Mad, passionate words spilled out of his mouth without rest. Genocide. Leave no one alive. Everyone dies. Massacre, slaughter, annihilate. Kill, kill, kill. Show me carnage. Butcher those who squeal like pigs. Exterminate those who try to run. Crush those who try to fight. Poison them, burn them, hang them, crush them, devour them, strangle them, destroy them, slay them, melt them, execute them, suffocate them. His pitch-black pupils brightened with fire. Perhaps the 5 traditional forms of death aren't enough for variation? Crushing them under wheels or steaming them in steel pots should be nice. Burning to death and freezing to death. Buried to death and squished to death. Drowning to death and strangled to death. Stabbed to death and beat to death. Flogging and lynching sounds good as well. Ah, of course, just cutting them to death won't do. Kill and destroy. Ignore their pleas for life and their last wishes as you lead all these heretics to their final destination of life. It simply wouldn't do to just chat away in this glorious event. Necro joined in on the fun and watched as a throwing knife targeted towards his head was reflected away from him. Necro. The person who was running towards him was the accelerator, Spinal. The man probably realized that Necro was the one behind all this in an instant. He was a former comrade after all. Spinal dodged the reflected knife and smashed Necro with a giant black sword. No, he tried to smash Necro. Before he could do that, someone blocked his path. What in the... Spinal looked at Camille with eyes filled in certitude. It was almost like she was there from the start. She blocked the sword with just 2 fingers and threw it away. Spinal tumbled back a few steps and dropped down in shock. Eh? Why? Why is the hero here? Is that what you were thinking of asking? Necro bowed to the trembling man before him. How is it? Seem like the real thing much? Real. I was surprised as well, to be honest. I didn't expect her body to be so strong. This doll here was but nothing but a shell of the former hero. Because she was already dead, the doll could only use 10% of her power. It wasn't possible to use her power either, unlike the other heroes. But even with this, she was invincible. How regrettable. I would have put Romeo in my collection as well if it wasn't for his useless power. I suppose it doesn't matter, does it? I never was very friendly with the guy. Plus, I have these 3. 2 more people appeared beside Necro as soon as he said this. A girl with severe burns on her face and a black man with white hair. Lady Iris. Mr. Chrono. Spinal's eyes widened. Only now did he realize what Necro did and what he was planning to do. Necro. Ah, what now? Just call me out once, would you? Ha, my god. I thought you went home after that thing in Volas. Why did you have to come here and ruin your life? I have to kill 3 friends now because of you. Wait, are you actually? Spinal didn't continue. Chrono had put a spear through his head. Necro watched his old friend drop down onto the floor powerlessly while he just stretched. Man, it feels good to take care of my friends like this. You really have to take care of your past life before becoming God. Don't you think so? Camille might be a simple meat doll, but the other 2 still maintained their consciousness. They simply couldn't move or talk without Necro's explicit permission. Necro smiled at the 2 and slowly made his way forward. If his estimations were correct, the army should be destroyed within an hour. Once this happens, he would go for the king's personal guards. I should resupply my troops just in case. Necro gathered his mana and blew it out in a single huff. It wasn't a simple utterance. The soldiers of the army reacted strongly to this rumbling sound. He's trying to utter his spell. Stop him. They attacked with a desperate shout. Hundreds of magic spells and throwing weapons powerlessly reflected off Necro. The end of life is but a tower of rotting meat. A spell. An act of making a wish to the gods, commonly known as the Song of the Soul. Of course, one could make this wish to evil gods as well. You, the one who makes poor souls stray from their paths to heaven into the path of pain and torture. The air shook the more he spoke. Whispers began to come from the nearby forests. The Holy Mother of all the tortured vomiting corpses. The soldiers backed away, realizing that they were all trembling in fear. They all looked down subconsciously, and their eyes strayed from the dark earth to the top of the black-red columns of light forming the cage. This is... A giant skinned body of a woman came into view. It almost seemed as if someone had dissected a giant and put it on display. The soldiers who had survived Necro's initial attack froze after seeing this beast. Gurgle, crack, whoosh. The Holy Mother vomited black blood, which turned into a giant river below. The earth trembled like a beast that was just skinned. Soldiers were being dragged from all over the place. Hi! A dark red tentacle grabbed one of the soldiers' legs. He quickly tried to shoot it, to no avail. He was immediately lifted into the sky and got dumped into the Holy Mother's mouth. From this, they would be butchered and converted to a being who seeks death. This was black magic. What Necro had used till now was something he had learned as a hobby. This magic, filled to the brim with hatred for the living, was the true form of black magic. This was the reason why Necro was dubbed the title of the strongest black wizard. We're done here, and now. Necro walked down to a nearby town once the army was nearly done with. At the same time, he ordered the corpse dolls all over the country to make their next move. A magic that was cast through the use of corpses. The evil that had rested in the darkness till now was brought into the real world thanks to the black wizard's mana. Centipedes craving human flesh dug into human skin. Cursed trees stuck their roots into nearby people and sucked up their blood. 1,000,000 rats appeared from the ground. Soon, the earthquake would hit and the nation would fall into even more chaos. Necro shivered in delight as he cast more magic on the villagers running away. Oh dear, where do you think you're going? Celebrate a bit. Today's my birthday, don't you know? Black mana enveloped the villagers. They turned stiff like corpses and their hair caught on fire. Their bodies were frozen, but their sense of pain wasn't. These people, who had turned into human candles, rose up into the sky. There were exactly 25 of them. Kaya. The people screamed in pain as their heads burnt in. They soon flew towards the ground like missiles and exploded above those who ran away. Their appendages exploded into countless pieces and their burning body fat set the buildings aflame. A birthday song and fireworks, all for me. Very good. Necro clapped his hands in delight and spun back. Now that my mood went up, I suppose I should make my way to my target. A halo appeared around Demonic Walker's corpse. The surroundings changed and the 2 people were transported to a different place. From the edge of the country, to the Stair Village. From the Stair Village, to the Zyman Desert. From the Zyman Desert, to the town of Volas. And finally, a giant hill presented itself to Necro with his final teleport. On the top of this hill was a grey castle where the king resided. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 67. Chapter 67. Eternal. I lifted my head from under the shadows of the gravestone. The golden sun slowly set over the horizon, painting the sky a deep red. Under it was the Haze Republic enshrouded in darkness. Necro must be inside there. All in order to accomplish his old dream. To do that, he was to massacre everyone inside his barrier. What would you have done? I unwrapped the saint's bandages from my arms and put my dirt-ridden hand onto my chest. A warm, gentle pulse rang out, collecting mana from the surroundings. The only thing that had been sealed was my power and the abilities derived from it. The bandage that had been gifted to the saint by a flower fae returned to its original form from magic. Like a full bloom of flowers. White particles of light appeared from the bandages, leaving a flowery scent behind it. When I put my hand on it, the particles faded away. What was left was a single magnolia flower. I lay the flower on the saint's grave and stood up. I'll be back, then. There might be no profit. There was even a chance that I would fail. But I made up my mind that I wouldn't run anymore. Star. When one leaves the shelter through the back door, a cemetery surrounded by maple trees appear. At this place, Necro was dancing whilst singing Michael Jackson's Thriller. He would jump up on an occasional gravestone, or kick a lantern for dramatic effect. Under the moonlight you see a sight that almost stops your heart. A hand dug itself out of the cold ground. The hand that had been decorated with nail art was, without a doubt, Kurosaki Hatsum's. A muscular hand and a slender one rose out as well. Soon enough, Bruno Balter and Benny Guts dug their way out of their graves. A total of 500. Necro did a ceremonial jig as he looked on at the people who had come to greet him. The king's personal army, composed of many former heroes and the powerful wizards he once used to work with. Necro gave the troop that had surrounded him a wink. Star. What the hell is everyone doing? Why can't we contact anyone? A man whose neck and chin had practically fused together shouted furiously at a wizard kneeling before him. This squealing mess of a man was the Haze Republic's king. The man who controlled the nation with the prime minister laid out at the front. The reason why this man was so agitated was because of Necro. The wizard who had been trying to contact the king's army was constantly apologizing. It's just that. They haven't responded since a while back. You're like this because of a single wizard? Do you even know how much money I poured into you bastards? You people are lower than dogs. The king let out a long sigh and leaned back on his throne. A sense of ominousness had overtaken him since a while back. The king thought about running away through the secret path, then raised his head as he noticed that the room was strangely silent. He hadn't heard anyone come in. The door was open. Necro was standing at it with two girls at his side. These two girls were someone that even the king knew of, the hero Camille and the summoner Iris. The king quickly tried to call someone and ended up finding Chrono taking his spear out of his wizard's head. Could it be that he stopped time? He gripped onto his seat in order to hide the fact that he was trembling, but he realized that he couldn't exert any strength. Did you wait long? Necro threw the king ahead as he left a bloody trail behind him. Here, a gift. Thunk, roll. The head stopped moving after rolling itself in front of the king. It was the prime minister. Seeing the painful face on the minister's face made the king start thinking. What did Necro want? What was he thinking? The king barely managed to swallow once before managing to ask his question. What do you want? If it's money, I can give you as much as you want. If it's power, I can give you that too. No, do you want to be king? I can do anything. Necro snorted when he saw the king try to pawn off everything just to hold on to his dear life. Money? Power? Sorry, but I'm not very interested in those things. Then why? Why am I killing so many? Well, the reasons are countless, aren't they? Everyone has their own story, right? Necro began counting with his fingers as he walked to the king. For my happiness. For my future. For my entertainment. For letting out stress. To kill people I dislike, and to prove to others that my worldview is correct. It won't be accepted in a moral standpoint, but in my case. Right. Maybe because I was born like this? A born psychopath. Even before he got his power, he was a person who thoroughly enjoyed destroying the lives of others. You'd understand how annoying this is if you just knew how bothersome murder was. To be honest, death is the truth in life. It's really fun if you kill a man. More than anything. More than any kind of experience. It's a one-of-a-kind pleasure that nothing can imitate. Necro put his face centimeters away from the king and grinned. It's just like hunting. No, it's hundreds of times better. And you can become a god to boot. How profitable, no. The king put his trembling hand into his pocket. But before that, Necro grabbed onto his arm. No, no. Don't do that. I came all the way here for you. The king's body became frozen like a corpse due to Necro's mana. The only thing he could do now was to watch as Necro extended an arm towards his chest. Shah! There was no resistance. The fingers just slid right into the king's chest. The king widened his eyes in shock. What in the... What should be good for the first one, I wonder? Necro stopped breathing for a second as he made his happy decision. His arm expanded for a brief second and a cracking sound came from the king's body. Oh, this is nice. Necro's arm moved. The king managed to see something white get dragged out of his chest. Bone. There was no pain. Despite having one of his ribs ripped out, there were no wounds nor marks left on the body. Dissection eyes. A demon eye capable of letting one look into and affect a person's insides. It was developed for medical purposes at first, but Necro took interest in the fact that it could dissect someone alive. I would have cooked you after the dissection if I had the time. How unfortunate. Crack. Creak. Necro skillfully removed the 11 pairs of ribs along with the sternum as he looked into the king's eyes. Do you even know how long I have waited for this day? Necro opened his mouth in the terrified king's face. His jaw dislocated itself to widen itself to an inhuman size. What was inside his mouth was a bottomless pit filled to the brim with teeth. The king let out a mad laughter. Shortly after, the entire castle was struck by a violent earthquake. Star. I walked up the hill. Once I passed the cemetery that seemed to have been dug up by someone, a downhill slope appeared. I looked up at the castle on the cliff from this spot. The path to the castle was lit up with a red light. It's been a while. Familiar faces had come out to greet me. The man-eating lion. Nail hunter. Slender man. The ghost forest. Unknown reason. Fragile. They discovered a living man and rushed in with the other corpse dolls to destroy it. To these things, that had been letting out screams of pain, I can only say one thing. Silence. At a hand's length away, the corpse dolls all came to a rigid halt. Almost as if someone had pressed the stop button. The process was rather simple. Necromancy was but a branch of magic. A form of telepathy where the user controls the corpses using a remote. If I just sever the connection between the user and the corpses would freeze till the connection would resume. It was a form of a safety device. To prevent the corpses from going berserk in case the user goes unconscious. And I could see exactly how it worked after becoming a wizard. Necro kill. No, by CO kill. The wizard whose name was composed of the character of death. I'll show you what I can do. I used my mana to connect to the real world. To a wizard, a name was something that functioned as a pointer to their location in the physical world. It is possible to seize control of their magic if one had this information. Almost like a form of hacking called snipping. Lastly, I needed to analyze the magic performed on me, neutralize it, and recreate it to fit me. Telepathy. Name. The necromancy he used on my body. The floating eye. Without these, this entire plan wouldn't even have been possible. I closed one of my eyes. The floating eye that I had modified gave me access to up to 76,000 eyes. What came into my view was the entire Republic. The earth that was filled with corpse dolls. Their bright red eyes seemed almost like a giant wave of evil. A total of 2.52 million corpses. I got the message that I had been connected to their network and uttered my spell. Away with you, false candles. With a little puff, the red light all around the country began to disappear. Almost as if a black wave of darkness was engulfing the sea of red. The corpse dolls around me fell back as well. I wonder what Necro's thinking right now. I calmly walked under the night sky. Once I reached the entrance of the castle, the doors opened by itself for me. He must have been watching me from afar. I passed the corridor filled with corpses and reached the room where Necro was. I could see a corpse that seemed to have been impaled on the head with a spear and a messy corpse that used to be the king. He must have been eaten alive. Necro made a face that showed that he was glad as soon as he saw me from his throne. With the blood on his chin. Oh, you were alive? No, you became alive? Man, I thought this might happen. I'm so bad with endings, right? Did the saint give it to you? Or did you buy it? He still seemed talkative and relaxed. Must be because he still had his over-death ability. There were corpses everywhere. He could revive wherever he wanted even if I killed him. I'm telling you this now, but I had no ill intentions, alright? I knew he wasn't lying. This person really wasn't thinking anything when he killed me. He just wanted profit. He could kill me, so he did. Because he needed something, he killed. Because everything else other than him was worthless to him. This man was just like the me from the past. It's just that. I wanted to be God since a while back. You understand, right? Necro probably would have become God if I didn't come here. He probably didn't think he'd be interrupted like this. Yeah, I get it. Really? You and I. We're both idiots that just can't be saved. Necro snorted and erased all signs of emotion from his face. What the hell? You're the only idiot here. Black mana began effervescing out of his body. Danse macabre, the dance of death. The strongest form of body enhancement in the branch of black magic was currently being cast by Necro. Didn't I tell you before? Throw away any preconceptions you might have had about wizards. A speed that couldn't be detected by a human's eyes. Before I could even respond, Necro had come up to my face and had stuck his hand into my chest. Flatline. Normally, this technique would have simply stopped my heart. But a giant destructive force was added onto it, shattering the right side of my ribcage into pieces. Bang! My body flew back and became stuck in the wall. My cells immediately got to work and began to regenerate my ribs that were harder than titanium. The pain was still there though. 30 seconds before the magic was cast. I couldn't afford to strengthen my body at this time. I could only take the beatings with my body. I somehow got myself up on my feet. Necro immediately attacked and I was given several fractures on my limbs. He wasn't using magic. He must be thinking that he won't be interrupted in this time. What is it? Does it hurt? That's good, pain is a part of life. Don't you get the feeling that you're really living it right now? I didn't take out the murderer despite his taunts. It was impossible to calculate the coordinates unless I got out anyway. And this was enough. I lay down on the floor as I looked up at the smiling Necro. Do you remember? About Whitehead? What? Why? Thinking of home now that you're about to die? It's good that you remember. I activated the equation that I had prepared as I finished. Necro, who had been a little unguarded due to his domination till now, let out a shout of surprise. What? Camille restrained his arms. Chrono took hold of his waist and left leg. Iris took care of his right leg. What the? Let go. Necro did all he could to shake off the three heroes. He realized that doing so was impossible shortly after and shouted at me. How did you? Necromancy isn't something that belongs to just you. Magic was something that was borrowed. But right now, I was able to imitate his necromancy without borrowing a god's power. Ha! Necro let out a small laugh. He closed his mouth for a second, then raised his head. So? What now? Are you planning on turning me into a corpse doll? Of course not. It would be troublesome if the finale was that boring. Back to the question I asked. Do you happen to know what one needs in order to achieve nuclear fusion? Necro frowned slightly. Again with your lectures. Plutonium? Uranium? That's nuclear fission. What one needs for nuclear fusion, however, is deuterium and tritium. Both ingredients that could be found from the sea. Necro's face stiffened. A sphere of death with a radius of 300 kilometers. The artificial sun created from seawater would burn even inside this barrier of yours. Until absolutely nothing was left. Not even a bit of bone or flesh. Necro realized what was about to happen to him and widened his eyes. You crazy. Now he gets it. I clenched my fist as I watched him struggle. The fusion reactor began to spin whilst letting out a rainbow light. It sped up faster and faster without ever showing signs of slowing. If you like death so much, you might as well stay dead forever, but a heart is too much for an idiot like you. Cold fusion. Shining dash. I could hear a kind, cheerful voice in my ear along with my memories that would never return. Hey. Hi. Nice to meet you. My name's Morto Hi. In short, you can call me Hi Hi. I may be a beautiful girl, but please don't think perverted thoughts about me. I'll sue you. You need to be more mature. I almost invoked the power of a cop within me, you know? Nayaha, it must be nice being so simple, Mr. Murderer. You're like an amoeba. For you, each hit will be filled with love. Please scream like a pig in happiness every time you get hit. Mr. Murderer, it's a flower fairy. Mr. Murderer, were you thinking of something very inappropriate about now? No, it's nothing. It's just. I was surprised at how human you are. I probably won't be able to ever forget it. The most valuable autumn that I had ever experienced in my life. The most precious person I had ever encountered in my life. I haven't managed to tell her at the time, but I think I can answer her now. These wasted days add up to your entire life. Why here? Aha, it's a date, isn't it? How nice of you, Mr. Murderer. Look, Mr. Murderer. I'm going to stop your heart with these cat ears. Dear. To think you haven't even noticed yet. Isn't being able to date me a great fortune in itself? Tada, how is it? Do you feel your heart throbbing yet? In order to create a better world for everyone. The girl who liked to hit. The girl who liked to eat. The girl who liked cats. The girl who liked quizzes. I love you. I love you. Morto hi. Buster. A white light began to appear from the center of the castle. This giant ball of heat quickly swallowed the castle whole and became even bigger as it devoured on the corpses of the dead. I watched this on with my floating eye as I peacefully closed my eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. Epilogue. Today's an important day. I paid more attention to my hair than I usually did and took out a suit from the vault. A gift that she gave to me some time in the past. Seems a tad bit strange, doesn't it? Well, I'll get used to it. I fixed my tie one last time in the mirror. I checked for any dust on my suit. I needed to be perfect today. Can't make any mistakes this time. I walked down from the library down to the first floor. I stopped for a second to look at the kitchen. Thinking of the adventure we shared made me smile uncontrollably. I walked forward. Once I opened the door, I was greeted with a shower of warm sunlight. It was spring. Already a year and 3 months had passed since that incident. I worked quite hard during that time. I absorbed Necro's magic. I turned the entire world against me. I ran around everywhere trying to deal with the mess I'd made. And finally, I was ready to meet her. I wonder if I'm too late. I walked the spring path laid out before me. The town was busy with workers running around rebuilding the destroyed buildings. We should be able to get a functioning country up and running in about 3 years. I was planning on helping them as much as possible from the sidelines in the process. I looked down at the town that we were to live in and moved high up in the sky. A beautiful view was laid out before me. The location where the castle used to be had turned into a giant crater that had filled with seawater, turning into a bay of sorts. The dead earth that used to be the Haze Republic was now being dotted with patches of plants. Even with a tragedy like that, the world was still moving on peacefully. Towards a better world for everyone, like she said. I think I can do it now. My heart had calmed enough. I moved to the edge of the country and was greeted with a field of spring flowers. Starting from linden viburnums, laurels, all the way to forget-me-nots. Almost all the spring flowers seemed to have been gathered here. In the middle of the field was a magnolia tree that had fully bloomed. I wonder if she's still waiting. Maybe she left after having waited for such a long time. A pleasant zephyr swept through the field of flowers, causing a wave of flowers to float up into the air. I looked up into the sky as I walked. A single magnolia petal was dancing above me. In front of this beautiful sight, I could only think of one thing. Really? I was lucky to be born in this world. Aliyah hers. Now, let us be happy together. If we are to make a happy world, the first person who needs to become happy is you. Heart of gold. A question appeared in front of me. You've selected life. Will you purchase it? Why/n. If there was one thing that I would wish for, it was her happiness. I answered the question with a smile. Yes, please. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.